Finding Us, Pine Valley, Book 5. Written by Heather B. Moore. Narrated by Exie Sands. 1. Felicity Miner balanced the steaming cup of hot chocolate and the blueberry muffin with one hand as she unlocked the door to the bookshop. The late September wind had turned chilly overnight, and Felicity wished she would have worn her autumn sweater. Currently, she had her summer sweater on because Pine Valley had been unseasonably hot the last few days. That had changed today, it seemed. And yes, Felicity had sweaters for all seasons, even summer, because she worked in the reading nook, and it was always cold. Mr. Smithson, the owner, said the cold air preserved the books, and apparently 65 degrees was the optimal temperature. But Mr. Smithson was out of town, again. Felicity supposed that if she owned a bookshop and had a reliable employee such as herself, she'd travel too. This month, her boss was on his 8th cruise of the year. Yep, he had a problem. Was it possible to be addicted to cruises? Felicity supposed it was. She was pretty much addicted to hot chocolate and drank it every day of the year, rain or shine, snow or heat waves. Felicity set her go-to breakfast on the counter by the register, then went into the back room, where she stopped in front of the thermostat. It was, of course, set on 65 degrees. She had once changed the temperature, and she'd never seen Mr. Smithson so upset. It was then she realized that he cared for the books in his bookshop like some people cared for their pets. Upon threat of termination, Felicity had promised never to touch the thermostat again. All right, Mr. Smithson hadn't been that drastic, but Felicity had felt terrible. She stared at the thermostat for a moment longer and knew the next 8 hours would be incredibly long and cold. And she couldn't keep leaving the shop and buying hot chocolate every hour, so she lifted her hand and pressed the up arrow. 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73. Done. The system kicked on, and by the time Felicity returned to the register, the air had already started to warm. Or maybe it was the heat of guilt that had spread through her. Regardless, tomorrow she'd repent and bring a warmer sweater. Felicity still had 30 minutes until the shop opened, so she busied herself with checking the company emails, then the phone messages that had come in after closing. She returned calls to 2 people and answered their questions about when some newer bestsellers would be back in stock. She unlocked the bookshop door, then she sipped her hot chocolate as she browsed Amazon book prices on the company laptop. If Pine Valley wasn't a popular tourist spot, Felicity had no doubt the bookstore would be out of business. Amazon was killing it. September and October were the dead months at the shop because the winter skiers didn't arrive until early November and the summer vacationers were all back to work and their kids were in school. So it gave Felicity plenty of time to read, which she had no problem with. She picked up Alana Johnson's romance Beloved in Blue from the new release display and settled on the stool behind the register to start reading. Fantasy was her go-to genre, but she liked to mix it up and read a different genre in between each fantasy novel. Plus, she considered being well-read as part of her job requirement. This particular romance novel had a cop as the hero, which of course brought in the tough guy stereotype. But this novel was different, and Felicity found herself caught up in the cop's characterization and motivations of why he joined the police force in the first place. And it didn't hurt that he was tall, dark, and handsome, of course. It was a romance novel. Felicity smiled more than once as the story unfolded, and she realized this book was exactly what she needed. Light, sweet, and charming, with the knowledge that there would be a happy ending, something Felicity had yet to experience with any guys she'd dated. The current mode of dating was to connect on dating apps, which Felicity abhorred. Thus, she'd been dateless for almost a year, since moving to Pine Valley. Probably a record for a single woman of 27. So what if her outlet was reading a romance about a gorgeous cop, or a fantasy novel with shapeshifters? There were worse vices in the world, right? Felicity was still sitting in the same place an hour later when he entered. In her mind, Felicity referred to him as Ben, but she didn't know his name. All she knew was that he came into the bookshop every few days and never bought anything. He was probably close to 30, but the hollows beneath his eyes made him look older. His hair was dark, his eyes darker, and his complexion olive. "Hi, can I help you find anything?" Felicity asked, as she always did, rising from her stool and shutting the book. "I'm just looking," he said with barely a glance in her direction. Felicity watched him browse the new release table, then pick up a book, leaf through it, and set it back down. When he'd first come into the shop a couple of weeks ago, she thought him homeless, but then she'd seen him climb into a car and drive away, and although his clothing was well worn, it was clean. Still, Felicity clicked to the video mode on the company laptop that connected with the security surveillance system so she could watch all the angles of the store. Ben walked down one of the aisles, picked up a book here and there, leafing through pages, then set the book back on the shelf exactly how he'd found it. Next, he picked up an older Jeff Savage mystery paperback, and instead of putting it back onto the shelf, he lifted his shirt and slipped it into the waistband of his jeans. Felicity blinked and leaned closer to the laptop screen. Ben picked up a second book, leafed through it, set it back, then walked around the end of the aisle. Felicity straightened. Ben didn't make eye contact as he walked toward the front of the store. He was leaving with the book. "Wait!" she called after him. Ben started to run. "Stop! You can't steal a book!" She grabbed her phone and ran after Ben. Once she reached the sidewalk, he was near the next corner. She pulled up her camera app with trembling hands and clicked a few pictures, but Ben had already disappeared, so her pictures amounted to blurry photos of a flower planter on the sidewalk. "Are you all right, hon?" a woman said. Felicity looked over at the woman and recognized her as a regular customer at the bookshop, but her name had completely escaped Felicity. "Someone just stole a book and ran out of the shop." "Oh, goodness," the woman continued, her painted-on eyebrows rising so high they met her dyed blonde bangs. "Did you call the cops?" "Not yet." She took a shaky breath. "I guess I need to." "I'll wait with you for the cops to get here," the woman said. "I mean, I was almost a witness to a crime." The woman's voice seemed way too pleased at the prospect. "Okay, thanks," Felicity said, suddenly remembering the woman's name was Nadine Harris. Nadine was 60-something, tall, willowy, and blonde. She always dressed well, and she belonged to a local book club. Her son, Dawson, was an esteemed lawyer in Pine Valley. Nadine walked into the shop with her. "You look a little shaken up, dear," she said. "Maybe we should put out the close sign until the cops get here." "Good idea," Felicity said, although her heart rate was calming down. "Thanks again for being here." Nadine waved a manicured hand. "No problem. You make the call and I'll browse. Maybe I can look for clues." Before Felicity could answer, Nadine continued. "Do you have a coffee machine? It might do us both good." "No, Mr. Smithson doesn't want any aromas in the store that might take away from the new book smell." Felicity was rambling. Nadine laughed. "That Mr. Smithson, he sure is something." Felicity couldn't agree more. She looked up the police department number on her phone, then pressed call. A female officer answered, and after Felicity explained about the theft, the officer said that she'd send someone right over. While they waited, Nadine kept up general chit-chat, which Felicity was grateful for. When she saw a cop car pull up in front of the shop, she walked to the front door and unlocked it. A police officer climbed out of the car and approached the shop. She hadn't seen this officer before, but it wasn't like she'd ever called the police station to report a crime either. His hair was short and dark, and his olive skin made him look like he spent a lot of time in the sun. He was well built, as if he spent his fair share of time in the gym, or maybe chasing bad guys. The cop's dark uniform only emphasized his broad shoulders and the strength of his arms. He was handsome, aided in part by his chiseled jawline, full lips, and dark sunglasses. Well, then, am I really checking out a cop? She blamed it on the aforementioned romance novel she'd been reading that morning. The cop opened the door and strode in, glancing about. He looked as if he'd sprung right from those pages. But this wasn't Adam Heron from Beloved in Blue. Felicity blinked. Yep, the cop had stopped in front of her. She looked up. Yep, he was definitely the tall, dark, and handsome type. This close, she caught his clean spice scent. It was subtle, but Felicity liked subtle. He was also holding out his hand, waiting for her to shake it. Was she supposed to shake a cop's hand? She guessed if he was the one offering, it was okay. "Hi there," the officer said, his warm hand enclosing over hers in a firm grip. "I'm Officer Russo. Are you Felicity Miner?" "Yes." It sounded like a croak. Officer Russo released her hand and slid off his sunglasses. "Oh," Felicity breathed. The warm brown eyes that connected with hers were striking. She didn't know how to exactly describe their color. Maybe hot chocolate brown? The dark chocolate kind? With a dusting of cinnamon? 2. Officer Leo Russo had seen people in shock before. It came with the territory of police work. But he wasn't quite sure that was how he'd describe the woman standing before him. Her green eyes had widened when he'd approached, and her handshake felt like she didn't have a bone in her body. Limp spaghetti. Was she the type of person who was afraid of cops? She'd given him a one-word answer, then clamped her lips shut. Pretty lips, if Leo was to notice that detail. In what he guessed was a nervous gesture, she adjusted her red-framed glasses. Normally, Leo wouldn't have thought much about the color of a person's glasses, but in this case, they matched her shirt. Exactly. She wore a dark red shirt with black stripes topped by a black cardigan. Her red glasses also sported thin black stripes. Huh. Interesting. Leo always noticed details. It was part of his job, but he'd never considered matching glasses to a shirt. He then wondered if Ms. Miner had other glasses she matched to other outfits, or if this was one of those extreme coincidences. Her brown hair had been pulled into a single braid, resting over her shoulder, and he guessed it would reach to the middle of her back if she wore it straight. She wore a little makeup, which was kind of refreshing because her natural beauty was stunning enough. Not that he was comparing her to anyone in particular, especially not his ex-girlfriend Janice Swenson, who'd broken up with him 6 months ago. She couldn't go anywhere without spending an entire hour doing her makeup. No, he wasn't going to compare Ms. Miner to Jana, because although Ms. Miner was a pretty woman, Leo wasn't dating or looking. Well, he couldn't help but look at Ms. Miner because she was standing right in front of him, but he'd get his job done and leave her to her job. Speaking of his job, do you mind showing me where the theft took place? Leo had only been inside the bookshop once, and that was at the grand opening about 10 years ago. It had used to be a dry goods store until a chain grocery store opened up down the road. Ms. Miner blinked. Sure. She turned and led the way to one of the rows of bookshelves. The first thing he noticed were the security cameras. Good for Mr. Smithson. You've got footage? Ms. Miner withdrew a cell phone from her pocket. I'm sorry, but I missed the shot. He took the cell phone from her. I meant the security cameras. He pointed to one of them. Oh, yeah, right. Ms. Miner took the phone back, then tucked away a bit of hair that had come loose from her braid. Nervous habit? Then he noticed the slight tremor of her hands. Nerves or medication? He cataloged that detail in his mind, and before he could ask Ms. Miner where the camera footage could be obtained, another voice interrupted. Leo, it's great to see you. He turned to see Dawson Harris's mom coming out of one of the bookshelf aisles. Leo and Dawson had crossed paths many times due to their professions, which meant Leo also knew the whole Harris family, small towns and all. Mrs. Harris, he said, were you a witness? Oh, no, not me. She put a hand on Ms. Miner's shoulder. I came right as the guy got away. Scared poor Felicity half to death. In fact, now that you're here, I'm gonna get us all coffee. She flashed a lipsticked smile. Be right back. Ms. Miner said, I don't drink coffee. But Mrs. Harris had already bustled out of the store, intent on her errand. She's sort of a fireball, Leo said, looking back to Ms. Miner. Ms. Miner exhaled, and a small smile dimpled her cheek. I noticed. For some reason, Leo was relieved to see her relax a little. So, you don't drink coffee? Ever? Why he was asking her this instead of looking at security footage, she didn't know. Caffeine makes me jumpy. She lifted a shoulder and tilted her head. About all I can handle is mass amounts of chocolate. Leo laughed. Mass amounts, huh? Miss Miner smiled then, really smiled. She'd either had braces as a kid or was one of the few people on Earth gifted with perfectly straight teeth. I'm guessing you have an emergency stash of chocolate at home? He was veering way off course here. Definitely. She lifted her brows. I even have a backup stash to my emergency stash, in case, I blow through the emergency stash before the grocery store opens again. Leo cleared his throat. Ma'am, I think we're dealing with an addiction here. As a member of the Pine Valley Police Force, I might have to take you in for questioning. She smirked. Even for a small-town cop, I'd think you'd have bigger things to worry about. I'll show you the security footage if you want to get some real work done today. Funny. Follow me. Miss Miner turned and walked toward the register. Even though he shouldn't be watching her, he was, and it gave him the opportunity to notice several things about her. First, her nervousness was gone. Second, she had a really nice walk. And third, she had a small rose tattoo on the back of her neck. Surely there was a story there. Leo couldn't deny he was intrigued, but he hadn't come here to be intrigued. He'd come here to track down a shoplifter. Miss Miner reached the desk and turned around before Leo had even taken one step in her direction. Coming? She asked, taking her glasses off, then tapping the keyboard of the laptop. Yep, he said, just checking out the layout of the shop. It wasn't fooling her, but she didn't call him on it, which was a good thing. He joined her at the desk, and at this close of a distance, he caught her scent. Something sweet. Vanilla, maybe? He should know, since his mother obsessively burned vanilla candles around the house. When Ms. Miner pulled up the footage of a young man standing in an aisle, Leo froze. He knew the kid. Well, he wasn't a kid any longer. Leo watched the theft unfold as his cousin Angelo shoved a book down his pants, then hurried out of the store. The camera also caught Ms. Miner's pursuit. Leo's mind spun with questions. What was Angelo doing back in Pine Valley? Where was he staying? And what was up with the shoplifting? It had been a couple of years since Leo had heard anything about his cousin. The last he knew was Angelo was working construction in L.A. The kid had had run-ins with the law before, but Leo had thought Angelo had turned around. Unless Leo's family had kept things from him because he was a cop. What do you think? Ms. Miner asked. Is the footage good enough to ID the guy? Leo exhaled, thinking of all the ramifications this brought to his family, especially now that he was the reporting officer. A guilty conviction for shoplifting could result in jail time. Officer Russo? It took him a moment to respond, and when he did, he looked over at Ms. Miner. There was confusion and curiosity in her eyes. The idea is no problem. I know the man. Her eyes widened. Oh, wow. Is he a known criminal or something? Not in Pine Valley, he said. Ms. Miner was watching him more closely than he liked. It was his job to be observant. Let's get your report filled out, and then I can file the charge with the police department. Leo asked Ms. Miner for her personal information, then wrote down her full report of the incident. One final question, and you should know that it's standard. How was your eyesight? He glanced at the glasses that were still on the desk. Oh, Miss Miner said, picking up the glasses and slipping them back on. These aren't prescription. I wear glasses to make me look older, and for the customers to take my recommendations seriously. Leo scanned her face. She did look older with the glasses on, but it wasn't like she was a teenager or anything. Really? She shrugged. Kinda zany, I guess. And do you always match your eyeglasses to your outfit? She smiled, and Leo found himself smiling back. You do, don't you? Is owning dozens of pairs of glasses gonna count as another addiction? Probably more of a quirk, so you should be safe, ma'am. Good news, she said. And Felicity is better than ma'am. Okay, Felicity. Leo said, his smile pushing through again. I'll be in touch with you about any updates on the case. I can also talk to Mr. Smithson if you want. That would be great, Felicity said. He won't be too happy to hear about this. And I don't know if this should be in your report or not, but the shoplifter, whoever he is, didn't really seem the criminal type. I mean, he looked a little down on his luck, but I had the sense that he really likes books. Not sure why he'd want to steal one, though. The library's down the road. Shoplifting isn't always about someone not having money, Leo said. It's more of a challenge or a dare to themselves, but it can quickly turn into addictive behavior. Right, she said. So my addiction's pale in comparison? Correct. He fought back a smile, all the while knowing that he should leave the shop and track down his cousin instead of chatting with Felicity. Here we are. A cheerful voice cut in as Mrs. Harris entered the store, carrying a drink container with 3 coffee cups. Leo had almost forgotten about her. Thank you, he said, taking the coffee, and Mrs. Harris grinned. Did you solve the case without me? Leo noticed that Felicity didn't take one of the coffee cups. We're close, he said. We've got decent camera footage, and this is a small town. It is, Mrs. Harris said. Can I see the footage? I'm afraid it's evidence, so I can't show it to the public quite yet, Leo said. Oh, goodness, Mrs. Harris said. That's right. This is all so exciting. She turned to Felicity. Are you feeling better? Your color is back. Felicity nodded, and Leo took the opportunity to excuse himself. He wouldn't have minded spending more time talking to Felicity. Maybe asking her about the various colors of her other glasses, or finding out if she had some other quirky habits. But with Mrs. Harris in the mix, that was impossible. Once outside, his head cleared, and he settled into the front seat of his patrol car to call in the report. Then he called his mom. It's about time you called your mother, Leonardo, she said as her greeting. I worry about you day and night, and your father tells me he's tired of hearing about it, but what am I supposed to do? My son is a cop, and every time I turn on the TV, I see— Ma, Leo cut in. He knew as well as anyone that his Italian mother wouldn't stop talking when she was on a roll. I'm calling you now, okay? And I need some information to help in an investigation. Oh, is this like one of those undercover investigations? She gushed. Do I have to swear an oath on the Bible? Leo shook his head, even though his mother couldn't see him. Not exactly. This is off the record. Well, maybe it was an official question. Have you heard from Angelo lately? For once in Leo's entire life, his mother went completely silent. That's when he knew something was wrong. Mom? He knew the call hadn't disconnected because he could still hear the droning of the television in the background that his dad watched 24/7 since his stroke. Here's the thing, Leonardo, his mother said in a hushed voice. Your cousin fell onto some hard times and, well, you know how his mother is, so I told him he could stay here. Leo blew out a breath. How long has he been staying with you? Only a few weeks, his mother said. He's got some job interviews lined up, one at the gas station. Mom, now listen here, she said. I know that you're a cop and everything, but Angelo has turned his life around for the most part. He's clean, you know, and he needs someone to give him a chance. Leo tried to keep his tone even. Where is he right now? He comes and goes, his mother said. I don't make him tell me every little thing. He's a grown man, you know, and look, Leo said, cutting her off. I need to speak with him as soon as possible. I'm coming over so that I'll be there when he gets back. When he hung up with his mother, he told himself that it was better that she didn't know that he was about to turn Angelo's life upside down. 3. When Felicity's cell phone rang 2 hours later, she almost didn't answer it. As tempting as it was to take calls from unknown numbers, she regretted each time she did. Ms. Miner? A deep voice said. This is me, she said. This is Officer Russo, and I'm calling to let you know that we've apprehended the shoplifter. Oh. Felicity hadn't expected anything to happen so quickly, but then again, the cop had said he knew who the man was. Is he in jail? He was taken into custody and processed, but he's out on bail now. So fast. Felicity gripped the phone a little tighter. The judge wasn't busy, so he set bail, and the man's aunt paid the bail. Oh, Felicity didn't know how she felt. On one hand, she didn't think the guy was dangerous, but he clearly knew that she'd turned him in. Would he show up at the bookshop again? He has a court date set for 2 weeks from now, Officer Russo continued, and the judge will sentence him then. Do you think he'll go to jail? It's hard to say, without knowing what else exactly is on his record, he said. He'll get community service and a fine, at the very least. Felicity exhaled, thinking this over. All right, thanks for updating me. No problem. He paused. Is everything else all right? Of course, Felicity said, noting the concern in his voice. She supposed it was part of his job, protect and serve and all that. But when she hung up with the officer, she wished Mr. Smithson wasn't out of town this week. She'd love to end her shift and go back to her house for a long soak in the tub, with all the doors locked. She returned to reading the Alana Johnson novel, but not even the plot progression of the hot police chief and the heroine could distract her. Felicity's mind kept returning to the shoplifter and how he'd come into her store several times, barely speaking a word. Had he been staking out the place? Had he been watching her other times? How long had he been planning on stealing a book, and why a book? It was a strange conundrum to feel sorry for the man, yet stressed that she might run into him again. After all, he was out on bail. She might see him at the grocery store, or run into him at the movie theater tonight when she went with her friend Livy. If Felicity knew, she'd definitely recognize the man, whatever his name was. Her cell rang again, and Felicity flinched, then relaxed when she saw it was Livy. Hi, Liv. I heard about the theft. Are you all right? Livy got right to the point. She worked at the library, and so they loved to talk books together. Felicity filled her friend in on the details. The police already found him, and he's been charged. Wow, that was fast, Livy said. Back in L.A., things would never move this quickly. Livy was a small-town transplant like Felicity. Officer Russo recognized him, Felicity said, so I guess he's someone known to the cops around here. Officer Russo handled the case? Yeah. Do you know him? Livy laughed. Every woman in Pine Valley knows who he is. Well, except for you, apparently. I mean, look at him. He can model for one of those police calendars as one of those smoking hot cops. He broke up with his girlfriend Jana over 6 months ago and hasn't gone on one date since. You can imagine how hot of a commodity he is. So, he's single. Big deal. Felicity agreed with Livy that Officer Russo was a hot commodity, but she wouldn't admit that to her friend. He grew up in Pine Valley, I guess, Livy continued. I've seen him at the city events, but everyone thought he and Jana would get married, and I'm not really into ogling guys who are taken. Plus, I'm not big into guys who are cops or firemen, you know. Felicity smiled. Yeah, you like doctors. Livy had been dating a doctor for the past couple of months. So what? Slade's cute. Felicity laughed. To each his own, or her own. So, tell me, what's Officer Russo like? I only spent a few minutes with him, but he seems pretty observant, Felicity said. About her habits, the color of her glasses. One of the perks of living in a small town, I guess, Livy said. The cops can identify the criminals at first glance. Livy and Felicity had moved to Pine Valley within a couple of months of each other, both of them moving into their grandparents' old houses. Felicity loved having her own little house. Her grandpa had kept it in great repair, and her parents hadn't wanted to leave their community just outside of San Francisco, so they offered Felicity the place to rent. She didn't mind that they were charging her rent. On her 18th birthday, her dad had handed her $1,000 cash and told her that was all the money he'd ever give her. If she wanted to live at home, she had to pay rent. She already had a job at a large chain bookstore, and so when she graduated high school, she went full-time. She eventually moved into an apartment, but when she'd seen the help wanted notice at the Reading Nook when she and her parents had come to Pine Valley for her grandpa's funeral, she decided that was a sign. Pine Valley had been her life for over a year now, and although it was way quieter than she was used to, she didn't mind. Having Livy as a friend was frankly more than she'd had in high school. Felicity had been a latchkey kid and could never invite friends over after school, so she never had a close friend. As the only kid with older parents among her peers, Felicity had lived a relatively simple life. She dated off and on, but she was so used to being on her own that she never made it past a couple of dates with any guy. Felicity doubted she'd ever date any man long enough to fall in love. Sure, she was interested, and flirting was fun, kissing even better. But beyond that, Felicity lost interest. It wasn't something she could really pinpoint, but she chalked it up to the thrill of the chase. Once she'd caught the guy, he became less interesting. "Well, I'm glad the shoplifter was found so fast," Livy said. "I also called because I have to cancel on you tonight. My roommate Mallory has to go out of town for a couple of days, so we'll be doing inventory late." Both women worked at the library. "That's okay," Felicity said automatically, although she didn't really want to be alone tonight. "Can I take a rain check?" Livy continued. "Slade wants to do something Saturday night." Felicity was happy that Livy was dating a great guy. They seemed to complement each other, so she couldn't begrudge her friend's relationship. "Sure, sounds good." She tried to keep her tone light, but that didn't disperse the nervousness that was returning. After hanging up with Livy, Felicity decided she was being silly. She'd never been worried about staying by herself before, and it wasn't like going to a movie with Livy meant Felicity would be any less alone at night. Being alone was kinda her mojo. She was used to it. Surely, if the shoplifter was a dangerous criminal, he wouldn't have been released on bail, right? By the time she'd finished with the online orders for the upcoming month's new releases and helped a few customers who'd come into the shop, it was time to close. Tomorrow was Saturday, and then she'd have a day off. Mr. Smithson's other employee only came in on Sundays. A day off would be just what she needed. She usually rode her bike to work unless she walked, and today had been no exception. She locked up the bookshop, then rode her bike to the grocery store, limiting herself to 2 shopping bags so that the bike wouldn't be off balance when she rode home. An hour later, after grocery shopping, she rode up to the small brick house with its towering pine trees. As Felicity put her bike away, she told herself that she lived in a neighborhood that was plenty safe, and she was sticking to her original decision that a judge wouldn't have released a dangerous criminal on bail, even if he did have priors. Still, as she carried her groceries into the house, her imagination played tricks on her. Had the welcome mat been slightly crooked before? Did the bushes look like someone had stepped through them? Were the locks on the front and back doors really going to keep someone out if they were determined? By the time she'd put the groceries away, her stomach was in knots and her hands were trembling. One part of her guessed she was dealing with the side effect of being robbed. The other part of her knew she had to go through the emotions of whatever this was. Felicity methodically checked the locks of every door and every window, then called her parents' home phone number. Her parents had been in their 40s when they had her, and they'd never been the coddling type. This would be advantageous now, since Felicity needed some common sense advice. Her dad answered on the first ring, and after he told her that her mom was at a ladies' dinner with a friend, Felicity told him what had happened at the shop that morning. As expected, her dad's advice was practical. "Find out the shoplifter's name, and then you can look up any of his priors. There's no use worrying if there's nothing to worry about." So, his words weren't all that comforting. "Okay, that's a good idea," she said anyway. "Information is power," her dad said. Felicity let a small sigh escape. Very true. Her dad didn't offer anything more, and Felicity shouldn't have expected it. Yet she felt disappointed. Her parents weren't the emotional type. They weren't affectionate. They hadn't hugged or kissed her as a child. No story time. No trips to the park. Things she hadn't realized were missing until she started attending elementary school. Sometimes she felt like they were just going through the motions of being a family when everyone would rather do their own thing away from each other. After they'd hung up, Felicity stayed on her couch, thinking about what her dad had said. He was right. The more she knew about the shoplifter, the more power she'd have, so she called the Pine Valley Police Department for the second time that day. When a female officer answered the phone, Felicity introduced herself and explained what she wanted. "Just a minute," the officer said. "Let me transfer you to the reporting officer." Which probably meant Officer Russo. When he answered, he sounded like he was in a rush, and Felicity regretted her call. She was being too paranoid, and the cop had already given her all the information he needed to. "Hello? Is anyone on the line?" he said, making Felicity realize she hadn't actually said anything. Yes, it's Felicity Miner," she said. "Is this a bad time?" His tone softened in recognition, which made her feel both relieved and self-conscious at the same time. "No, it's fine," he said. "What can I help you with?" "I was, wondering if it was possible to get the name of the shoplifter and some details about his previous record," she asked. "I just, well," she exhaled. Why couldn't she spit it out? "I'm worried that he might retaliate now that he's out on bail. Today wasn't the first time he was in the store, like I told you, and I don't know what it all means. I feel like if I know more about him, then I might feel a little safer, I guess." She was rambling, but he seemed to be listening. "It's probably all confidential, I'm sure. Sorry to bother you." He didn't laugh at her, so that was a good sign. "Are you still at the bookshop?" he asked. This question she hadn't expected. "No, I just got home." "Would it be possible to speak to you in person about this?" he asked. "I'm off duty in a few minutes, and I could meet you somewhere, or come by your house." Her house? Was the information about the shoplifter that confidential? It was nearly dark outside, and she didn't really like riding her bike around in the dark. "My house is fine." "All right, I'll be there soon." He hung up before she could give him her address. 4. Leo had never been this spontaneous before. He was a planner down to the minute and to the detail. Offering to stop by Felicity Miner's house wasn't what he'd planned on saying until it came out of his mouth, but he wanted to see her again, as crazy as that sounded. Maybe it was because he hadn't been prepared to feel such a strong attraction toward Felicity Miner. It had come out of the blue. Since the messy breakup with Jana earlier that year, his friends were constantly asking him when he was going to date again, questioning if he was still pining for Jana. No, he was definitely not pining for her. He supposed that he'd been more burned than hurt, but he'd also been mad at himself for getting involved with Jana in the first place and letting things go so far. He'd put up with a lot with Jana, and he shouldn't have. He should have broken things off when he saw the first red flags. During their colossal breakup, Jana had thrown things at him, screamed at him, calling him a lot of terrible names, including a few he didn't know. His mother had been happy when she'd found out they'd broken up. No matter how much she wanted more grandbabies, she'd never liked Jana, although she'd been mum about any specific reasons. And Leo decided that perhaps his mother had been right all along. Jana was sexy, charming, and could be sweet when she wanted to, but it was only when she wanted to. There had been no give and take in their relationship. He gave, she took. She'd pressured him to quit the police force and to go into business with her dad, who owned a grocery store chain. That would have been a real change, cop turned grocery store manager. The last straw had been in February, at her birthday party, when she'd opened the gift he'd bought for her. They were with her friends, always her friends, and she'd smiled at the huge pile of presents on the table. She tore through them all, exclaiming at each one. When she got to his, she picked up the large box. "Did you wrap the smaller box in a bigger box?" she said, flashing him her perfect smile. "You know how they did it on that YouTube video I showed you last week?" "Not exactly." She laughed, thinking he was teasing, but he wasn't. He knew what she was hinting at. She'd told him that if he really wanted to make her happy, he'd propose to her on her birthday. Leo had bought her a leather jacket that she'd admired several times when they'd been out shopping for her. She'd shaken the box. "Feels heavy," she said, her eyes narrowing and her smile drooping. Then she ripped the paper and lifted the lid. Her eyes widened, and she lifted out the jacket, checked all the pockets. No ring. In Leo's defense, he'd never agreed to get her a ring. He hadn't even told her he wanted to get married. That was all Jana's idea, and he believed it should be a joint decision. But the look in her eyes made everyone at the party make a quick exit. And that's when they'd had their big fight. But that was thankfully in the past, and here he was, driving to Felicity Miner's house, because he hadn't been able to stop wondering about her since that morning at the bookshop. As he pulled up to the brick house surrounded by a tidy yard, he wondered if he should have just met her in town. He dreaded telling her that the shoplifter was his own cousin. Leo popped a piece of gum into his mouth and climbed out of his car. Walking up to the front door, he started to feel nervous. Well, not exactly nervous, something else. Anticipation? He knocked on the door, and a couple moments later it cracked open. Felicity stood there, but the dimness from inside the house kept her face in shadow. "Hi," he said. Slowly, she pulled the door open wider. Her hair was the same, her clothing the same, but no red glasses. "You changed your clothes," she said, her gaze moving over his body. Leo glanced down at his jeans and t-shirt, and he looked back to Felicity. "I'm off duty, so I changed." "At the police station?" She asked a lot of questions, he thought. "We have lockers." Her cheeks flushed a pale pink, which only made her eyes look greener, and her mouth. He cleared his throat. "Lockers, that makes sense." He felt like laughing, but he wasn't exactly sure why. "Thanks for being willing to let me cut into your Friday night." Felicity smiled, but it didn't quite reach her eyes. "No problem. Were my questions out of line?" "The ones about me changing my clothing, or about the shoplifter?" Her cheeks were pink again. Had he embarrassed her? Or was he flirting with her? Oh, the shoplifter. Her voice was faint. Leo studied her. Was he making her nervous? Was this all a mistake? He rubbed the back of his neck. "Your questions are fine. I didn't want you to get the wrong information if you Googled the shoplifter's name." She lifted her shoulders. "Fair enough." She gazed at him for a moment longer, then said, "Come in and sit down. Are you thirsty or hungry?" "I'm fine, thanks." He walked into the front room as she held open the door. Passing by her, he smelled vanilla again. It was mild, mellow, and he liked it, even though he probably shouldn't be thinking about how she smelled. This time, her smile seemed genuine. "I'm glad you're not hungry because I just went grocery shopping and discovered I still don't have any ingredients to make a meal." "Sounds like something I'd do." He sat on an overstuffed chair across from a couch. The pair was mismatched, and the room hadn't been updated since the 70s. Dark wood paneling, stone fireplace, macrame pictures on the walls. "Are those your art creations?" Felicity settled on the couch across from him, and her shoulders seemed less tense. "No, I think they were my mom's, though. Probably from 6th grade." "So, this was your family's home? I didn't know you grew up here." "My mom did, not me," she said. "We'd come for holidays, but home's near San Francisco. I've been here about a year." Leo nodded. "Strange we haven't run into each other in that time." He would have certainly remembered her if he had. "Well, I haven't had to call the police before." Her gaze scanned him quite openly, in fact. "You look different when you're not in uniform." He wasn't sure what to make of her scrutiny, but he was curious. "How so?" Her cheek dimpled. "Less intimidating, I guess. Although I thought you were very nice about everything when you showed up at the bookshop." "Nice?" he prompted, because it seemed like when he was around her, he couldn't help bantering. She blinked a couple of times, as if her comments were completely innocuous, which perhaps they were. "Nice and patient with a newbie like me." Leo laughed. "Most people are newbies when it comes to dealing with cops and crimes." "Right." Her lips curved into a smile. "So, who's this mystery shoplifter?" Leo sobered and leaned forward. "Here's the thing. When I said I recognize the shoplifter, it's because his name is Angelo Russo." It would take her only seconds to connect the dots, so he went ahead and said it. He's my cousin. Her brows shot up. Oh, that's... wow. Yeah, I didn't even know he was in Pine Valley, Leo said. He's had a troubled life, but as far as I knew, the last few years he's been working full-time and keeping things clean. It's been a while since I've seen him. Felicity exhaled. Is he from here? No, but he's staying with my parents. Felicity stared at him. I just found out today, Leo continued. I'm not too happy about the circumstances, and you can bet that I'll be keeping a close eye on him. It's not your fault, she said in a slow voice, but it certainly puts you in a strange situation. Leo couldn't explain it, but he was relieved she felt that way. I wanted to meet with you, so I could answer any of your questions. I went over his record, and there hasn't been anything for a few years. Of course, that could mean he just hasn't been caught. His priors include a couple of drug paraphernalia charges and one other shoplifting charge. If you look him up, you'll see those convictions. Nothing violent or anything like that? She asked. Leo shouldn't have been surprised at the question, but he was. No. She leaned back on the couch, and he realized she'd been more tense than he thought. Do you have a roommate? Her gaze flickered with something unreadable. Not right now. Security system? No. Her brows pulled together. Should I? It's Pine Valley. Most people do it for peace of mind. He rested his forearms on his knees. Although, you're right, Pine Valley is pretty safe. She didn't exactly look convinced. I could check your locks if you want. She hesitated, then said, Will that be okay? I mean, I'm not usually a nervous person, and maybe after a couple of days I'll think differently. Leo stood. I'm happy to do it. Okay, then. She stood as well and led him into the kitchen. There's only the 2 windows in here. Leo tested the locks, and as he suspected, these windows were probably original to the house, and the locks were sturdy. He didn't want to tell her that if a criminal was motivated enough, they'd find a way in, no matter the lock system. Security systems were the only true warning. He turned to scan the rest of the kitchen. On top of the oak kitchen table sat 3 pairs of glasses. One of them was the red and black striped pair. Your collection? Oh, that's only a sample, she said in an amused tone. I've got dozens more. She picked up a pair of navy ones and slipped them on. What do you think? Does it make me look older and more bookish? Leo studied her for a second. I think it does. He reached out and slipped them off. Her green eyes were beautiful, with or without glasses, but that wasn't what she'd been asking. Maybe more bookish, but not really older. How old are you? Felicity took the glasses from him, and their hands brushed. Leo told himself that he shouldn't be noticing those things. 27, she said. Really? I would have guessed younger. 27 was good, especially since he was nearly 30. Not that he'd dwell on that fact. People have always told me I look younger than my age, she said. I'm treated with more respect when I'm wearing glasses. Kind of weird, huh? Leo nodded. Yeah, people are weird in general. We judge a lot based on first impressions. It comes with my job as well. She tilted her head, and Leo wondered if he'd ever been scrutinized as much as he felt he was being analyzed by Felicity. You sort of have to make quick judgments, though, she said. It's what you're trained to do. Yeah. She merely looked at him, and it was sort of uncanny. He decided she would probably make a good detective. I'm sorry about your cousin, she said. Leo's brows shot up. You're sorry? Well, I'm sorry he felt like he needed to steal a book, and I'm sorry that you have to deal with the aftermath, both as a cousin and as a cop assigned to the case. I'm being taken off the case because of the family relationship, Leo said. Filling the report was about as involved as I can be. But I'm going to keep a close eye on Angelo. Felicity nodded. Then she led him through the rest of the house, and he checked all the window locks, including the back door, which only had a doorknob lock. One thing he noted was that Felicity hadn't done any of the upgrades or remodeling that so many people in the neighborhood had done to these older houses, but everything was in decent shape and cared for well. They stepped into the last bedroom, and Leo paused in the doorway. The room was stuffed with bookcases, and the shelves teemed with books like her own personal library. Wow. Are all these your books? About half, Felicity said. The rest are my grandpa's. We shared the same passion for reading. Leo walked into the room and paused in front of the first shelf. Some of the titles were classics he vaguely remembered from high school. Do you ever read any of these twice, or is this sort of like a shrine? Felicity came to stand next to him and pulled one of the books from the shelf. I've read this one several times. He looked at the cover. The Witch of Blackbird Pond? What's that about, a witch? It's about more than a witch, she said, her eyes gleaming. It's about a woman trying to fit into her community. I guess I sort of relate to her. She was standing rather close, and Leo gazed down at her, inhaling her vanilla scent. He wondered if it was her lotion or body spray, or maybe shampoo. Her green eyes held his. Is that how you felt in Pine Valley? She hesitated, and Leo saw the debate in her eyes. Not Pine Valley specifically. Growing up as an only child and having parents older than most sort of made me feel isolated from the average family. Luckily, I have books. Obviously. She offered a soft smile, and he smiled back. Do you like to read? She asked. Is this a trick question? Her smile widened, and her dimple appeared. How is that a trick question? Either you do or you don't. Simple answer. Leo leaned against the bookcase and folded his arms. Not so simple. Because I'm talking to a woman who works in a bookshop and has a personal library that rivals that of most college English professors. So if I say I don't like to read, you'll think I'm an uneducated hack. And if I say I do like to read, then you'll be talking my ear off for the next 2 hours about books you think I have to read on my next day off. No, she said, her mouth twitching as if she was trying to suppress a laugh. I wasn't planning on forming my final opinion about you based on whether you like to read or not. Final opinion? Leo asked. Does that mean you have an opinion of me now? She shrugged and turned from him to put the book back. Her hair nearly brushed his arm, and he reached up to touch the end of her braid. She didn't react, and maybe hadn't even noticed his touch, but the action crossed that line between helping a citizen and flirting with a woman. He lowered his hand and took a step back. So, what do you recommend? She asked, turning to face him. To read? She smiled, and he had to drag his gaze away from the curve of her lips and dimpled cheek to focus on her eyes. No, do you think I need a security system? She asked. He blinked. I would never discourage anyone from putting in a security system. But I think if your doors had better locks, such as deadbolts, you'd have more peace of mind in general, since you live alone and all. She bit her lower lip. That's probably a good idea. Leo forced his gaze back to her eyes. Are you allergic to dogs? No. Are you thinking I should get one of those watchdogs? Is that what you have? Not exactly, although I do like dogs. Oh, right, you have a gun, she said, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. And you're a trained police officer, so you're probably a pretty good shot. This time he smiled. Probably. Well, Officer Russo, I think I will get deadbolts, she said in a voice that had suddenly become breathless. She pulled out her phone and opened a browser. Do you know where I can buy any? I'm assuming the hardware store is closed by now. Would they be at the grocery store? He tried not to act surprised. She was going to change her locks tonight? That meant she was a lot more nervous than he'd suspected. Leo knew Angela wasn't about to track down Felicity and break into her house, yet it seemed that the shoplifting incident had put Felicity on alert when she hadn't been before. There was a hardware aisle at the grocery store, but the selection was probably minimal. If you want them in tonight, I could check with my friend Grant Shelton, who's in construction. He probably has some lying around. She didn't hesitate, didn't miss a beat. That would be great. 5. Felicity didn't know why she was accepting more help from the cop, but she sort of liked having him around. Which, of course, was kind of backwards. She should be moving on from the shoplifting incident, putting it all behind her, not having her house inspected for security issues or allowing Officer Russo to call in a favor. Instead of feeling guilty about infringing on his time, she felt bad that she had nothing to feed him. Surely he was hungry if he'd just gotten off his shift. He was still on the phone in the living room, talking to his friend, while Felicity stared into her refrigerator. She had bread, bananas, milk, cheese, eggs, apples, lettuce, and expired yogurt. She shut the refrigerator door when she heard Officer Russo's conversation come to an end. She was about to join him in the living room when he walked into the kitchen. His presence seemed to take over the small space. She'd never thought the kitchen was all that small until there were two of them in it. Without locks to check or bookshelves to browse, she suddenly focused on and couldn't decide if he was better looking in uniform or in his street clothes, although she shouldn't really be comparing his looks or even checking him out in any way. He was helping her out, not asking her out. "Grant's on his way over," he said. "To drop off the locks?" "He said he'd be happy to install them." Officer Russo leaned against the counter, his brown eyes warm. "I don't want to put him out or anything," she said. "I can put them in." At the surprised expression on his face, Felicity said, "Don't tell me you're a chauvinist." He chuckled. "Not at all. I guess I'm surprised since you're so bookish and, well, you know." She stared at him. "I'm what?" The corners of his mouth twitched, but he seemed to be very good at holding back his smile. "Nothing. I think it's great you can change out locks in a door." Felicity held back her own smile. "The fact is, I've never tried it, but how hard can it be?" He slipped his hands into the pockets of his pants. "Not hard." "Okay, then. When's your friend gonna be here?" she said. I mean, we could order pizza or something if it's gonna be a while." The doorbell rang, and Felicity nearly jumped out of her skin, which probably wasn't the best reaction when she was trying to prove she was a calm and collected person to a police officer. But Leo didn't comment on her jumpiness. "That's probably him, unless you did order pizza." "Unfortunately, no." Before Leo turned from the kitchen, she caught his smile. And as she followed him to the front door, she wondered if she really was going to be stubborn enough to insist on putting in the locks herself. Of course she was, and she didn't want to make Leo or his friend stick around and do her another favor. Grant Shelton came into the house. He was taller than Leo by a few inches, and he definitely had the build of someone who did physical labor every day. He wore his brown hair short, and she decided his blue eyes were friendly. Grant was a nice-looking man, but there was none of the draw that Leo seemed to have. For one thing, his demeanor was a lot more serious, even though he seemed willing to hand-deliver locks to a random house on a Friday evening. "I'm Felicity Miner," she said. "Thanks for coming over." Grant nodded at her, then turned his gaze to Leo. "Don't tell me you're going to try and install these yourself." Leo laughed. "No. You remember me in woodshop? I still have the scar on my thumb where I nearly cut it off." Felicity looked from Leo to Grant. This was interesting. "No problem, then," Grant said. "You can owe me lunch this time." "Sure thing," Leo said. Grant chuckled and turned to the door, fiddling with the knob. He pulled out a screwdriver from his tool belt and got to work. "Wait a minute," Felicity cut in. "I was planning on changing the locks. I didn't expect you to do the work." Grant looked over at Felicity. "It's no problem. I could start on the front door, and you can do the back door. Have you changed locks before?" "Not exactly," Felicity said. "But how hard can it be?" Grant sent a smirk in Leo's direction, who threw his hands up. "I can't be good at everything, you know. I can pick locks, if that counts for anything." "We'll let it count." Grant opened a toolbox he'd carried to the front door and plugged in a drill. "We'll need to make a hole for the deadbolt. That's what you wanted, right?" His eyes connected with Felicity's. "Right." She exhaled. "Maybe I'll let you do both doors to keep the consistency going." This time, Leo smirked at her. "Did you really almost cut your thumb off?" she asked him. He held up his left hand, and Felicity stepped closer. Sure enough, there was a long, thin scar. She took his hand and turned it over. His hand was warm and solid, and she felt her heart rate kick up. "Close call," she said, then released his hand. The drill started up, and Felicity's stomach rumbled about the same time. She usually didn't wait this long to eat after getting off work, and the stress of the day seemed to be making her extra hungry. She walked into the kitchen, away from the sound of the drilling and the men chatting about old high school antics. Pulling out her cell phone, she ordered a large pizza. She figured if the men didn't want to stick around for it, she'd have leftovers for a couple days, which was fine with her. After the phone call, she went back to the front door. Grant had the old lock entirely off and the holes for the deadbolt drilled. They were talking about pranks they used to do while on the high school football team. For an instant, Felicity could totally picture the two of them playing pranks. "I ordered a pizza, if you guys want any," Felicity said. "Thanks, but I've got a dinner date with my kid tonight," Grant said. "You have Trent for the weekend?" Leo asked. "Yep," Grant said. "He'd love another tour of the station, if you're working this weekend." "I have the night shift tomorrow," Leo said. "Is 8 o'clock too late to bring him?" "I'll text you," Grant said. "It might be perfect to bring him at 8, wear him out so that he'll fall asleep on the way back to my place." Leo nodded, then looked over at Felicity. "I'm always up for pizza." His smile made her want to smile back, so she did. "Okay, I hope you like pepperoni." She ignored the fluttering in her stomach. "I've never seen Officer Russo turn down any type of food," Grant said. Leo laughed. "Yeah, I don't remember ever doing so." Grant straightened. "One lockdown." "Wow, that was quick." Grant chuckled as he passed Leo. "Is your back door this way?" he asked Felicity. "I'll show you." She led the way down the hall, past the laundry room, and to the back door. She stepped out onto the deck as Grant worked. Then she walked toward the line of trees that separated her yard from another neighbor's. She remembered climbing the trees as a young girl by herself, while her parents stayed inside the house to talk to her grandparents. She wished she could go back in time and see her grandparents again. It was probably why she hadn't changed anything about the house, except for moving her things in. Laughter between the two men reached her, and she glanced over at them. For some reason, it made her happy to see Leo laughing with his friend. She was sure a cop's job could be stressful, and sometimes dangerous, and it was nice to see him in a relaxed environment, enjoying himself. Just then, Leo looked over at her, and their gazes connected. It was too late to look away and pretend she hadn't been watching. So she owned up to it, smiled, and crossed the lawn toward them. "I should probably stay close to the front door in case the pizza guy shows up," she said. Hey," Grant said before she could move past him. "I have sort of a situation you both might be able to help me with." Felicity paused. "Trent goes back to his mom's on Sunday, and my brother's wife has set me up with one of her friends," Grant said. "You know, blind date. But what if the two of you come and we turn it into a double date? Way less pressure that way." Felicity's face warmed, and she couldn't think of a response. Thankfully, Leo jumped in. "We're not, dating." Grant's brows lifted, and he looked from Leo to Felicity. "Oh." Then he laughed. "Well, you could have fooled me." Interestingly enough, Leo's face looked a little red, too. Felicity tried not to stare. She gave Grant a half smile, then turned to go. "Wait," Grant said. "You could both still come, as friends. It would really help a guy in need. You know, the guy who answered your call." He looked pointedly at Leo, then his gaze moved to Felicity. "A guy who just installed 2 deadbolts and 2 new doorknobs with locks on your doors?" Felicity didn't move, didn't answer. She'd let Leo handle this one. "How about I call you later about it?" Leo said. "After tomorrow's shift, I'll know better what's going on. I have some things to help my mom with, and I'm not sure about the timing. She knows I have the Sunday off." Grant seemed to consider this for a moment. "Okay, call me later then." Felicity took it as her cue that she could leave. As she walked through the house, she felt sort of let down. She couldn't explain it because she certainly didn't expect Leo to bring her along on a double date. They'd just met. And Felicity tended to let her imagination grow much bigger than life. Which probably explained the new deadbolts on her door because she'd been stressed about a shoplifter at her work. She blamed it on her books. Okay, then. She reached the door just as a red Honda Civic with one of those glowing pizza signs on top pulled into her driveway. Perfect timing. She grabbed her purse and waited for the delivery guy to reach the porch. She paid him, thanked him, then carried the box inside and set it on the table. The box was warm, and when she lifted the lid to peek inside, steam wafted out. It smelled heavenly, and her stomach growled in response. "Thanks for everything," she heard Leo say, his voice growing closer. Seconds later, both Grant and Leo paused in the entryway of the kitchen. "Thank you, Grant," Felicity added. "You went above and beyond." He smiled. "Enjoy your new locks, and on Sunday night I hope that you find some compassion in your heart to help me out." Leo clapped him on the back and Grant laughed. "Thanks, man," Leo said. "We'll keep in touch." "The boss has spoken." Grant saluted Leo, then strode toward the front door. When the front door shut, Leo crossed to the table and opened the box. Picking up a slice, he took a bite before Felicity could offer a plate or a napkin. "You are hungry," she said, holding back a smile. "Starving," he said with a wink and took another bite. Felicity forced herself to walk to the cupboard and pull out some plates. She would not let the fact that he'd winked at her make her think it was anything more than a little flirting. She was glad he'd stayed for the pizza because it made her feel like she'd repaid him for his time in some small way. As for Grant, that was another matter, but Felicity wasn't about to suggest they go on a double date with him. She set a plate on the table in front of Leo, who was working on his second slice. He mumbled a thank you, and Felicity bit back a laugh. She grabbed 2 water bottles from her fridge and wondered if he'd prefer something with more substance, but she pretty much drank only water, juice, and hot chocolate. She brought the water bottles over to the table, pulled out a chair, then said, "You can sit down, you know." He sat, then used one of the napkins to wipe his mouth. "I guess I'm used to eating on the go." She took her first bite. The pizza was perfect temperature and the cheese a perfect gooey. She took a second bite, then watched Leo as he took a pull on his water bottle. "This is great, thanks." He pointed at her face. "You've got some sauce on your chin." She grabbed a napkin and wiped at her chin. "Thanks. I'm glad you're not one of those people who doesn't say something when a person has food stuck in their teeth." He smiled. "Well, if you were my sister, I might let you find out on your own, but you're not my sister." "No, I'm not." Felicity felt on the verge of blushing, so she kept talking to avoid it. "How many siblings do you have?" "2 sisters, 3 brothers," he said, "and, of course, dozens of cousins, like any respectable Italian family, one of whom you've had the misfortune of meeting." "I wouldn't say I've formally met Angelo." "True." Leo picked up a third piece and took a bite. Felicity bit into her own pizza. So good. She might have moaned, and that made Leo laugh. "Sorry, I'm used to living alone. I guess I have bad habits." "No worse than me standing up to eat the pizza." "Can't argue there." She took another bite, then realized Leo had stopped eating and was now watching her. "Do I have more sauce on my chin?" "No." "Then why are you staring at me?" His flush was back, but he didn't avert his gaze. "Maybe we should help Grant out." Felicity stilled. Um, what?" "You know, help him on his blind date." Felicity set her pizza down and took a sip of her water, biding her time as she thought fast. She knew better than to think he was asking her out. Out. It was, as Grant suggested, a favor. She must have taken too long to reply, or Leo read into her very long hesitation. "How about I call you Sunday morning, and we can decide from there?" "Call me?" Okay." She wanted to say no. Because while it had been fun to half flirt with this smoking hot cop, it was a whole other thing to go on a date with him, even if it was more of a filler date and not instigated by him in the first place. "You can say no," Leo said. His brown eyes were warm, but she knew he wasn't teasing and that he wouldn't hold a grudge if she turned it down. Maybe it was because she figured police officers were generally trustworthy. Yet, "You call me Sunday, and I'll tell you no then, if that's my answer." "Fair enough." He took another bite of his pizza. After he chewed and swallowed, he said, "Either I'm really hungry or the pizza joint has upped its game." "Both," Felicity said, glad they were talking about food now. It is really good tonight. Leo's gaze connected with hers again, and she tried not to read anything into his study of her. Let me see your phone, he said, and I'll put my number in it. Felicity blinked. Oh, right. For Sunday. She handed him her phone and watched as he created a contact. Then he texted himself and picked up his own phone to enter in her information. Have you been friends with Grant for a long time? She asked. He looked up from his phone. Yeah, we played Little League together, and then, of course, in high school. In high school, she would have never sat at a table and eaten pizza with one of the jocks. Which sports? Football, basketball, and baseball. All of them? Small town, he said, then took another drink from his water bottle. We could play more than one sport. No big deal. Now it seems like my nieces and nephews are committing to one sport by the age of 10 and playing it year-round. True, Felicity said, although she had very little knowledge of the world of kids and sports. Do you have a lot of nieces and nephews? He nodded. 15. I'm the youngest of my siblings, so I have some who are in middle school. You're the baby? Felicity asked, not sure why this was amusing to her. Maybe because he was a cop who looked like he could chase down any fleeing criminal. Leo smiled. I am. No wonder you're so confident, she said, seeing that she'd surprised him with her observations. Confident or cocky, it's hard to tell the difference. He nodded slowly, his smile remaining. Are you still forming your opinion of me? Maybe. Leo laughed. You're the baby of your family, too. I'm an only child. There's a big difference. He lifted his brows and rested his elbows on the table. Apparently, he was finished eating. How? She debated if she should give him the long answer or the short answer, since she tended to put more details in her responses than other people. An only child can't be compared to a kid who has siblings, because all of the sibling factors in order of birth don't apply. Felicity shrugged. And my parents were in their early 40s when they had me, so you might say that makes my parent-child relationship even more unique. More like a grandparent-child relationship? Leo asked. Felicity was surprised that he seemed invested in the conversation this much. She'd fully expected him to get the glazed look in his eyes that so many people did when she drilled down on details and made clarifications in conversation. Yeah, but different. Maybe you're an anomaly then. Felicity smiled. An anomaly? I'm not sure that's something I want to be called. Why not? It's a good thing in my book, Leo said. I mean, you're unique. I, for one, haven't met someone like you before. Everyone's unique. Felicity rose from the table and closed the pizza box. Then she threw away her water bottle. When she turned around, Leo had risen too and crossed over to the trash. He moved around her and tossed his empty water bottle into the trash, then turned to face her. Because she hadn't moved, he stood only a couple of feet away from her. This close, she could smell his clean spice scent again. She also had to look up to meet his brown gaze. Do you want some hot chocolate? He blinked, as if he couldn't believe what she'd just said, and truthfully, she couldn't either. It was almost like she was trying to get him to stay longer. Chocolate. Yeah, she said. You know, a combination of hot water or steamed milk and chocolate powder. I have different flavors as well. Vanilla, orange, dark. The corners of his mouth quirked. Dark. Doesn't the mix come in milk chocolate or dark chocolate already? Oh, so you do know what hot chocolate is. He folded his arms and leaned against the counter. She didn't let herself notice how that made his arms look even more sculpted. I do remember that you're addicted to hot chocolate. She held back a smile. Right, which means that I should have some now to feed that addiction. His cell phone rang from where he'd left it on the table, and he ignored it. Although she knew he was being polite, she could see that the ringing phone made him tense. You can answer. She leaned against the counter herself to put more space between them. He hesitated, then crossed to the table and picked up the phone. He sent the caller to voicemail, then slipped the phone into his pocket. It's my mom. She probably wants to talk more about Angelo. Felicity nodded. Leo walked back over toward her and rested a hand on the counter next to her. Her heart rate nearly doubled. What was he doing? And why did his eyes have to be so intent on her, like he was looking right into her soul? Was that a cop thing, too? So, his smile was back. Even if Grant hadn't pulled out his pity party double date idea, I was thinking that maybe we could go out to dinner sometime. She blinked. Leo was asking her out? On a date? She knew she should say something, needed to say something. His smile remained in place, and he leaned a little closer, which only made her pulse drum faster. How about you think about that, too? He said in that low tone of his. And when I call you Sunday, you can let me know. Somehow she found her voice. Okay. Yep, that was it. Okay. Great. And if you're worried about anything else in your house, you can contact me. He straightened and his phone rang again. I guess I'll have to take a rain check on that hot chocolate. Felicity watched him walk out of the kitchen without giving her a chance to say goodbye or to thank him again for his help. Granted, she was pretty much at a loss for words as a dozen different responses ran through her mind, each of them colliding and canceling each other out. Thank you, she finally whispered, but he'd already left through the front door. She hurried to the front room and watched his civilian car pull away from her house in the dark. When had night fallen? The red taillights moved farther and farther away until trees obstructed her view. Huh. If Felicity had been told this morning that a cop would ask her on a date, she would have never believed it. 6. Hi, Mom, Leo said, using his Bluetooth as he drove away from Felicity's house. If he hadn't felt such urgency to call his mom back, he might be sipping hot chocolate right now with Felicity. Well, he probably would have turned the drink down, since it didn't exactly sound like an after-pizza chaser. Are you still on shift? No, I'm on my way home. Oh, great, she said, relief evident in her voice. Angelo's missing. Leo slowed the car down but kept driving. He wasn't going to hit the panic button, not yet. His mother tended to blow things out of proportion. What do you mean, missing? He didn't come home for dinner, which he knows we always eat at 5 o'clock because Dad likes to go to bed early. His mom's voice sounded plenty worried. I decided that maybe he lost track of time or even ate fast food somewhere. Still, I worried because of that charge he got earlier in the day, and I thought he might still be upset and do something dumb. A few minutes ago, I went into his room, Victor's old room. There was a note on the bed. Leo blew out a breath. A note meant he really had left. He wasn't just late. What does the note say? His mother started to cry. Mom? Sorry, it's just that... She took a shaky breath and said, he says he's a failure and that it would be better for everyone if he no longer existed. Leo felt like he'd been punched in the stomach. He pulled over to the side of the street and stopped the car. His police training didn't need to tell him that this was definitely a cry for help, and he hoped it wasn't too late. Okay, Mom, this is what you're gonna do. Look through his room to see if there are any clues he left. Clues? What kind of clues? She asked, her voice rising in panic. A receipt or a note, he said. I'm gonna hang up and call the police department and put them on alert. I'll also drive around to see if I can find him. Does he have a car? No, only my car is around, and he didn't take it, she said. Okay, I'm going to the bus station, and then I'll drive through town and ask if anyone has seen him. He paused. If you find anything, call me back. I will, she said, her voice steadier now. When Leo hung up, he was both worried and angry. Worried that Angela was going to do something really stupid, and angry that his mom had to deal with this. She had enough to deal with in life since his dad needed so much care after his stroke. His sister Maria went to his mom several times a week with her 2 little kids and helped out around the house, but Maria couldn't deal with Angelo's issues too. Leo called the police station and talked to the police chief about the situation. Chief Waring promised to put several officers on the alert. Leo pulled out onto the street and drove straight to the bus station. Hopefully he'd be lucky tonight. His mom needed good news. When Leo pulled up to the bus station, he parked at one end, then climbed out of his car. He scanned the waiting passengers as he approached. None of them were his cousin. He'd have to ask if any of them had seen Angelo. But just before he approached, the first person waiting movement caught his eye. A young man came out of the restroom facilities. "Angelo," Leo said, although his cousin was too far away to hear him. Yet at that moment, Angelo looked over and saw Leo. He froze. Then Angelo turned and started to walk quickly in the opposite direction. "No, you don't," Leo muttered under his breath. He broke into a jog, not wanting to alarm the others at the station or create any sort of spectacle. Angelo was past the station now, heading down the road, away from town. He increased his pace, and so did Leo. "Angelo, wait!" Leo called out, but his cousin kept moving. Moments later, both men had broken into an all-out run. As Leo closed the distance on the younger man, he was grateful for the police chief's insistence that all his officers do a cardio regimen 4 to 5 times a week. "Stop, Angelo," Leo said as he neared. "We need to talk." Angelo veered off the road and Leo followed. The underbrush slowed them both down, especially with the limited visibility of the moon overhead. When Angelo stumbled, Leo took the advantage and grasped his jacket. "Let go!" Angelo shouted, but Leo got a hold of his cousin's arm and wrenched him to a stop. Angelo turned and tried to fight back, but Leo was quicker. He shoved Angelo to the ground and knelt on top of him, keeping Angelo's chest pinned with his knee. "Where are you going?" Leo ground out. "You know you have a court date coming up. Running will only make things worse." Angelo tried to push Leo off him, but Leo wasn't about to let him go. "What's it to you?" Angelo spat out. "You have a perfect family. You with your job as a cop. I'm not going to be your charity case. I can take care of myself." "Is shoplifting and getting arrested how you take care of yourself?" Leo asked, trying to calm his breathing. Angelo jerked beneath him, but Leo held fast. "Why'd you do it?" Leo asked. Angelo closed his eyes and exhaled. Then he opened his eyes and said, "I was casing the store, checking out the security system." "Seeing what you can get away with?" Leo said. "So you could move on to the cash register next?" Angelo didn't need to answer. Leo could see it in his eyes that he'd guessed right. Leo felt sick at the thought of Angelo forcing Felicity to empty the cash register. "You piece of... You don't know anything," Angelo spat. "Your parents gave you everything. You never spent a day on the streets. Everything in life is handed to you." He crept up Leo's neck as his anger simmered. "My mother let you live with her in good faith, and you repay her by breaking the law?" Angelo's face contorted into something that looked like pain. "I don't want to hurt her, so it's better I go." "It's better that you apologize to her," Leo said, "and it's better that you face the consequences of your actions and get an honest job." Angelo flexed his jaw. "Pine Valley hates me now. Small towns hold grudges." Leo stared at Angelo. "No one hates you. I'll help you, man, but you've got to go to your court date in 2 weeks and show the judge that you're willing to change, get a job, pay the fines, and become independent." "No one will hire me now," Angelo said with something like regret in his tone. It was a start. Leo eased his grip. "I have connections, friends. Grant Shelton and his brother run a construction business. They have more work than they can handle. I remember you were always a whiz at fixing stuff." For the first time since Leo had taken Angelo down, Angelo's expression softened. "Remember that rocket launcher I built? I nearly gave your sisters heart attacks." Leo smiled. "Yeah, that was some rocket launcher." He moved off Angelo, rose to his feet, and extended his hand. Angelo hesitated, then let Leo help him to his feet. "I'll call Grant on the way back to Mom's," Leo said. "Couldn't hurt to ask. If he doesn't have anything, then I can put in a good word for you at one of the restaurants. Everyone needs a good dishwasher." Angelo groaned, and Leo chuckled. "Whatever, man," Angelo said. "I'd even wash dishes at this point." Leo exhaled, relief rushing through him. "Good to hear." "You know I still hate you," Leo smirked. "Life's always greener on the other side, huh? I can promise that everyone's going through something, so don't think you're alone." "I guess you'd know, being a cop and all." Angelo met Leo's gaze. "You probably see the worst in people all the time." "I see them at their worst moments," Leo said. There's a difference. Now, can I call Mom to tell her you're fine? Angelo rubbed at his face. Yeah. So Leo made the call as he and Angelo trudged in the direction of the bus station. After calming his mother down, he informed the police chief to call off the search. Once Leo and Angelo were in the car, Leo made one more call to Grant Shelton. Is this about that favor you owe me? Grant said when he answered the call. Not exactly. I need a favor from you, Leo said. Another one. And then I'll really owe you. Grant chuckled. I guess there could be worse things than a cop owing me a favor. What is it? Leo explained that his cousin was in Pine Valley looking for some work. He glanced over at Angelo, hoping that this was the right decision. He has some construction experience, and really he's willing to do anything to get going. We are busy, Grant said. I don't really have time to train someone, but I'm willing to see what he can do. Tell him to show up Monday morning at my brother's house. We'll get him working on something. Thanks, man, Leo said. You don't know what this means to me. Just don't forget Sunday night, Grant said. And hey, it will be a win-win if it all works out. Great. When Leo hung up, he looked over at his cousin. You've got a job starting Monday morning. Don't screw it up. Angelo nodded. I won't. His tone was more humble than Leo had ever heard it before. Thanks. I'll make good on it. He doesn't know about your record yet, Leo continued, but I'm gonna tell him, and he'll be employing you on my reputation, so you need to make yourself indispensable. Yes, sir. Leo hoped he hadn't made a mistake. When they reached his mom's home, she was out on the porch waiting, and so was his sister Maria and her husband. Everyone welcomed Angelo with a hug, and this relieved Leo more than anything. If Angelo could believe he was loved, he'd be more likely to make better decisions. It was all Leo could hope for. On his way to his apartment that night, he called Grant back and told him about Angelo's record. I don't want you to be surprised if you find out some other way. Answer me this, Grant said. Would you give him a second chance? He's living at my mom's house, if that tells you anything. That's all I need to know, Grant said. But don't think you're getting off the hook for the double date. Even if you don't want to bring Felicity Miner, find someone else. Leo exhaled. I haven't been dating since Jana. It's not like I've been secretly collecting a bunch of women's numbers. Besides, I did ask Felicity after you left, but she didn't give me a straight answer. We only met this morning, you know. Wow, Grant said. That is quick. Yet she did order pizza, so I'm thinking she didn't mind having you around. She didn't order it until after you showed up. Grant laughed. Nice try. She had eyes all for you. Leo laughed too, as if he was brushing off his friend's comment, but truthfully, he felt pleased with the thought. What if Felicity was interested in him? What if she agreed to go out with him on Sunday? He hadn't been planning on breaking his no-dating streak, so that's why meeting Felicity had been such a surprise. Who would have thought he'd find someone so interesting practically in his backyard? Are you even listening? Grant's voice cut into Leo's thoughts. What? Grant laughed. See you later. Leo hung up, trying not to let Grant's words go to his head. Felicity was interesting, unique, and he could picture her green eyes studying him. He wouldn't mind spending more time with her. Well, he had blatantly told her he wanted to take her out. It seemed his mind was working a lot faster than his jilted heart. Although, ironically, he'd never really grieved over his breakup with Jana. He'd been more angry at himself for allowing her expectations of getting married. Yet, since their breakup, he had felt relieved, happy, and like he'd crossed the finish line of a marathon, exhausted and elated. He hadn't realized how exhausting it had been trying to keep Jana happy. And that's what their relationship boiled down to, Leo realized. Felicity was happy with simple things like hot chocolate and a good book. Suddenly he was curious about what her favorite book was. She had so many, and she worked in a bookshop. Did she have a go-to genre? Leo groaned. What was he thinking? He had a feeling that thoughts of Felicity weren't going away anytime soon. 7. Opening the bookshop on Saturday morning wasn't as bad as Felicity thought it might be, at least until the first customer came in when Felicity's back was turned. She jumped when the sound of the door whooshed open. She turned, her heart pounding, to see an older couple walk in. "Everything's fine," she told herself as she greeted them. The rest of the day got better. She wasn't nearly so jumpy, and by closing time, she realized that the day had gone faster than she'd expected. Still, when she arrived home and was facing another night by herself, she wondered if maybe she should get a dog. Why she hadn't considered it before, she didn't know. Aside from the maintenance they took and the fact that she didn't know how long she'd be in Pine Valley. Plus, the next place she lived might have a no pets rule, and even without that rule, she felt sorry for pets who had to live in small apartments day and night. Still, with her microwaved meal in front of her, she sat at the kitchen table and Googled adoption ads for dogs. She didn't really know what kind of dog she was looking for or the differences between them, but she did know that she didn't want a dog that would bark all the time. Leo probably knew about dogs. The cops trained dogs, didn't they? She picked up her phone and pulled up Leo's number. She wondered where he lived and where he'd grown up. The next thing she knew, she was on Facebook, then Instagram. He wasn't on either, and she really shouldn't be stalking him. She could just call him, but no, that would be way too presumptuous. She logged out of Facebook. What did it mean that he wasn't on social media? Was that a cop thing or personal? And what would she tell Leo when he called? And would he really call? She was pretty sure that he'd called, a responsible cop persona and all. He practically oozed responsibility. For some reason, the thought made her smile. Her phone buzzed, and she picked it up. "Change of plans with Slade. He got called into work. Want to hang out? I've got ice cream." Felicity laughed, then wrote back, "What kind of ice cream?" "Really? Is that what our friendship has stooped to?" Felicity wrote, "LOL. Come over anytime." 20 minutes later, a knock sounded at her door. Felicity went to answer it to find that Livy had brought a lot more than ice cream. She held 2 grocery sacks plus her pillow. Livy was particular about how she watched her movies and preferred her own pillow. Her dark, curly hair was pulled back from her face, twisted into a messy bun that only made her hair a riot of curls. "You have a new lock," Livy said, coming inside. "I got a deadbolt." Felicity shut and locked the door. On both doors. "Hmm." Livy continued into the living room, where she set the grocery bags on the coffee table. "Does your sudden change of locks have to do with the shoplifting incident?" She turned and zeroed in on Felicity with her bright blue eyes. Felicity shrugged. Livy's eyes rounded. "Are you... You know you can stay with me anytime. I've been living in this house for almost a year, no problem." Felicity settled on the couch and opened the first grocery bag. She pulled out the carton of mint chocolate chip ice cream. "I guess the shoplifter kind of freaked me out, but I'm fine, really." Livy gazed at her for a long moment. "If you're sure." Her brow wrinkled. "Did you install the locks yourself? I didn't know you were such a handy woman." "I had a little help." Felicity opened the ice cream carton and dug in with one of the spoons Livy had also brought over. Livy laughed. "I knew there would be a story in this. Do tell." Felicity took a bite of the ice cream, letting the cool sweetness slide over her tongue. Then she swallowed and told Livy everything. Livy grabbed her own spoon, but hadn't taken one bite because she was solely focused on Felicity. Felicity knew she was probably blushing when she got to the part of how the cop practically asked her out. "He likes you," Livy pronounced. "I mean, you're probably a breath of fresh air after his ex-girlfriend. They were supposed to be getting married from what I heard, but I'm not surprised he likes you. I think the double date is more of a courtesy thing, you know?" Felicity hedged as she turned on the TV and pulled up the Netflix browser. "He's probably trying to find a way to thank Grant." Livy didn't seem fazed. "That's one way to look at it, but it's not the right way. You have to face it, Felicity. Mr. Hot Cop is interested." Felicity took another bite of ice cream. She couldn't deny the attraction she felt toward him, and she couldn't blame it on the romance novel she was reading. It was time to change the subject. "So, tell me about Slade," Felicity said. "How's everything going with him?" She didn't expect the tears that sprang to Livy's eyes. "Sorry," Livy said, wiping at her cheeks and taking a deep breath. I don't know if he's blowing me off or if he really got called into work. Felicity had only been around Slade a couple of times, but he seemed to be a decent guy. Well, he is a doctor. Don't they get called into work for emergencies all the time? At least that's what happens on TV. Livy laughed, but it was shaky. Yeah, I guess. I mean, I just don't want to be one of those clingy women. You're not clingy at all. Felicity set down her spoon and gave her friend her full attention. Those 4 dates have been over a period of a month, and you only text him back when he texts you first. True. Livy looked a little less sad. I am a good non-girlfriend. She sighed. I guess my thoughts are with him a lot more than I see him, so it feels like I'm being more needy. Maybe you need to have a define the relationship talk. Ugh, Livy said. You're one to talk. As soon as any guy you're dating wants a commitment, you reveal your get-out-of-jail card. Felicity laughed. Not sure that would work with a cop. Besides, I don't think I'm his type. Why do you say that? Livy asked. You might be just what he's looking for. Doubt it. I did a little Googling. Livy wriggled her brows. Do tell. It's not what you think, Felicity said. Well, maybe it is. But Officer Russo isn't on social media, apparently. Janice Swenson is, and we're pretty much as opposite as two women can get. I think that's a mark in your favor, Livy said. Felicity smirked, then pulled out the bag of tortilla chips and jar of picante sauce from the grocery bag. Nice, you brought sweet and salty. She handed Livy the remote. You choose the movie, and I'll grab the drinks. So Livy browsed Netflix while Felicity went into the kitchen to grab a couple of water bottles from the fridge. Livy was right. Felicity hadn't been able to commit to a guy. When it came down to it, she enjoyed the first few dates, the newness of the relationship, how interesting it was to get to know someone, the first date, the first time he held her hand, the first kiss. And then she chickened out when the conversations turned to family, future plans, and other personal stuff. She'd tried to analyze herself before, but she always came up empty. Livy's theory was that Felicity grew up an only child, and so she was perfectly happy being alone, whereas other people were in constant need to have someone in their lives. Felicity agreed that she was more independent than a lot of people. Maybe Livy was right. Maybe Felicity was too much of an independent person to want a serious relationship, and friendship was as far as she'd get with any acquaintance. By the time she was an elderly woman, she'd hold the world record for the most first dates ever. Do you want to watch Leap Year? Livy called out from the living room. Sure, Felicity said, even though she'd watched it a couple of weeks ago. She carried the water bottles into the living room and set one in front of Livy. The nice thing about romantic comedies was that they were predictable, which only made it appealing. There was a guaranteed happily ever after, and all Felicity had to do was watch. Just think if our men could see us now, Livy mused. I'm dating a doctor, and you're about to date a cop. Slade is a health food nut, and Officer Russo probably works out 3 hours a day. Here we are, lounging on the couch and eating junk food. But what can those men expect when they work nights and leave their women to fend for themselves? Felicity laughed, even though she wasn't dating Leo, not even close. And she agreed with Livy. Leo probably did work out a lot. His body was a testament to that, but she really shouldn't be letting her imagination get away from her. She settled in to watch the movie with Livy, and it was good to forget everything for a while. By the time the movie ended, both Felicity and Livy were fending off their yawns. At one point, Felicity had put the ice cream in the freezer, so when Livy rose to leave, Felicity said, "Let me grab the ice cream for you." "Oh, no," Livy said. "It stays here." "I don't think so," Felicity said. But Livy hurried to the door, unlocked it, and said, "See you soon." Then she was out of the house before Felicity could get to the kitchen. Felicity leaned out the front door and waved goodbye, then watched her friend walk down the street. She lived only 3 doors down. Once Livy disappeared, Felicity shut the door, locked it, and went back into the living room to turn off the TV. She checked to make sure the back door was also locked, even though she hadn't used that door since she'd first locked it. Then she went into her bedroom, the same guest room she'd slept in as a kid with her parents when they'd visited her grandparents. She changed into her PJ shorts and an old t-shirt. One of the things she'd bought new in the house was the bedding. She loved high thread count sheets and her down comforter. The comforter kept her toasty so she didn't have to wear warm PJs. She closed her eyes and wondered if Leo would really call her in the morning and what she would say. She'd probably have to decide sooner than later. If returning Grant's favor was going on a double date with Leo, then she supposed she could help out. If anything, she'd be making more friends in Pine Valley, and that couldn't be a bad thing. Finally, she drifted off to sleep, only to wake up a couple of hours later. Felicity stayed burrowed in her covers, not sure why she'd woken up. Maybe it was all the junk food she'd had, but her stomach felt fine. It was also dead quiet, so she couldn't blame a teenage driver for barreling down the street. Felicity stretched and turned over. That's when she heard a rattle, like the sound of wind blowing against a screen door, but she didn't have any screen doors and it wasn't windy. The rattle came again, and Felicity flinched at the sound. Was the gate open? Maybe it was windy enough to push the gate against its latch. She listened carefully, trying to still her breathing, but if it was windy, she'd hear the leaves of the surrounding trees. Another rattle sounded, and Felicity sat up in bed, gripping her blankets. The sound was definitely in her yard. The porch light was on, but there was no backyard light, so even if she looked outside, she wouldn't be able to see much. Felicity told herself that she lived in a small-town neighborhood. She knew all her neighbors, and there hadn't been any break-ins or other instances of crime on the street. Also, Livy lived 3 doors down. Another rattle sounded, and Felicity yelped. She couldn't just sit in bed and not know what the noise was. Even though her heart was pounding, she climbed out of bed and moved to the side of the window. Slowly, she parted the slats of the blinds to peek through. She couldn't see anything in the near blackness. Clouds covered the moon, and she could only make out the general dark shapes of the backyard. Trees, bushes, the fence. She focused for a few minutes on the closest tree. Nothing moved. There was no wind. Maybe something rattled every night in her yard, but she'd never been awake at 3 a.m. to hear it. Whatever it was or wasn't, she was wide awake and probably wouldn't sleep for the rest of the night. 4 hours until sunrise. Everything would seem better in the daylight, and she'd feel dumb for getting all worked up. The next rattle sent her scrambling back to her bed. She grabbed her phone and texted Livy. "Are you awake?" She deleted it before she pressed send, because what were the chances that Livy was awake? And if she was like most normal people, she'd turned off her phone at night. Then Felicity typed, "If you're awake, call me." Send. She waited 8 minutes, and no reply. Now Livy would be calling her first thing in the morning, worried. Then Felicity realized it had been 8 minutes since the last rattle, so that was good, right? She burrowed into her covers again, keeping her phone in her hand. If she heard it again, then maybe the next rattle was much louder, and she thought she heard some sort of cry, like a young child. But it had cut off too quickly to identify. She should go investigate. What if a neighbor was in trouble? What if... Felicity regretted every horror movie she'd ever seen and every suspense novel she'd ever read. She pulled up Leo's number and texted, "Are you still on your shift? Send." Now it was too late to hide her foolish imagination. 30 seconds later, her phone rang. Felicity flinched at the sound, her heart racing. Leo was calling her at 3:10 a.m. because she'd just texted him. She had to answer. "Hello?" she said, sure that she sounded breathless. "Felicity? What's going on?" The sound of his voice filled her with relief, as well as making her feel like she was completely overreacting. Sorry, I didn't mean to bother you." Her voice shook, and he would definitely be able to hear it. "There's this weird rattling sound outside, and I don't know what it is. I think you woke me up." He didn't even hesitate. "I'll be there in a few minutes," he said. "Are your doors locked?" "Yes, but you don't have to."
"Stay inside,"
Leo said in a clipped voice, as if he hadn't heard her. Was he annoyed? Had she gone outside of some major protocol? Of course she had. She was about to tell him not to worry about coming over when he said,
"Keep everything locked up and don't come out. I'm going to check the perimeter."
"All right," she said. He hung up, and she climbed out of bed and pulled on a sweatshirt. By the time she reached the living room, the pulsing of her heart echoed in her ears. She waited for what felt like an eternity, but was probably only 3 to 4 minutes before she saw a patrol car turn onto her street and park across from her house. Felicity exhaled as she watched Leo get out of his car in his uniform, flashlight in hand. He walked toward her house. Moments later, he disappeared around the side of the house. She waited several heartbeats, then moved to the room that was the converted library. The room was dim, but she knew the place by heart and could easily navigate the bookcases to the window. She twisted the blinds open a touch. Leo wasn't in sight, so he must be in the backyard or on the other side of the house. She went into the bedroom that used to be her grandparents' and now served as a catch-all room of the things that had belonged to them that she couldn't bear to throw away. She peeked out of the blinds and still didn't see anything. A knock sounded at the back door, and she nearly screamed. It was only Leo. She took a deep breath and looked down at her phone to see that she'd missed his call. How had that happened? A text had also come through. "Everything's fine. Come out the back door." Okay, then. She hurried to the back door and unlocked the deadbolt. Leo stood on the other side, his flashlight still in hand. He must have seen the panicked look on her face, even though she tried to hide it. "Hey," he said, his voice low and gentle. He kept his flashlight aimed at the ground. He seemed taller than she remembered, but maybe it was because she felt small and pathetic. "Hi." She was suddenly aware that her hair was probably a rat's nest and her PJ shorts were really short. "Have you had raccoon trouble?" Leo asked. She blinked. "Raccoons?" "Yeah." She blinked again. Um, are you telling me there's a raccoon in my yard?" "There was a raccoon in your yard," he said. "I suspect a raccoon family has taken up residence someplace close by with the cooling weather." 8. Leo wanted to reassure Felicity, to snap her out of that worried look on her face, which had now turned to disbelief. And here it came. Embarrassment. He had to admit when she texted him to find out if he was on shift, he had been a jumble of nerves. So when he found the overturned garbage can and the scattered trash, he'd been more than relieved. He knew never to discount a person's intuition, and if Felicity was scared enough to call him, then there was potential danger. She brought a hand to her mouth, her oversized sweatshirt sleeve pulling below her wrist. "I can't believe I made you come over. I'm so sorry. I didn't even think it's all right," Leo said quickly. "I'm glad it was only raccoons. These are the calls that I like." Felicity was still staring at him. I mean, calls that end well are calls I like," Leo said. She ran a hand over her hair that was out of its braid and tumbling over her shoulders. Her hair was longer than he thought, and although she must have awakened out of a dead sleep, she was even prettier than she had been when he first met her, looking all neat and tidy at the bookshop. "Do you want to come with me, and I'll show you where I think they entered your yard?" She exhaled. Okay. Then she stepped through the doorway. He tried not to notice her short shorts, long legs, and bare feet, but his training took over no matter what his mind tried to block out. "Do you want to put on shoes?" Oh, right. She turned back around. Before the door could shut between them, he grabbed the edge of it. She disappeared into the dark hallway and entered one of the rooms. A light switched on, and a moment later she appeared in the hallway with flip-flops. He continued holding the door as she moved past him, and he smelled vanilla. She waited for him to walk in front of her with the flashlight, and she folded her arms as she followed. Near the gate that joined the front and backyard was her overturned trash can. He hadn't picked anything up yet since he wanted her to see exactly what had happened. Felicity drew in a breath as the spilled trash came into sight. "I can't believe it." "Raccoons prefer the cabins at the resort," he said, "but they have been known to come into the neighborhoods." "No, I can't believe I bothered you with this." Felicity came to a stop at the edge of the mess. "I even texted Livy." She glanced at him. "She's my friend who lives down the street, and I'm glad she didn't answer." "Oh, I feel so stupid." Leo tried to keep his smile back. "Don't feel stupid." He moved his flashlight and used it to highlight a hole beneath her fence. "This hole looks pretty fresh. It was probably dug tonight." She nodded, then her gaze connected with his, and even though it was a cloudy night, Her eyes seemed to see right into him. "Are you gonna tell your cop buddies?" His mouth twitched. "No." She put her hands on her hips, and again he tried not to look at her legs because, well, his pulse was doing crazy things. She took a step closer. "Promise?" His heart thudded. "Promise. I'll even cross my heart if that will make you feel better." She tilted her head, a ghost of a smile on her lips. "I think that would make me feel better." So he lifted his hand and made an X sign over his heart. Then she did smile, and Leo smiled back. She rested her hand on the bike that was propped against the house. "Do you ride your bike a lot?" he asked, wondering why that question popped in his mind. "Almost every day," she said. "I ride it to work when the weather's good." He gazed at the bike. It was plain, white, nothing that would stand out, and yet he realized he'd seen her riding her bike several times. In fact, one of his cop buddies had referred to her as the bike lady whenever they'd passed her. "You're the bike lady." Her eyes widened. "The what?" He probably shouldn't have said that. Uh, well, I'm just saying I've seen you riding your bike before." He needed to change the subject before he backed himself into a corner. "Have any of your neighbors had problems with raccoons?" "I don't think so. Do you have any recommendations for how to keep raccoons from ravaging my trash in the middle of the night?" she asked, her tone much lighter now. "And saving me a phone call and you a trip to my house?" He liked seeing the worry gone from her eyes. "You can call me anytime, Felicity," he said, and once he'd said it, he realized how it must sound. Like a pickup line. But he wasn't going to take it back. She was studying him again, and he felt his face and neck warm. What was it about this woman's scrutiny that had him feeling hazy-minded? He exhaled. "As for the advice about keeping raccoons out of your yard, there are locks made for trash cans, or a dog would be a deterrent, too." She looked thoughtful. "Yeah, the more I think about getting a dog, the better I like the idea." "Don't let me pressure you," Leo said, "but it does give people peace of mind." She laughed. "Yeah, and it seems like I need a big dose of that. I even looked up some dogs that are listed for sale, but I really know nothing about them. I don't like the little ones that bark all the time." "My family has had several dogs over the years," Leo said. "If you want, I can go to the animal shelter with you, give you some recommendations." He'd tried to keep his tone neutral, but he hoped his offer might be a segue into spending more time with her, daylight time, when she was fully dressed. He kept his gaze on her face. "Okay." Why her answer surprised him, he didn't know. She pretty much said she wanted a dog and was looking for recommendations. "Great. When do you want to go?" "When do you get off your shift?" she asked, her mouth lifting into a smile. "Oh, why, you probably need to sleep." "We could go before that double date thing with Grant," Leo said. "I mean, if you are interested in going to that." Felicity bit her lip, drawing Leo's attention to thoughts he shouldn't be entertaining. "I guess it would be the decent thing to do," she said in a teasing voice. "Yeah, I believe you're right," he teased back. "Name the time, and I'll be ready," she said, bending to pick up an empty milk carton. Then she uprighted the trash can and dropped the carton inside. "I'll find out from Grant, then let you know," he said. "The shelter closes at 5 o'clock on Sundays, so we'd have to go before then." Felicity picked up another bit of trash and said, "Does that give you enough time to sleep?" "Yeah, 4 or 5 hours is all I need after a night shift." He picked up a cereal box, some sort of Special K, and threw it in the trash. "Hey!" Felicity grasped his arm, stopping him from grabbing more garbage. "You really don't have to pick up my trash." "I don't mind helping." He picked up an egg carton, tossed it, then grabbed a couple more things. "Feel free to put a block on my number," she said as they worked side by side. "I mean, after I get that dog and go on a double date/blind date with you." He chuckled. "Sounds like you're making a list." "Oh, I'm all about lists. I work in a bookshop, you know." They both moved to the trash can at the same time and nearly bumped into each other. Leo reached out to steady her, resting his hand on her shoulder. She was taller than Jana and more slender, and he couldn't seem to remove his hand from her shoulder. "Do you like strawberry jam?" she asked. Leo didn't know if he'd heard her right. Was she asking him about jam? She shifted so they were standing even closer together, although neither of them had taken a step.
I love strawberry jam.
Good, she said. Then I'm making you some.
Okay.
She smiled, then moved away to gather the last couple bits of trash. Leo stood there, watching her. She put the trash can lid back on, then brushed her hands and turned to him. He'd been caught staring at her, but she didn't seem to mind. She only smiled. There are 3 things I can make well. One of them is strawberry jam.
What are the other two things?
Her smile broadened. I can't give away all my secrets in one night, can I? He shook his head. Even though they'd both been picking up trash and the night was only getting colder, he wanted to grasp her hand, link their fingers, and a dog started barking somewhere in the neighborhood. Raccoons? Felicity asked.
Maybe.
They both laughed, and the neighbor's back porch light went on. Felicity shushed him and said, People are going to wonder why there's a cop car on our street. He raised his eyebrows.
What are you going to tell them?
I don't know. Maybe I'll pretend I didn't see anything. Leo smirked.
Good luck with that. I'm going to my car now, and I'm sure that neighbor who turned on his light will see me.
Felicity sighed and folded her arms. Fine, I'll own up to it if someone asks.
Good girl.
He took a step toward the gate because he should probably go really soon. Right now.
I'll talk to you soon.
Thanks again, Leo. Her voice was soft, and it made him want to stay longer, but he continued moving toward the gate and said,
You're welcome, Felicity.
9. When Felicity opened her eyes, sunlight streamed through her bedroom window. It took her a moment to realize that it was Sunday, and she hadn't overslept and missed work. Today was her day off, and then she remembered the events of the night before. She groaned. Had she really texted Officer Russo in the middle of the night to come and scare away raccoons from her yard? She groaned again. Looked at the clock. It was 11 a.m. She was glad she'd fallen back asleep, but she'd probably put Livy into a panic. Sure enough, when Felicity grabbed her phone from the night table, there were 2 missed calls from Livy and 3 texts. Felicity quickly texted back that everything was fine. I have a story to tell you. Then she opened up the next text strand. There was a single text from Leo.
Just got off my shift. I'll call you when I wake up. Hope you get some sleep too, Leo.
Goosebumps dotted her arms. He had texted her. She remembered what Livy had said about him, that he hadn't dated in over 6 months, and now he was texting her. The text was completely platonic, but it still had an intimate feel to it. And he'd signed his name, as if she didn't know who was texting her. Kinda sweet. And then she remembered strawberry jam. She needed to get strawberries and start making the jam. Or should she wait until after the double date and make sure it wasn't a colossal disaster? But tomorrow she worked most of the day, and as usual, she'd be tired when she got home. Maybe she could do some of the prep today and the canning portion tomorrow night. If she didn't give the jam to Leo, then her neighbors would have a nice treat. Deciding to do the prep today, she showered and dressed, then went outside to get her bike. She didn't exercise other than riding her bike around town, and she supposed that if Leo biked, it was probably a little more intense. The day was warmer than it had been all week, and the temperature was perfect for riding her bike. At the store, she found that she was shopping with a smile on her face. Well, it was a beautiful day, she reasoned. Again, she made sure her 2 grocery bags were about the same weight before she started off for home. She supposed she could get a basket for her bike. Her phone rang in her back pocket when she was still a couple of blocks from her house. Thinking it might be Leo, she braked to a stop and pulled her phone out of her pocket. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw Leo's name on her screen. She was surprised he was calling so early. She would have thought he would sleep a lot longer, unless he was canceling on her for some reason. This thought only made her heart pound harder. Hello? She answered, not able to hide her rapid breathing.
Are you running or something?
He asked. If her heart hadn't been racing before, it was now at the sound of his voice. No, well, I'm riding my bike home from the grocery store.
You ride your bike to grocery shop, too?
He asked.
Don't you have a car?
His tone of voice was mellow, almost lazy. Not the tone of urgency that someone might have if they were calling her to cancel plans. Felicity hoped it was a good sign and relaxed a little. I have a car, but this is such a cute, quaint town that it's more fun to ride a bike through it. Leo chuckled, and the sound made Felicity feel warm all over.
You're probably right, he said. Although it seems that everyone is always in a hurry. I like that you make time for riding your bike.
I'm all about the leisure activities, I guess, Felicity said, finding that she was smiling. Remember, I work at a bookshop, trying to sell books to people to read, which is a leisure activity in today's world.
Right, because not many people read for pleasure. They're too busy trying to make money.
Felicity started to walk, pushing her bike forward with one hand while she stayed on the phone. I guess I like the simple life. You know, eat, read, and sleep. Leo chuckled again. I thought you'd be sleeping all day, she said, unless you're one of those 5-hour energy drink junkies.
Nope, he said. No energy drinks for me. I'd rather take a nap if I get too tired. But it's hard for me to sleep during the day, even when I work a night shift. I guess my body thinks it should be awake with the sun.
Do you work a lot of night shifts?
Once a week, he said. I have a bit of seniority, so I can be more selective.
Ah, so you have the easy part of police work, Felicity teased. I mean, aren't most crimes committed at night? Except for shoplifters, that is.
Yeah, I'm really missing out on busting the middle of the night raccoon trespassing population.
Ha ha, she deadpanned. I'm trusting that you've kept my secret safe.
I did cross my heart, he said in a low voice.
Felicity grinned at no one in particular. She'd reached her house, and she walked her bike to the gate. If someone asks me about it, then I'll know who to blame. Except I'll probably have to tell Livy.
Livy Harmon?
Yeah, do you know her? Felicity was very curious about the women Leo knew.
Not really. I know who she is because she's dating a friend of mine.
Felicity rested her bike against the side of the house. You know Slade?
He was a couple of years older than me in high school, but we played sports together, and he's my doctor.
Does he talk about Livy? Felicity said. Leo went silent. Sorry, that was kind of personal, Felicity said. Never mind. It's just that he cancels on Livy a lot, so she wonders if he's really interested, I guess. Leo still wasn't saying anything. Forget I asked, Felicity said, grabbing the grocery bags with one hand. She felt hot with embarrassment. All of these people who grew up in Pine Valley had a history together, and their friendships weren't her business.
No, it's okay, Leo said at last. I mean, he talks about her as if they're regularly dating, so I assumed they were. I can ask him.
That's okay, Felicity said. I don't want to put you in the middle. I don't want to be in the middle either. She shut the gate and headed to the front porch. I'm just her friend, and I don't have great advice on relationship stuff anyway. You talking to Slade will probably put her in an awkward situation.
Why don't you have great advice?
Leo asked. Felicity set the grocery sacks on the porch, then unlocked the front door. Because I haven't been in a long-term relationship before.
You've never had a boyfriend?
How did they get on this topic? Felicity tried not to groan. It wasn't like they were even dating, yet he was asking her about relationships. Well, she had brought it up in the first place. Not really.
Huh.
That was it?
Huh?
She picked up the grocery sacks and carried them to the kitchen. Well, it's true.
What's the longest you dated a guy?
Here it was. The question she hated to answer. Only Livy knew the down and dirty truth. Felicity set the bags on the kitchen table, then went to lock the front door, knowing that she was stalling. Apparently, he was fine to wait patiently for her answer. Maybe it would be good for him to know she really wasn't the commitment type. After all, he'd practically married his last girlfriend, so he and Felicity were opposites. About a week. 6 days. 3 dates in 6 days. And that was her record. Leo laughed. Of course he'd find it funny, or maybe pathetic.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
Laugh away, Officer Russo, she said.
I think you're interesting, Ms. Miner.
he said, his tone rumbling through the phone.
And, well, I'm sure you've been asked out a lot. Do the guys find some major flaw and run?
I guess you'll have to wait to find out, officer. She could hear the smile in his voice when he replied,
In that case, ma'am, can I pick you up at 3 o'clock?
despite her hesitation, her own smile bloomed. Is that when Grant's double date starts?
No, but it should give us enough time to check out the animal shelter.
He paused.
That is, if you're still interested in getting a dog.
I'm interested, she said simply.
Great, I'll be there around 3 o'clock.
Okay.
See you soon, Felicity.
He hung up before she could respond. She leaned against the front door where she stood, liking the way he'd said her name and that deep voice of his. Closing her eyes, she replayed the entire conversation in her head. She had to agree with Livy. It seemed Leo was interested in her. But what did he see in her, and why her out of the other women in the town Livy had said were definitely vying for his attention? Why had his 6-month no-dating streak come to an end? Because of a favor to Grant? That's what Felicity had to tell herself to believe, since the alternate reason would give her too much hope. She could definitely see Leo Russo as a guy she'd want to be around more than a week. And that reason alone should make her turn down any date with him. 10. Leo knocked on Felicity's door 20 minutes after 3 o'clock. Music came from inside the house, and he wondered if she heard him knock. He was later than he'd planned because he'd stopped by his mom's and talked to Angelo. By all that he could see, his cousin seemed to be doing well and was excited to start his new job in the morning. Leo's dad had been his usual self, not talking much, but interested in the game show on television. This was expected behavior since his dad's stroke. His mom had tried to talk Leo into staying for dinner, but when he finally confessed he had a date that evening, she was full of questions. He answered as few as possible, then promised to call his mom later. So here he was, standing on Felicity's porch. The afternoon had turned cool after a warm morning, and he wondered if he should have brought a jacket. He wore a long-sleeved button-down shirt, but he had a sweatshirt in the trunk of his car, though it probably smelled like the trunk. He lifted his hand to knock again, just as the music turned off. Then he heard the lock slide open. Felicity opened the door, and the first thing he noticed was that she looked like she'd been exercising or something. Her face was flushed pink, and she had a sheen of perspiration on her forehead. She blinked her green eyes as if she'd come out of a dark hole and was seeing the sun for the first time in days. It's 3 o'clock already? Leo fought a smile.
3:20. Did you forget?
He glanced at her attire, and although she looked fine, more than fine, he didn't think she intended to wear a fitted tank top splotched with pink stains and black leggings on their date. No glasses, and she was barefoot. Felicity rested a hand on her hip, gazing right back at him as if she was sizing him up. I guess I lost track of time. I was planning on prepping the strawberries, then I decided I could get one batch done before you got here. He stared at her in wonder.
You're making strawberry jam right now?
Her lips curved into a smile, and the sight of her half-smile made his pulse thrum.
Do you want to come see?
She opened the door and turned to lead the way to the kitchen. Leo watched her walking away, then shook his head to try to regain his focus. He couldn't remember ever being slack-jawed around a woman before. He closed the door and continued to the kitchen, where the counters were filled with the makings of strawberry jam. The air was warm and humid, so that explained her flushed cheeks. A row of empty glass jars ran along one side of a counter, next to a large bowl of what he assumed to be mashed strawberries. On the kitchen table sat 6 jars of bright red jam atop a yellow dishcloth. Those jars are still hot, but you can taste the leftovers from the canning pot. Felicity turned off the element on the stove. Then she picked up some hot pads and lifted the lid of a large pot. Steam rose, and she waved it away. She grabbed a wooden spoon and scooped up some strawberry jam, then tasted it. The strawberries are extra sweet. Want a taste? She held out the wooden spoon. Leo had no trouble closing the distance to the still warm jam. The sweet strawberry flavor seemed to explode on his tongue.
Wow, that's good. It's like dessert.
She smiled. There's quite a bit of sugar in the recipe, but a good crop of strawberries can make a difference. She was about to set the wooden spoon down when he reached for it and took it from her. He dipped the spoon back into the pot and took another taste.
You could sell this stuff.
Felicity looked up at him, and he tried not to notice how her lips were now stained with the strawberry jam, which meant his probably were too. Where would I sell it? She asked.
The fall festival, or go bigger and sell it to the Main Street Cafe.
Felicity took the wooden spoon from him and dipped it into the pot, then took another taste. It seems like a lot of work. Plus, I like the simple life. Leo tried to hold back a laugh, but he failed.
Right, eat, sleep, and read.
Her cheek dimpled, and Leo had the strangest urge to lean down and kiss right where that dimple was. Instead, he stepped back. The kitchen was really warm at the moment.
Can I get some cold water?
Sure, water bottles are in the fridge. So Leo turned from Felicity and grabbed a water bottle. He drank the whole thing down, and when he finished, he found that Felicity was watching him, an amused expression on her face. Thirsty? She asked.
Thirstier than I thought.
He located the garbage can and threw away the water bottle.
Do you need help?
Her eyebrows shot up. Do you know how to make strawberry jam?
I can learn.
She shook her head and picked up the pot from the stove. We're already running late. He crossed to the table and picked up one of the warm jars of jam.
We can go to the shelter tomorrow.
I'm working until close tomorrow, Felicity said, so I might as well start the search now. She turned on the water in the kitchen sink and set to scrubbing out the pan. Leo grabbed the wooden spoon and set it in the sink, then picked up a wash rag and got it wet. Without waiting for instructions or permission from Felicity, he started to wipe off the strawberry stains on the counter and stovetop. You really don't have to clean up, Felicity said. Leo glanced over his shoulder.
I don't mind.
Her eyes connected with his. All right, then, if that's the case, I need to go change. She glanced down at her white tank top, and his gaze followed.
Either way,
he said with a smile. Her cheeks pinked more. Funny. I'll be right back. She crossed the kitchen, passing so close to him that their arms brushed. Leo stilled as she continued out of the room and headed down the hall. He watched her go, noticing the small rose tattoo on the back of her neck. He was left wondering how a simple touch, barely a touch, from Felicity could send his pulse into overdrive. Had he waited too long to start dating, and now he was finally dealing with one of those legendary rebounds? No, he didn't think so. He could admit that he was attracted to her and found her intriguing, but feeling electric had never happened to him before. It was good that she'd gone to change, because the combination of her attire, this warm kitchen, and the delicious sweet strawberry jam was melting away any reserve he might have about kissing her, a woman he'd only recently met. You cleaned up everything, Felicity said, coming into the kitchen again. Leo hadn't even realized he'd scrubbed every inch of the counter and finished washing out the canning pot. He turned to look at Felicity. She was still wearing the black leggings, but she'd changed into a longer shirt with sleeves that had a tiny floral print on it. The pale green color matched her eyes and the glasses she'd put on.
Glasses again?
He asked. She tilted her head. Yep. Do you like them? Leo wanted to laugh, but he didn't want her to take it wrong.
I do.
She'd also taken out her high ponytail, and her dark hair fell in waves past her shoulders. Her gaze settled on his, and she smiled. Thank you. He smiled back.
You're welcome.
He seemed to be rooted to the ground, even though his mind was telling him to move. Her smile turned more questioning as they both stood there, looking at each other. Ready to go? Leo blinked. Yeah. She crossed to the pantry, and he watched as she retrieved a small box. Then she set 3 of the warm jars of jam inside the box, along with another dishcloth, so they don't knock against each other in your car and break.
Nice idea, Leo said. My mom is gonna flip when she tastes it.
She looked up at him. You live with your mom?
No, but I'm gonna take her a jar.
One of her brows quirked. If your mother is Italian, I'm sure she can outcook and outbake me anytime.
She is a good cook, but she's never made jam.
Well, then, I don't mind you sharing with your mom. She picked up the box. Leo crossed to her and took the box out of her hands. She relinquished it easily. And he caught her scent of vanilla, now mixed with strawberry. She turned away and headed to the front door. Leo followed, kind of wishing their date tonight wasn't going to include Grant and another woman. When they'd settled into his car and he'd started the engine, Felicity asked, "So where do you live?"
I have an apartment in the complex by the rec center.
She nodded. "Do you have roommates?"
No, I have a 2-bedroom, but I like the extra space,"
he said, pulling onto the street and heading out of the neighborhood.
Growing up with so many brothers and sisters made me really appreciate not having my stuff moved, borrowed, or broken.
"Yeah, that's what I've heard," Felicity said. "Except I always thought it would be fun to have a brother or sister." Leo caught the nostalgia in her voice.
"When you marry, you'll have a bunch of new relatives."
He had no idea why he'd said that, but Felicity didn't seem annoyed by a marriage reference. She reached for the radio dial and changed the station.
"You don't like country music?"
He asked, surprised that she'd been brazen enough on a first date to change the station. "Nah, particularly." She settled on some sort of rock station. "I like something with a little more energy, a faster beat, you know? Not the crooning of how it's 5 o'clock somewhere." Leo laughed.
"You did not just diss on Alan Jackson."
"Oh, is that who sings the song?" she said in an all too innocent voice. He glanced over at her. The dimple on her cheek gave her away.
"I don't think you're that clueless."
Her smile grew and she looked out her window. "Where are we going?"
"To the shelter."
Her brows furrowed. "Like a wild animal habitat or something?" Then he realized he'd taken a wrong turn and they were heading up the Pine Valley Ski Resort road. He couldn't remember taking a wrong turn, well, ever.
"I wanted to show you the view."
Funny. She was gazing at him and he wondered if he could blush. "You're totally covering up," she added. "I think a police officer would have a permanent map app in his head." He slowed the car and pulled over to the shoulder of the road so that he could make a U-turn. Before flipping the car around, he turned toward her.
"I'm blaming you because you're kind of distracting."
Her eyes glimmered with humor. "How do you think I feel?"
"What do you mean?"
"I'm going on a date with a police officer," she said. "That's kind of intimidating."
"It's my job."
She puffed out of breath. "It's not only a job. Me working in a bookshop is a job. No one calls me when they're having the worst day of their lives. You're the person everyone calls when they're in crisis. And you put yourself into dangerous situations on purpose. Not only that, but you carry a gun like all of the time." Leo stared at her. It was all true, but was this how she really felt? Intimidated by him? Jana had wanted him to quit the force because the income was too low for her standards.
"Does my profession bother you?"
She looked away for a moment, then back at him with those inquisitive green eyes. "I don't know. I mean, it defines you, since I didn't know you before you were a cop." "It is what it is," she shrugged. "Maybe it's just nerves, since we're kind of on a date." He didn't like that answer either.
"Do I make you nervous?"
She reached for the air controls and turned on the AC. "Not nervous in the way you might think. It's more like hot. You make me feel hot, and I'm always cold, but around you, I'm not cold at all." He couldn't agree more. He turned up the AC one more notch.
"Well, I guess we're even then. You make me hot, too."
She laughed and slapped his arm. "Don't tease." He caught her hand.
"I'm dead serious."
Her expression sobered, then her cheeks pinked. She looked down at their clasped hands, but he couldn't have looked away from her if he tried. Slowly, he linked their fingers. He heard her breath catch, and he felt like he was out of breath himself.
"Maybe we should just kiss," he said, "so that we can both cool off."
She snapped her head up and her lips parted. "I don't think so. I have a first date rule. No kissing."
"That's good," he said with a chuckle, "because I have a rule about dating, too. I never kiss the woman first."
Her brows knit together. "You wait for her to kiss you?"
"Yeah."
He couldn't believe they were talking about this. Maybe he should turn the AC up another notch.
I learned my lesson the hard way my senior year in high school.
Her smile was back. Oh, do tell. High school drama is the best. He grinned.
Well, it wasn't funny at the time, but I was dating a girl for a few weeks, which is like eternity in high school, and I finally made my move at a movie theater.
Felicity groaned. Not the cliche dark movie theater.
Yep,
He squeezed her hand.
the kiss was terrible. Sort of like kissing a fish or my sister.
He made a face.
And the next day at school, she told everyone that I tried to make out with her, which it never progressed to, and that she'd only gone out with me because she felt sorry for me.
Felicity stared at him. Okay, wow. That's hard to recover from. But I don't get why she felt sorry for you.
I don't either, he said with a smirk, because I'm a total stud, as you know.
She smirked right back. I guess the rumors are true. Cops are cocky.
If that's my only flaw, then I'll take it.
She tugged her hand away, then she surprised him by reaching up and adjusting something on his collar, a collar he was pretty sure didn't need adjusting. But the brush of her fingers against his neck sent a thrill of heat through him. Well, Officer Russo, since there's no kissing on this date, she said, resting her hand on his shoulder, I think we'd better turn around and drive to the animal shelter. He leaned toward her. Her scent of vanilla and strawberries was intoxicating, and he was sure she'd taste equally good. Her lips curved into a smile, but she didn't move, waiting to see if he could really refrain from kissing her and challenging him, tempting him.
Are you sure?
He lifted a hand and twisted a lock of hair around his fingers. I'm sure. He dropped his hand.
All right, then. Let's go.
As he turned the car around, he could see out of the corner of his eye that she was smiling. 11. Felicity probably shouldn't be teasing Leo so much because the thought of kissing him was making her stomach do some serious acrobatics. His dating rule was unexpected, and, well, it kind of worked out perfectly. It sent the ball into her court, so to speak, and she'd already decided that getting involved with Leo would put her way out of her comfort zone. Her comfort zone of only casually dating guys on a very short-term basis. Leo didn't seem to be a short-term guy. He was intimidating, simply because she found herself liking him more than any guys she remembered ever liking. And she'd only known him for a few days. And there was all that cop stuff she'd told him about, which was true. If they did date, and if they did break up, it wouldn't be like she could just forget about him. He lived in the same small town as her, protecting and serving everyone. They'd been silent on the rest of the drive to the animal shelter, which might have been awkward on a date with any other man, but not with Leo. His very presence seemed to fill the space between them. That was what set him apart from other men she'd dated, she decided. Leo had a take-charge presence, and he was sweet and funny and, yes, hot. Her gaze slid over to Leo. He wore a tan-colored button-down shirt that was nice yet casual, and the color brought out the olive tone of his skin. His sleeves were rolled up, even though the day was cool, and it gave her a view of the corded strength of his forearms. Then there were his jeans, which pretty much fit him perfectly. She'd noticed them when she'd first answered the door, and she tried not to stare at him in the kitchen. In or out of uniform, he was a handsome man. She forced her gaze back to the window now that her face was heating up because of her thoughts. She really didn't want to be one of those women who threw herself at a man, no matter how tempting that man was. And apparently Leo expected it. He wouldn't be the one to kiss her first. Didn't that make him the most cocky man alive? Probably. Do you come here much? Felicity said as Leo parked the car.
Sometimes, he said. We bring strays here or dogs who've escaped their owners.
His warm brown gaze connected with hers, and she looked away before she could get lost in his eyes and start talking about things like kissing rules again. She reached for the handle of the door, and he said, "Hang on." She paused, then realized he meant to come around the car and open the door for her. So she stayed in her seat while he climbed out and did just that. When he'd opened her door, she climbed out, but he didn't move to let her pass. She looked up at him, her heart thumping.
First rule of going to an animal shelter, he said, resting a hand on the car next to her so that she was standing between the door and his body.
A rash of goosebumps moved along her arms at his nearness. She waited for him to continue.
Don't pick a dog on the first day, he said. Look at as many as you want and then sleep on it before making a decision. The one you keep thinking about is probably the one that's right for you.
Sounds like you have experience, she said.
My family had a few dogs.
And it sounds like you have a lot of rules. He smiled.
I am a cop.
She laughed. All right, Officer Russo, let's go find me a dog. She moved past him, brushing against him, because he still hadn't gotten out of the way. She heard him chuckling as he followed her inside. The woman at the front desk, a blonde woman with the name tag of Leslie, looked up expectantly as Felicity walked in. Hi, can I help you? She said with a scant smile. Leo entered, and the woman's smile turned Cheshire. Officer Russo, you're here.
I am here, he said.
Felicity noticed the humor in his voice, as if he found Leslie's comment funny. He crossed to the desk and placed his hands on the counter.
Did you get my message?
Sure thing, hun, Leslie said, her blue eyes sparkling. We just got in a yellow lab. He's about 2 years old and a real go-getter.
Hyper?
Leo asked. Leslie paused. He's still a pup.
We'll take a look, but I'm not sure if my friend wants Hyper.
Leslie's gaze darted to Felicity, and she didn't miss the narrowing of Leslie's eyes. So, is this your girlfriend, Leo? 'Cause she sure isn't your sister. Felicity decided she didn't like Leslie.
She's definitely not my sister,
Leo said in a good-natured tone.
And you know I don't have a girlfriend.
Leslie had the decency to blush. Right. I would be sad to see you off the market, hon, if you know what I mean. Remember, you have my number, and my nights are always free. Leo didn't take the bait.
What's the lab's name?
The owner didn't say. Leslie rose to her feet. She wore a tight black shirt and even tighter jeans. She almost waddled when she walked, and her heels didn't do her any favors. Felicity decided that if Leo checked her out, then she'd be finding another way back home. It wasn't that she didn't think he had the right, but this Leslie woman was completely blatant in her attentions to him. But points went to Leo when he turned to Felicity instead.
You said you wanted a larger dog, right?
Felicity took a moment to process his question, since she'd been so caught up in throwing imaginary darts at Leslie. I want a nice dog who doesn't hysterically bark. He should only bark when bad guys or raccoons come into my yard. Leo smiled.
Right.
Then he did something surprising. He grasped her hand and led her down the hall after Leslie's swaying hips. Felicity tried not to read into it, other than that Leo was probably using Felicity to throw Leslie off his scent. Whatever the reason, Felicity couldn't deny the butterflies tumbling in her stomach. Leslie glanced back before pushing a door open. Her gaze cut to their joined hands, and although her expression didn't change, her eyes seemed to flash. This way, she said in a cheerful tone. Seconds later, a series of barks erupted with an undercurrent of meows. Felicity's heart ached as she passed the rows of cat kennels and their sad eyes and desperate meows. Beyond was another swinging door to the dog kennel. As Leslie opened the second door, the barking intensified, and the smell was less than pleasant. Leslie said something over the barking, but Felicity didn't hear a word. She watched as Leslie opened one of the kennels and let out a rather scrawny yellow lab. He nearly knocked Leslie over in her heels by jumping against her in excitement. Now, we don't jump on people, buddy. Leslie grasped his collar and clipped on a leash, using a deftness that was unexpected. Still holding Leo's hand, Felicity walked with him out another door that led to a fenced-in yard. Leslie unclipped the dog's leash and turned to them with a smile. Take your time. She smiled sweetly at Leo, then gave Felicity a passing glance as she returned to the building. The dog ran up to Leo, and he released her hand to crouch down and scratch the dog behind the ears.
Are you happy to be out of your kennel?
The dog panted and rubbed against Leo, using his full weight.
Easy there, buddy. Sit.
The dog didn't make any motion to sit. Leo's gaze connected with Felicity.
He needs some serious training.
As if on cue, the dog started to bark. Felicity joined Leo as the dog ran circles around both of them, not listening to any of Leo's commands. At least the air was much better out here, and with a gentle wind, the scent of pine drifted into the yard. All labs aren't like this, are they?
He's still young, but training will definitely make a difference. You probably don't want to have to wait for that.
Leo commanded the dog to sit again, but he didn't obey.
There are several other dogs in there we can look at, too.
Felicity shrugged and pet the dog as it rested its body against her legs, though it was hard to keep her balance with the dog's weight. I feel kind of bad for him. Maybe we should just stay out here so he can run around and play. Leo raised his brows.
You're generous.
And it might make Leslie wonder what's going on. Leo nodded.
She's an interesting woman.
I wouldn't say that exactly. More like very interested in you. Leo rubbed the back of his neck and looked away. Don't you like her? She asked in a sweetly innocent voice. His gaze returned to hers.
Is that a trick question?
He said in a teasing tone. Felicity tilted her head. She's made it obvious that she likes you. Leo picked up a ragged-looking tennis ball from the ground and tossed it toward the far fence. The dog took off running after it. Leo took a step closer to Felicity.
Leslie is a lot like my ex-girlfriend, he said, and I steer clear of that type of woman.
Now she was curious. Which type is that?
Women who only care about status or money, he said. Women who always take and never give.
He took another step closer and lifted his hand to move a flyaway bit of hair from her face.
The women who don't like to read or ride bikes.
Felicity scoffed. Funny. But then she smiled. You're really stretching there. Leslie probably likes a good steamy romance novel, and I thought I saw a red bike on the side of the building before we came in. His eyes glinted, and one side of his mouth lifted into a smile.
Funny.
The dog barreled into the side of Felicity's leg, back from his ball-fetching excursion. She grabbed Leo's arm to steady herself, and he bent down to retrieve the slobbery ball. He threw it back toward the fence. Felicity dropped her hand. The less physical contact she had with this man, the better. Even in the yard of an animal shelter, all of her senses were overwhelmed by his every action and word. This time, when the dog returned, Felicity took the grimy ball and gave it a toss. She didn't throw it quite as straight as Leo had, but it still closed the distance to the fence. Everything all right out here? Leslie's sing-song voice interrupted. Felicity tried not to cringe, so that by the time she turned to face the woman, her expression was bland.
Everything's fine,
Leo said. You're so sweet to come with your friend to look at dogs when you're off duty, Leslie said, keeping her attention on Leo.
Can we look at the chocolate lab that was in the corner kennel?
He asked. Leslie smiled, and it appeared that she'd reapplied her dark pink lipstick. Sure thing, hon. She called for the yellow lab, who was more than happy to run up to her and start licking her hand. Leslie clipped on the leash and went back into the building. Felicity didn't move and didn't look at Leo. She'd already stated her opinion about Leslie. Out of her peripheral vision, she saw Leo approach. He stopped close to her.
Maybe you're right. I could totally see her reading one of those romance novels you were talking about.
Felicity jabbed him with her elbow. Hey, he said with a laugh, then grabbed her hand. She looked up at him. His brown eyes danced with merriment, and he tugged her closer until they were only inches apart. Surely he wasn't going to break his dating rule in the middle of a dog yard. Here we are, Leslie said, opening the back door. This guy's about 6 or 7 years old. His owner died, and the family members brought the dog here. The dog was a dark brown color, one that Felicity hadn't noticed in the frenzy of the dogs barking inside. He was more mellow, but his eyes were alert, his body tense. He seemed wary, and Felicity wondered if he'd been abused. Leslie unclipped the leash. I'll be back to check on you in a few minutes. Thanks, Felicity said, but Leslie didn't reply. Leo crossed to the dog and held out his hand.
Hey there, buddy.
The dog sniffed Leo's hand, but didn't move. Leo scratched the dog's head, then crouched in front of him and read the dog's tag.
General. That's your name?
The dog's ears perked. Leo rose and said,
Sit, General.
The dog obeyed. Felicity smiled. Does that mean he's been trained?
We'll find out.
Leo led the dog around the yard, giving it several commands, all of which the dog followed. It was kind of charming to watch Leo with the dog. Good boy, Leo said after a moment, rewarding the dog with another head scratch. He looked over at Felicity.
Come and try the same commands.
Felicity did, mimicking what Leo had done, and General listened to her. After she took the dog through several paces, she brought him back to where Leo stood. I wonder what he's seen in life. She scratched the dog's head, and Leo bent to pat his back.
He's been well trained,
Leo said.
And he looks healthy.
Do you think he knows his owner died? Felicity asked.
Dogs get pretty attached to their owners, so he probably does.
Not only that, but he was taken from everything he knew. Felicity sighed. I don't know if I could work here. I'd want to take home every animal. Leo smiled.
I don't doubt it. But remember the rule.
Felicity met Leo's gaze. I'm about to break the rule. He lifted his brows.
Don't be hasty.
It's a feeling. Leo didn't say anything for a minute. Then he nodded.
You can always return the dog to the shelter if it doesn't work out.
I don't think that's going to happen, Felicity said. She turned to the dog. Right, General? We're going to get along just fine. 12. Leo decided he was glad Felicity had picked out a dog on the first visit. They'd be picking up the dog after dinner since Leslie said that the guy in the night shift would let them inside. He was relieved Leslie would be gone by then. He was sure the minute he left the place, Leslie would start spreading the news that he was spending time with Felicity. Not that he minded people knowing, but Leslie ran in the same circles Jana did, and he really didn't want Jana knowing personal stuff about him. I've heard this place is really nice, Felicity said as they pulled up to the Alpine Lodge restaurant. Leo parked his car.
Sunday night is buffet night, so it's a lot more casual.
So I'm good to not be wearing a sparkly dress and 3-inch heels? She teased. He looked over at her. He wanted to reach out and wrap her hair around his fingers to see if it was as soft as it looked. He also wanted to ask her the meaning of the tattoo on the back of her neck. His gaze dipped to the shirt that matched her glasses.
What you're wearing is perfect.
The image of her wearing fancy dress clothes flashed through his mind, and although he wouldn't mind seeing her dressed up, he was completely fine with what she was currently wearing. Leo opened his car door and hurried around the front to open Felicity's door. Even though they'd been hanging out with dogs for the past couple of hours, she still smelled great. Great timing, a man spoke from across the parking lot. Leo turned to see Grant approaching with a woman. Leo knew immediately that the woman wasn't Grant's type, and the way she was now ogling Leo spelled trouble. Not only that, but Grant had a rescue me look on his face. Well, dinner was gonna be painful.
This is Crystal, everyone, Grant said. We've actually met since I did the work on her ex-fiancé's cabin. Small world, huh? Especially in Pine Valley,
Leo wanted to add. He knew exactly who Crystal was. Leo wasn't best friends with Cameron Vance, her ex-fiancé, but she was another Jana type. Even if he didn't know her personally, Crystal's appearance screamed high maintenance, from her designer shoes and clothing to her perfectly styled blonde hair that was in no way natural. Her blue eyes snapped to Leo, and she made no secret of checking him out. You're a cop, right? She asked, extending her hand.
Right.
He shook her hand, and she kept the handshake going several seconds too long. He was happy when she released her grip. I heard you're not dating anyone, Crystal continued, then leaned forward, making no secret how tight her shimmery blouse was. I mean, we really can't count tonight. Grant, tell me how this was all set up. Her eyes darted to Felicity, then back up at Leo. I'm not dating anyone either. This blind date is sort of a one-time thing. Leo shot a glance to Grant, but he was talking to Felicity. Crystal touched Leo's arm, and he looked back at her. Before the night is over, we should exchange numbers, if we happen to have a free night at the same time." Leo was literally speechless. Now he was the one who needed rescuing. He heard Grant ask Felicity, "How are those locks?" Felicity smiled. "Great, they've kept out all boogeymen." "Well, the package did have a 100% warranty against any boogeymen." Felicity laughed. Leo wasn't worried. Not much. Okay, he was getting annoyed. Their group began to move in the direction of the restaurant, and Crystal sidled up to Leo. "You must have all kinds of stories to tell," she said, her blue eyes glinting. "I mean, you have to carry a gun all of the time." "I do." Why was Grant talking to Felicity? Shouldn't he talk to his own date? Felicity laughed at something else Grant said, and suddenly Leo was looking at the pair of them in a different light. Did Grant find Felicity attractive? Of course he did. She was undeniably attractive. But what did Felicity think about Grant? As they neared the hostess stand, a dark-haired woman named Alicia greeted them. "Hello, Leo," she said. I mean, Officer Russo." "Leo is fine," he was quick to say. "Nice to see you again." Alicia had been younger than him in high school, so they hadn't really known each other. Alicia's mom had had some complaints filed against her for stealing and hoarding her neighbor's trash, so any recent interactions with Alicia were not exactly the topics of casual conversation. "Four of you tonight?" Alicia breezed right past any other topic of conversations, which was fine with Leo. The sooner this dinner date was over and the sooner he had Felicity back to himself, the better. Most of the tables at the restaurant were filled, and Alicia led them to their table, then handed out the menus. "Gwen will be your waitress, and she'll be here shortly. The Sunday buffet is our main feature tonight, but you can also order off the menu." "Sounds great," Grant said. "I think we're all planning on the buffet." Alicia nodded. "I hope you enjoy it. Gwen will take your drink orders in just a moment." As Alicia walked away, Crystal turned to Grant. "You have to try the chicken parmesan here, but order it from the regular menu. There's nothing I hate more than standing in line and piling food on my plate from a massive bowl." Crystal gave a shudder. Leo tried not to let his mouth drop open. Grant had said in their earlier call that his blind date wanted to go to the Sunday buffet. Well, it wasn't Leo's problem. "I love buffets," Felicity said. "My parents are buffet gurus, and when I was living at home, we went every Saturday night." Grant seemed to be fixated on what Felicity was saying, yet Leo thought something in her words felt off. He turned to catch her eye, but she was looking directly at Crystal as if to dare the woman to contradict her. Leo had to stifle a laugh when Felicity next said, "I once went on a date to a buffet restaurant, and my date ate so much that he got sick." Grant did laugh. "I hope your date tonight is better mannered than that." Felicity turned her green gaze on Leo. "I guess we'll find out." Leo smirked. "I'm sure I can pace myself so I don't get sick." He winked at Crystal because she was openly staring at him. The expression on her face was priceless. "Hi, everyone," a waitress said, stopping by the table. "I'm Gwen, and I'd like to welcome you to our restaurant." The woman wore a white blouse and black pants, but her earrings were yellow suns, matching her nail polish. Her pale blonde hair was pulled into one of those messy buns. "What type of white wine do you have tonight?" Crystal asked, preempting them all. While the waitress rattled off vintages and their years, Grant nudged Leo's foot. When Leo looked at his friend, Grant mouthed, "Check your phone." Leo pulled out his phone to see that Grant had sent him a text. "I had no idea my blind date would be Crystal. Can you create some kind of emergency to get us out of here?" Leo typed back, "Seriously? We're not in high school. We'll eat, then you can take her home." Grant sent back an eye roll emoji. Leo swallowed down a laugh. The next hour was spent by fielding awkward questions and blatant suggestions from Crystal. She practically ignored Grant. Felicity made good on her promise and piled her plate with plenty of food. Even Leo doubted she could eat it all, but he was surprised at how much she did eat. Crystal ordered a separate meal and barely touched it. As the meal finally concluded and their waitress delivered the bill, Grant handed over his credit card without a look at the bill. Every minute counted, it seemed. Once his credit card was returned, Grant stood. "Thank you for joining us," he said, "but I'm afraid I've got to finish up some accounting tonight since my brother's wife has been sick." Leo wondered if that was true, but he decided Grant had been a trooper. So Leo stood, and the women joined them. Before they exited, Grant was stopped by someone he knew. Crystal somehow managed to sidle up to Leo while Grant was talking. "I should really get your number in case things align," she said. Leo didn't need to look at Felicity to know that she could hear every word. And there was no way in hell he was giving Crystal his number. "Because of my job, I can't give out my phone number to citizens." Crystal wrinkled her pert nose. "I've never heard of that rule." Felicity slipped her hand into Leo's. "It was really nice meeting you, Crystal, but we have a dog to pick up." Crystal's confused expression deepened. Leo squeezed Felicity's hand, wanting right then and there to kiss her in the middle of the restaurant lobby. "Yeah, nice to meet you, Crystal." He kept a hold of Felicity's hand and moved toward the entrance, clapping Grant on the back as they passed. "Wait, you're leaving?" Grant said, breaking away from his conversation. "We've got an appointment," Leo said, not slowing his step. They pushed through the outside doors, and the cool air was a welcome slap to his senses. "Wow," Felicity said. "Yeah, wow," Leo breathed. They continued to his car, and he opened the passenger door for her. Felicity paused next to him before she climbed into the car. "Do you have that effect on all the women you meet?" He looked down at her. The moonlight was bright, but the color of her eyes were indiscernible in the darkness. "What effect?" She tilted her head. "Please don't tell me you didn't notice. First Leslie, then Crystal. Is this normal for you, or is it because you're a cop?" Leo blinked. Uh, I'm not sure how to answer that." "Well, you think about it because it's way out of hand," she said. "I mean, I ate way too much to prove that I love buffets." "So you were just kidding about that?" "I like buffets as much as any person, I guess, but I did embellish a bit." Leo smiled. "What about your date who got sick?" "Oh, that was true," Felicity said, her dimple appearing. "What happened with him? Did you go out again?" "No, but it wasn't because he'd gorged himself at a buffet." Leo waited. Felicity folded her arms. "Okay, if you have to know, it was because his name was the same name as my dad's. It was just too weird." "What's your dad's name?" "Kevin?" "Nah, Leo?" he asked. Felicity smirked. "Not Leo." He slipped his hands into his pockets to keep from breaking her dating rule. "That's good to hear." She smiled, then climbed into the passenger seat. Leo shut her door and walked around the car to the other side. Across the parking lot, he spotted Grant and Crystal leaving the restaurant. Leo felt sorry for his friend, but he was on his own now with that woman. Leo slipped into the car. Felicity pulled out her phone. "It says that it takes dogs a few days to adjust to a new home," she said. "Do you think I should have General sleep in the house the first night or outside? I mean, what if he barks at all the sounds of the neighborhood?" "Inside might be a good idea," Leo said. "If you want, I could stay over too and make sure the dog gets adjusted." Funny. 13. Felicity knew Leo was teasing about staying over to make sure the dog would adjust to his new surroundings, but his suggestion still sent a warm buzz through her. She had to stop reacting to his flirtatious nature. He hadn't flirted with Crystal or with Leslie exactly, so that made her happy. Still, Leo was going way above and beyond what any other guy had ever done for her, especially when they'd only recently met. It was like they were months into a relationship and not on their first date. Not that she had a frame of reference, since it was true that the longest she'd dated someone was 6 days. That fact hadn't seemed to deter Leo. As they pulled up to the animal shelter, she felt a pang of sympathy in her stomach, even though she wouldn't consider herself an animal lover. All of these animals, and no homes. The shelter looked like such a bleak place to live. Maybe if things worked out well with General, she'd consider getting a second pet. "Ready?" Leo said. "Yep." Felicity put her phone away. She had a feeling she'd be Googling a lot of dog care tips. When Leo opened her door, she didn't move for a minute. "Having second thoughts?" he asked. "I want the dog. I need a dog." "What if it doesn't work out, though?" "You can always bring the dog back." Leo held out his hand. "Come on." Felicity put her hand in his and let him help her out of the car. It would be too cruel to bring him back here.
You can always find a private owner with a little bit of legwork,
he said. What about you?
My apartment would be torture for a dog like General, he said.
Their fingers lingered together, and Felicity liked that holding his hand was comfortable. The butterflies were nice too, but she tried not to let her mind go beyond holding Leo's hand, even though they were no longer around any other distractions, i.e., other women. Sorry about breaking your rule of sleeping on the decision, she said. He shrugged.
It was my rule, not yours.
She released his hand and moved past him. Let's go change General's life, then. They had to knock on the locked door, and a young man came to open it up for them. Felicity Miner? He said, looking from Felicity, then to Leo. Oh, hi, Officer Russo.
How are you?
Leo said. Fine, fine. Come on in, the young man said. His name tag read Cliff.
I have all the paperwork ready, and we'll send you home with a leash. We have a small bag of dog food to send with you as well, but you'll need to buy more soon.
Once at the desk, he said, Do you have a fenced yard or kennel for the dog? I have a fenced yard, Felicity said. Do I need a kennel?
Not necessarily, although it keeps all the cleanup in a smaller space. We'll figure it out, Leo said.
She liked how he said we, because she was going to need some help with decision-making. Cliff set the paperwork for her to sign on the counter, and she flipped through the pages, signing where necessary. Minutes later, Cliff arrived with General. Felicity bent down to scratch the dog. His soulful eyes melted her heart a little more. Ready to come home with me? Leo took a hold of the leash, although Felicity was sure the dog would obey their commands regardless. Felicity straightened to hand over the paperwork, then paid the adoption fee. Leo picked up the dog food bag, and together they left the shelter. Are you sure you're okay to have him in your car? Felicity asked once they were outside.
No problem.
Leo opened the back door.
Inside, buddy. We're going for a ride.
The dog seemed to understand what Leo was saying, and he climbed into the back seat. I think I'm falling in love, she said. Leo looked over at her. With the dog.
Thanks for the clarification.
Leo put his hand over his heart, a smile on his face.
That was a close call.
Felicity laughed. She climbed into the passenger seat and thought that as far as first dates went, this was the best one yet, even with Leslie and Crystal in the mix. As Leo started the car, she turned to look at General. He looks so content, as if he's happy, even.
I'm sure he is a happy dog.
Leo backed out of the parking spot, then headed for the street.
He's a lucky dog, too.
Felicity let the comment pass without a response. How much dog food do you think you'll need a week?
Get one of those 50-pound bags, and that should last a few weeks.
Felicity wondered how hard it would be to balance a 50-pound bag of dog food on her bike.
What? Leo said. You do have a car, right?
He paid way too much attention to her facial expressions. It was almost like he could read her thoughts. I do, she said, although it's not currently running. Leo slowed at an approaching stop sign.
What's wrong with it?
Felicity shrugged. It kept going into limp mode, and then one morning it wouldn't start. I thought I'd wait until my dad came to visit to take a look at it. Leo turned the next corner.
How long has it been broken down?
A couple of weeks. Leo threw her a questioning look. But I've been riding my bike all summer, so I haven't been in a big hurry to get it towed somewhere.
No wonder people call you the bike lady.
Leo pulled onto the road that led into her neighborhood. It's a small town, she reasoned, and it's not like I have anywhere to go. Leo pulled up to her house and parked.
I could look at it.
What? You're a mechanic, too? Felicity said.
I know some basics,
Leo said.
We had a lot of cars coming and going in my house when we were all teenagers.
Of course he could fix cars, serve and protect the public, and then fix their cars, too. It's okay, really. When my parents come out, my dad will figure it out. Leo turned off the engine.
What does your dad think it is?
I haven't exactly told him yet, she said. She couldn't tell him. He'd think she was being irresponsible by not fixing it right away. I don't want him coming out here for that. She reached for the handle of the car. She didn't want to talk about her parents. When people asked her questions about them, she realized how different they were from the average set of parents. They'd worked full-time, Her mom as a nurse, her dad as a teacher. Both were retired now. But they were getting old, and she hated for them to make the long trip to Pine Valley. They never offered to come, anyway. Felicity climbed out of Leo's car before he could drill down on any more questions. She waited for him to open the back door and let General out. She didn't know what to expect. Would the dog realize he was in a strange place and be grumpy? Would he be hard to manage now? But the dog trotted after her as she led the way to the house. She flipped on lights as she entered, and the scent of strawberry jam assailed her senses.
"Smells good,"
Leo said, coming in behind her.
"Makes me wish we stayed here and had jam sandwiches instead of that buffet."
"You're an easy man to please," Felicity said, realizing the truth in her words as she spoke them. Leo was easygoing, and now that they were alone in her house again, his presence seemed to fill every corner. Leo set the dog food on the kitchen table.
"You can either feed him once or twice a day, but you'll have to ration it."
General followed them into the kitchen and sniffed around, then moved into the living room, sniffing and inspecting every bit of furniture in each corner. She realized that Leo was watching her instead of the dog. "He looks like he's settling in, right?" she said.
"If you want to get a towel or old blanket, you could tell him where he should sleep."
"Good idea," she said, and walked down the hall. There were plenty of old blankets of her grandparents. She supposed she should donate some of them to Goodwill. She grabbed a thick blue blanket and carried it back to the living room. Leo was sitting on the edge of the couch, scratching the dog's head, who looked like he was in heaven. "Will this work?" she asked. Leo looked up, and their gazes connected for a second before he said,
"I'm sure he'll love it."
He looked back to General.
"You're gonna be spoiled, buddy."
Felicity looked about the living room, wondering where she should put the folded blanket.
"You might try the kitchen," Leo said. "Set it up beneath the front window. Then you can put his food and water there, too. Keep all the dog stuff together."
So Felicity arranged the blanket on the floor under the front kitchen window. "Now what?"
"Call him and tell him to lie down on the blanket,"
Leo said with an amused gleam in his eye. "Simple as that?" she asked.
"Simple as that."
"General, come here," she said. Even though the dog was enjoying Leo's scratching, he rose to his feet. "Good boy," Felicity said. "Lie down on the blanket." She bent and patted the blanket. The dog sniffed it, then stepped onto it and lay down. Felicity stared at the dog. It was that simple. Leo chuckled, and Felicity looked up to see that he'd come into the kitchen. "Will he stay there until I tell him to move?" she asked. "What if he has to use the bathroom? How will I know?"
"You'll know," Leo said. "He's well trained. Just let him out into the backyard."
She rested her hands on her hips. "All right." She looked from Leo to the dog, then back to Leo. "Thanks for all of your help. I mean, you've been more than generous with your time. I feel like I need to pay you or something, or make more jam." He smiled.
"You don't need to pay me."
He took a step closer.
"But I'll never turn down jam."
"It's pretty much the only thing I know how to make." He was standing pretty close, and close enough that Felicity could see the darker flecks in his brown eyes, reminding her of dark chocolate again.
"You told me you could make 3 things."
He'd remembered. "I can make banana bread, too, and hot chocolate. Do you want some?" One side of Leo's mouth lifted.
"Hot chocolate?"
"Yeah." Apparently, she was asking him to stick around a little longer. "Do you like cinnamon with your hot chocolate?" He looked like he was trying to hold back a smile.
"I'm not opposed to cinnamon, although I can't say I've ever had it in hot chocolate."
"What do you usually have?" Leo rubbed the back of his neck.
"Oh, marshmallows? It's been a while. My mom told us we could only have 10 marshmallows each when we were kids."
"Marshmallows are good too, but I think you'll like the cinnamon." Felicity turned toward the pantry to get the hot chocolate mix because Leo's nearness was making her think of breaking her first date rule. She busied herself heating up the water, then grabbed 2 mugs. None of her mugs matched, and she'd done that on purpose.
"No Swiss Miss?"
Leo leaned against the counter as he watched her stir the mix into the steaming water of each mug. "Stevens is the best mix out there." She tasted the current one she was stirring. It needed one more spoonful, so she added it and stirred again. I've tried them all, and Stevens keeps coming out on top. Mint chocolate? Yeah, Felicity said. It tastes great with the cinnamon. She sprinkled on the cinnamon, spilling some on the counter. She met his gaze. Most people wouldn't think it's a good combination, but you might be surprised. She held out the mug, and he moved closer to take it. Leaning against the counter, side by side, they both sipped. The hot, chocolatey flavor was an instant ambrosia on her tongue. Perfect temperature. It's pretty good, Leo said, surprise in his tone. Do you drink hot chocolate every night? Most nights, she said. Always in the mornings, though. It doesn't have caffeine in it, so are you drinking it for the sugar buzz? Felicity looked over at him and shrugged. I can't explain it, but it makes me feel happy. Leo smiled. That's as good a reason as any. He set his mug on the counter behind them. You know how you already broke one rule tonight? About the dog? She glanced over at General on the other side of the kitchen. He looked totally relaxed on his blanket. His eyes were even closed. Leo straightened and faced her so that she was between him and the counter. He brushed his fingers against her free hand. Yeah, about the dog. The warmth from Leo's hand seemed to double the warmth from the hot chocolate. She met his gaze. Yes, his eyes were definitely the same color as dark chocolate. The only other rules we talked about were kissing, she said, and how you never kiss a woman first. He nodded, his eyes not moving from hers. You have a rule, too? I do. He took her hot chocolate mug and set it on the counter next to his mug. I was wondering if you might break your rule. Her heart rate pretty much doubled. Because you want to break yours? Yes. He set his hands on the counter on either side of her. She was cocooned on both sides, although he wasn't even touching her. You know me, Felicity said in a soft voice. I'm a rule breaker. In this instance, I approve. He winked, and she wasn't sure if she could take this flirting tension anymore. Then you better make your move, Officer Russo. His smile was slow. I think I will, Ms. Miner. When he closed the distance between them, she thought her heart would float right out of her. And when he pressed his mouth against hers, she felt as if 1,000 fiery darts had hit her at once. He tasted of chocolate and cinnamon, and she could feel the scruff of his chin against hers as he took his time exploring her mouth with his own. She'd never been kissed quite like this before, so slowly, so thoroughly, that she grasped his shirt because her legs were feeling weak. She'd read plenty of romance novels over the years, ones that had made her laugh, cry, and sometimes swoon. But kissing Leo was beyond what any words on a page could describe. Leo's hands left the counter and moved to her waist, anchoring her against him. With the added stabilization, she slid her hands around his neck. Having his entire body pressed against hers was intoxicating, and she was glad he broke off the kiss first because every resolve of hers had dissipated. Felicity, Leo whispered, resting his forehead against hers. I think that's enough rule breaking for one night because the more I kiss you, the more I want to stay. Leo? You better call me tomorrow after kissing me like that. A laugh rumbled his chest. Yes, ma'am. 14. Something small and sharp hit the side of Leo's head, and he swung around in his chair to see Officer Beck grinning at him. The man was a couple years older than Leo, and he didn't seem to have a serious bone in his body. His blonde hair and perpetual tanned skin made him look like he'd be more comfortable on a beach. Leo knew Beck spent his days off at the lake, water skiing. Beck aimed another paperclip and threw it straight at Leo's head. Leo ducked. "What was that for?" he said with a scowl. He knew he'd been grumpy at the police station this morning, but that was no excuse to be pelted with paperclips. "You're not going to answer your phone?" Beck said, motioning with his hand toward the landline on Leo's desk. He looked at the flashing light that indicated an incoming call. "Oh, yeah." His heart skipped a beat as he wondered if Felicity would call him on this number. No, he decided. It would have been transferred from the front desk. Besides, she'd use his cell number. He reached for the receiver. "Officer Russo here." "Leonardo, why haven't you been answering your phone?" "Mom?" Alarm shot through him. "Is everything all right? Did Angelo get off to his new job?" "Yes, he's there now," she said. "Dad's okay? Is he—" "Leonardo," she cut in. "Nothing's wrong. You told me you'd call me after your date, and you never did. I want to know how it went." Leo rubbed the back of his neck. It went fine." He grabbed his cell phone, which apparently had the ringer turned all the way down. There were 2 missed calls from his mom, 30 minutes apart. Then he remembered he'd turned down the ringer at the restaurant last night. He scrolled through other missed calls. 1 missed call from Grant last night, then a text. "Hey, thanks for joining me on the date, but why did you have to bail so early?" A text from Leslie. "Looks like your friend took home the dog. It was so great to see you. If you're in the area anytime soon, I'm working all week. Leslie." How did she get his cell number? "Leonardo," his mom said. "You don't sound so well. What happened?" Uh, he refocused on whom he was speaking to. "I'm fine, just tired." Okay, that was not the best thing to say to his mom because she might think his date was an all-nighter. And if there was one thing his mom had drilled into him, it was treating a woman with respect. "I've been up since 5 o'clock in the morning and only had a nap after my night shift the other night." She didn't say anything, and he could only imagine the narrowing of her eyes. He glanced over at Beck, who seemed absorbed in filling out paperwork, but Leo knew the guy was soaking up every word. "The date went fine," Leo told his mom, feeling like a 15-year-old reporting into his parents. "We went to a Sunday buffet at the Alpine Lodge with Grant and his date." "Oh, a double date. That sounds nice." His mom's voice was more cheery now. "What was your date's name?" Leo cleared his throat and glanced over at Beck, who took the opportunity to look up from his report and smile. "Felicity Miner," Leo said, because he knew his mom would get it out of him at some point. So would Beck. Before his mom could ask the next round of questions, he said, "Look, I've got to run, but I'll stop by after my shift. I want to talk to Angelo to see how his first day on the job went." After Leo hung up with his mom, Beck cleared his throat. Leo took his time scrolling through anything he'd missed on his phone before meeting Beck's pointed gaze. "You went out on a date with the bike lady?" Beck said. "She has a name." Beck grinned. "So that's what your problem is this morning." "I don't have a problem." "You've been daydreaming all morning like a 10-year-old kid who just noticed the difference between boys and girls." Well, that was pretty much true, but Leo wasn't going to admit it to Beck. Leo turned back to his computer and pulled up the report he should have finished over an hour ago. "That's all you're going to give me?" Beck said. "You finally went on a date after who knows how long, and all you're going to say is she has a name?" "Yep." Leo began to type. Eventually, Beck would have to get back to work, so ignoring him was the best method. Leo wasn't ready to discuss Felicity with anyone. The events of last night were still playing in his head. Well, their kiss was what he kept thinking about. And the way she smiled, and her green eyes, and how he'd piled strawberry jam on 4 pieces of toast this morning for breakfast. His phone dinged, and he looked at it to see the calendar reminder that he was doing the assembly this afternoon at the elementary school. Unfortunately, the school had wanted 2 officers to come so the kids would recognize more than one cop around town, so Leo had invited Beck. "Looks like it's time to go," Beck said. Leo heard the satisfaction in his voice. Resigned to spending the rest of the afternoon dodging questions, Leo rose and gathered his things. "I'm ready," he said. "I'll drive," Beck said. Once outside, they climbed into their patrol car. They were unofficial partners. In such a small town, 2 police officers weren't usually needed to handle the minor crimes, but Leo found himself paired up with Beck anytime the occasion called for it. They drove to the elementary school, and sure enough, Beck peppered Leo with questions, but Leo remained mute on the whole date thing. He didn't know if he could explain to himself how things had evolved with Felicity. It just had. And even the distance of not seeing her for, he checked the clock on the dashboard, 15 hours hadn't dimmed his desire to see her again. As soon as possible. He kept remembering the quips she'd made, the way she tilted her head when he was speaking to her, the flash of her eyes when he teased her, the dimple. Wow, you're really gone, Beck said, his voice cutting into Leo's thoughts. Must have been some date. Lack of sleep, Leo said. Maybe I should have swiped one of your 5-hour energy drinks. Beck laughed. That'll be the day. You're too much of a health nut to drink my poison. You're right, Leo said. He opened his door and climbed out. The wind had picked up and storm clouds were moving in fast. As they walked toward the school doors, a streak of lightning raced across the sky near the ski resort. That was a big one, Beck said. The first thing Leo thought of was Felicity riding home in a storm. What did she do when it was raining? She'd said she was working until closing tonight. What time was that exactly? Maybe the storm would blow over by then. He pulled out his phone and was about to Google the bookshop hours when a voice interrupted. Hello there, a woman said. The kids are so excited for the assembly. Leo looked up to see a young teacher in her early 20s crossing the hallway toward them. She was pretty, but she seemed to be a big fan of makeup, and her eyelashes reminded Leo of a spider he once found in his shower. He pocketed his phone, and he and Beck followed the teacher down the hallway. She kept up cheerful banter, and Beck responded. And Leo was happy to let Beck carry the conversation with the teacher. They walked into the assembly room, and the faces of a couple hundred kids watched them move to the front of the room. Leo started the assembly by asking if anyone had ever helped someone find a lost pet. Then he talked about safety and strangers. Beck spoke next about what cops did each day and how each of the kids could be good citizens. The hour flew by, and Leo found himself laughing a few times when the kids started asking questions. Everything from how fast a cop car could go to a question wondering if they got tired of wearing the same color of uniform every day. By the time the assembly was over, the sky had opened up and Leo and Beck jogged to the patrol car, getting plenty wet in the process. Beck started the car and headed out of the parking lot. Take Maine on the way back, Leo said. Beck didn't question him, and while he drove, Leo looked up the bookshop hours on the phone. They were on fall hours, and the shop closed at 6 p.m. They were nearing the shop now, and Leo instinctively said, Park up there. I'm going to run into the bookshop for a second. Beck smiled and parked in the next available spot. Not many cars were out in the downpour, and that was probably a good thing. Leo climbed out of the car and hurried the short distance along the sidewalk to the bookshop. He pulled open the door, and he was glad to see no other customers were inside. The door had chimed, and even though he couldn't see Felicity at the moment, surely she knew someone had entered the store. I'll be right with you, he heard her say, her voice coming from somewhere in the back of the store. He ran a hand over his hair, getting rid of some of the water droplets while he walked over to one of the displays. The table was full of Alana Johnson books. The covers had men and women on the front, embracing, some even kissing. Interesting. He wondered if these were the steamy romances Felicity thought Leslie probably read. Leo? He turned to see Felicity coming out of the back room, surprise written all over her face. She wore a dark sweater over a white V-neck shirt. Her jeans were those skinny kind and fit her very well. Her hair was in another high ponytail, but this time it was smooth instead of messy. Are you... She looked past him. On duty? I'm headed back to the station now and thought I'd stop in to see if you need a ride home in the rain. The words tumbled out almost on top of each other. My shift's over by 6, so it would be no trouble. Leo, she cut in. You parked your patrol car right in front of the bookshop. He raised his brows. And? People are going to think the bookshop has become a drug dealer location or something. She stopped near enough to him that her vanilla scent was unmistakable. It was good to see her in person, especially since he'd been thinking about her all day. No one's on the streets. She tilted her head, surveying him with her green eyes. He wondered if she'd thought of him today. Had she thought about the kiss they'd shared? It takes one person to say something, she said. You know how small towns are? Perhaps he'd been too impulsive. I wanted to see you. The edge of her mouth lifted into a smile, and he was tempted to pull her toward him and kiss that edge. Shopping for a book? She said in that teasing tone of hers. We have new Alana Johnson romances, all sweet, so they won't make you blush too much. In fact, this one's about a cop. She picked up one of the books. He scanned the cover, beloved in blue. Are you trying to tell me something? Funny. She set the book down. I'm more of a newspaper guy. Well, as long as you do read, I guess I can allow you to browse the books here. Her gaze connected with his. You said you were going to call. I'm here in person. She gave a tiny shrug. Yeah, but I was sort of looking forward to a phone call. Leo reached into his pocket and pulled out his phone. He pressed send on her contact number. Her phone rang somewhere near the register. She walked to the counter and picked up her phone, then answered. Hello? She leaned against the counter and smirked over at him. Hi, he said, holding her gaze. How are you? Who is this? She asked. He wanted to laugh. Leo Russo? Oh, hi. Her dimple appeared. I'm fine, just working. Been a slow afternoon because of the rain. Leo wanted to close the distance between them, but he remained by the display table. How did General do last night? Felicity walked toward him, keeping her voice low while she spoke into the phone. He woke me up at 5 a.m., so I let him outside, did his business, then he wanted 2 scoops of dog food. I think I'll need to buy dog food sooner than later. 2 scoops? Leo watched her approach. You have to be careful of overfeeding. I know, but those soulful eyes of his are too hard to resist. She stopped in front of Leo. He wanted to reach for her, but he kept his hands to himself. You're a softie. Felicity laughed. He loved her laugh. I think you're the softie, she said, lowering her phone. She was right. And she was still too far from him. Leo reached for her hand, and their fingers easily linked together. Are you busy tonight? He asked. You want to go to a restaurant and see how many more women pick up on you? No. Leo drew her closer so that she had to look up at him to meet his gaze. I was thinking that I could bring food over to your house and then take a look at your car. Oh, so it's all business. Leo chuckled. It will start out as business, but I'm not opposed to a change in agenda. She smiled, then bit her bottom lip. You really don't have to look at my car. My bike is fine on most days, including rainy ones. A little water never hurt a person. A peal of thunder sounded from outside, making Felicity flinch. Then she laughed. See, Mother Nature is agreeing with me. Leo moved even closer. No, Mother Nature is saying she wants me to pick you up at closing. Felicity looked down at their intertwined hands. If it's still raining, then I'll consider it. The front door chimed open, and in an instant, Felicity had released his hand and stepped away. It's been way past 2 seconds, Russo, Beck said, laughter in his tone. Hello there, Felicity. Hi, she said. Have you seen my partner? Dark hair, about this tall? Beck continued. Felicity folded her arms. Sounds familiar. What's his name? Russo, Beck continued. Kind of a mama's boy, you know that type. Her cheek dimpled. I said I'd be out in a minute, Beck. Leo hoped he didn't sound grumpy, although he was starting to feel that way. Oh, don't mind me, Beck said in an all too innocent tone. I wanted to check out the new releases. I didn't know cops were so interested in shopping for books on their shifts, Felicity said. Shouldn't you be casing the high school parking lot for kids who are sloughing? Beck laughed and looked over at Leo. I like her. Felicity smirked, then walked toward the register. Let me know if you boys need any help. I've got some inventory to finish. We're going, Leo announced. But Beck started to say.
I'll call you later, Felicity, Leo said, leading the way to the front door and motioning Beck to follow him. Once outside, Leo didn't make eye contact with Beck until they got into the car. I was on my way out, Leo said. Beck chuckled. I wanted to see you moon over her. I wasn't mooning. Beck scoffed. Keep telling yourself that, Russo. But if anyone were to ask me, I'd say you're whipped. Never thought I'd see it after the number Janet did on you. Sorry to bring her up, but I'm happy for you. Really. Leo rubbed the back of his neck. He'd never had a personal conversation with Beck. It was always teasing and ribbing each other. We've only been on one date, and I have no idea where this is going. I think that's how most relationships are, Beck said. Not that I'm an expert. Shelley threw a drink in my face last night. Leo sputtered out a laugh. She what? Why? Long story, Beck said. And we've got a department meeting in 7 minutes. Oh, that's right, I forgot. Department meetings were usually long, and now Leo worried the meeting might make him late to pick up Felicity. He sent her a quick text, even though he knew Beck was probably guessing what he was doing. Maybe he was whipped, but he didn't care. Something about Felicity captivated him, and he wanted to figure it out. 15. The rain had died to a sprinkle, and it would be dark in about an hour, so Felicity climbed on her bike. Leo had texted after his visit to the bookshop, saying his department meeting might go past 6 o'clock and that he'd pick her up as soon as he could. Felicity had considered waiting, but with the extra quiet Main Street and the closed sign already in the window, she decided she'd rather be home making hot chocolate and petting General. He was a sweet dog, and she didn't really know how effective he would be as a watchdog, but she wasn't about to take him back to the shelter. She buttoned up her sweater and wished she would have brought her rain jacket, but her hazy mind this morning forgot to check the weather app. She could blame that one on Leo. Who would have thought he was an amazing kisser? Well, she had imagined it, but reality had been much, much better than her imagination. Balancing on her bike, she pedaled out of the rear parking lot. The raindrops misted her face, and she decided she'd probably want a hot bath as well. It was colder than she expected. She rode down Main Street, then onto the side road that would eventually connect to the road leading to her neighborhood. A car approached from behind, and then it slowed. For an instant, she wondered if it was Leo. Then she worried it wasn't. But the car sped up again and passed by her. Maybe the driver was just being courteous and not splashing her with the extra runoff from the rainstorm. More cars passed, and none slowed down. She'd turned off the main road and was 2 blocks from her house when a car slowed down to her speed. Without looking, she sensed it was Leo. Sure enough, he rolled down the passenger window. You're soaking wet, he said. I can put the bike in the trunk and drive you the rest of the way. She slowed her pace to glance over at him. She tried to suppress a shiver but wasn't successful. I'm fine. It's only 2 blocks. I've been calling you. My phone's in my backpack, she said, increasing her riding pace again. Leo kept pace with her until she turned the final corner. Then he sped up and continued driving to her house. When she got there, he'd climbed out of the car, getting himself wet while he waited. He'd changed out of his uniform, of course, and wore a jacket over a black shirt along with jeans. Her heart skipped a beat when she saw the concern in his gaze. She hopped off her bike, trying to conceal how shaky and cold her legs felt. Her pants were soaked all the way through, and they'd be tough to peel off. Did you bring food? She asked, keeping her tone light. I thought I'd call for delivery, he said, eyeing her. I didn't want to make you wait. Sounds good. She started to wheel her bike to the gate, but Leo stepped alongside her and grasped the handlebars. Why don't you go inside and get warm? He said. I'll put the bike away. Felicity hesitated. Then she heard a dog bark from inside. He's barking. Do you think something's wrong? He must have missed you, Leo said, taking possession of the bike. General barked again, so Felicity headed for the house. She unlocked the door with fingers that were shaking from cold. She opened the door and General was right there. Hey, boy, she said, bending to scratch his head, even though her fingers were numb. Did you miss me, or are you just starving? General barked again. Felicity smiled. Okay, let's get you some food. The warmer air of the house started to thaw Felicity's face and hands, but the temperature change also made her realize how cold she really was. Come on, General.
The dog followed her into the kitchen. She marveled that he hadn't knocked the dog food bag off the counter where she'd left it. She added a scoop to the bowl on the floor and General set to eating. The front door opened and Leo stepped in. His gaze went to her, then to the dog, then quickly back to Felicity.
You're shivering.
I just need to change, she said, her teeth chattering.
Take everything off, he said. I mean, make sure everything you put on is dry.
Okay. She moved past him because she didn't want him analyzing her so much. She'd be fine.
If you need help, let me know.
There was no humor in his voice, and she was too cold to turn it into a joke. She hurried to her room, and once inside, she stripped as fast as she could. But it was difficult because she was shaking so badly. Tomorrow, she was going to wear thermals and bring a hat and gloves. She pulled on yoga pants, then put on socks. Next, she pulled on a long-sleeved shirt, then added a t-shirt for layering.
Felicity?
Leo's voice sounded right outside her door, and it made her flinch.
Are you all right?
Yes, she said, glad that the shakiness in her voice was much less prominent. I'm almost dressed. She grabbed a thick sweatshirt and zipped it up. She was starting to warm, but it felt like 1,000 needles were pricking her body. After tugging out the elastic holding in her ponytail, she ran her fingers through her damp hair. Then she opened the door to step into the hall. Leo was waiting on the other side of the door. She tried to smile at him. I'm fine, really. He didn't say anything, just took her hands in his, then turned them over.
I want to see your feet.
She stared at him. It's not cold enough for frostbite.
True, but I'm gonna rub them out.
Felicity quickly calculated when she'd last shaved her legs. It had been Sunday morning. She should still be good. I don't think. Leo grasped her hand and drew her along the hallway. On the couch, he'd piled a couple of blankets he must have found in the hall closet.
Sit down, he said.
She thought about arguing with him, but the blankets would feel great. You're kind of bossy, she said, sitting on the couch and pulling the first blanket over her. Leo checked something on his phone.
It's 41 degrees.
That is cold. He draped the second blanket over her, then sat on the couch.
I ordered Thai food. I hope you like it.
I'm not picky, she said.
Okay, great, he said. Let me see your feet.
His tone was so businesslike and official, maybe cop-like. She rested her legs across his lap. Any other time, this would feel pretty intimate, but right now, she was curious to see what he was going to do. He took off one of her socks and started to rub her foot. I guess you're not one of those guys who gets grossed out by bare feet, she said.
Not really. They can be sexy,
he said. Felicity swallowed. How did mine measure up? She was totally kidding, but Leo slowed his rubbing and looked over at her.
They're definitely in the sexy category.
He smiled at her, and she was glad to see the worry ease in his eyes. I'm flattered, then, she said. I don't think anyone but me has ever noticed my feet. He started to work on her other foot, and she had to admit all the prickly pain was gone from the first foot. And do cops practice rubbing cold feet for their training? You could be a masseuse, she said. He chuckled.
I'll keep that in mind if I ever need a career change.
Felicity relaxed more. Her shivering slowed. The dry clothing and double blankets were doing their work. Leo finished with her second foot, and he slipped her socks back on. She shifted so that she was sitting up again. Come here, he said in a soft voice, draping his arm across the back of the couch. She nestled against him, and he wrapped both arms around her, cocooning her more inside the blankets. His body heat warmed her up faster than any blanket, and pretty soon she was feeling too warm. General decided to join them and came over to the couch. He sat near Leo's legs and rested his chin on Leo's knees. I think you're his favorite, Felicity said.
Well, we're buddies,
Leo said, and she heard the smile in his voice. He relaxed his bare hold on her, and his fingers traced her shoulder, brushing against her neck. She closed her eyes, knowing she was probably getting way too comfortable on the couch with Leo, but she didn't want to move from his warmth. He lifted her hair away from her neck, then his fingers stilled.
Is there a story behind your rose tattoo?
He asked. Rose is my middle name, Felicity said. I always liked my middle name more than my first name.
It's pretty.
Felicity wasn't sure if he was talking about her name or the tattoo, but she enjoyed the brush of his fingers against her skin as he traced the outline of the tattoo. She felt like she could fall asleep any moment. Then Leo's phone buzzed. "You can answer that," she said. "You're here on business, after all." He chuckled, then answered his phone. By the conversation, she could tell it was Grant reporting in on Angelo's first day of work. She kept her eyes closed and enjoyed the rumble of his voice as she kept her head against his shoulder. Then Leo made another call, this one apparently to Angelo himself. The conversation was brief until a woman's voice came on. Her voice was loud enough through the phone that Felicity could hear most of what she said. His mom. "I've been waiting for you to call, Leo," his mom said. "I thought you got off work at 6 o'clock." Without opening her eyes, Felicity guessed it was about 7:30 now. "Things have been busy," Leo said in a patient voice. "How's Dad doing?" "Oh, no, you don't," his mom said. "I want to hear more about this woman you're dating. I asked Angelo if he knew who she was, and he wouldn't say a word, which I thought was strange. Don't you think that's strange?" Felicity lifted her head. Leo's eyes connected with hers. "We'll need to talk later, Mom. I'm with Felicity now." "Oh, again?" his mom said. "You must really like this girl." Felicity smirked, and Leo failed at holding back a smile. "Bye, Mom." He hung up, then set his phone on the coffee table in front of them. "Your mom is kind of persistent," Felicity said. "You'd think she'd give me a break because I'm the youngest." Felicity shrugged. "She cares about you." Leo was looking at her kind of intensely right now, and she realized that she'd completely thawed out. In fact, she was too warm. She sat up and unzipped her sweatshirt, then slipped it off. She leaned forward to scratch General for a second, creating space between her and Leo. "My mom's been protective since the big blow-up with Jana," he said, "although she was happy enough that we broke up." "Your mom didn't like her?" Felicity asked. Was Leo the kind of guy who always went along with his mother's opinion? "My mom was more than kind to Jana, but Jana, well, she either loved someone or hated them," he said. "And unfortunately, she didn't appreciate my mom much." "Or fortunately?" He smiled and reached for her free hand, wrapping her hand in his warm one. "That's a better way to put it." Her heart rate doubled, so she continued to scratch the dog's head with her other hand. General's eyes were closed, as if he was enjoying the attention after a whole day alone. "I've never been much of a parent meter," Felicity said. "What do you mean?" "I've never met the parents of someone I've dated." Leo's phone buzzed again, but he ignored it. "I think meeting parents is what happens when you've dated someone for longer than 6 days. But I'm sure my mom would be happy to meet you sooner than that." Felicity laughed. "Your mom seems very curious." "That's one way to put it." Leo released her hand, only to touch her hair. "Your hair's almost dry." She swallowed at his nearness. His fingers brushed her neck, then rested on her shoulder. "So, are we dating, Ms. Miner?" he asked. She met his chocolate brown gaze. "You tell me, Officer Russo." He angled toward her, his hand slipping behind her neck. His mouth brushed against hers once, then twice. He drew away much too soon. "I think we are." She twined her arms around his neck. "Then you should kiss me better than that." His lips curved upward as he slid his hands down her back and settled at her waist. She leaned into him, closing her eyes, and he kissed her softly. Heat rushed through her, warming every part of her body. He grasped her hips and tugged her closer, then proceeded to kiss her quite thoroughly. She ran her fingers through the softness of his hair, then along the warmth of the back of his neck. He smelled of rain, spice, and Leo. She couldn't ever remember getting so lost in someone, and it did crazy things to her pulse. When she pulled away, if only to breathe, she said, "That was much better." 16. The knock on the front door saved Leo. He was having a hard time breaking away from kissing Felicity. And apparently, he wasn't keeping his feelings or interest in her any sort of secret from her, or from anyone for that matter. His mom knew, his partner knew, Grant knew, and soon his siblings would all know, since there was no way his mother would keep quiet about the fact that he was with a woman for the second night in a row. The knock sounded again, but Leo was reluctant to release Felicity, even though he was hungry. Felicity pushed at his chest and laughed when he groaned. "I'm hungry, even if you're not. The granola bar I had for lunch only helped for about 15 minutes. By the time Felicity answered the door, Leo had risen to his feet and located his wallet, but Felicity was faster, producing money from out of the air, it seemed. "I'm paying," she said. "I invited myself over," Leo said, "so I'm paying." Felicity beat him to it. Then she took the sack of food and smiled sweetly at the delivery guy before shutting the door. Without a backward glance at Leo, she walked into the kitchen and set the sack on the table. She pulled out the food containers, and before she could move from the table to get anything else, Leo captured her from behind. She stilled as he slid his arms around her waist and pulled her against him. "You don't always have to be so stubborn." She leaned her head against his shoulder and smiled up at him. "You don't always have to get your way." "Touché," he said, then kissed her neck. Her eyelids fluttered shut, and she laid her hands over his. "I thought you came over for business," she said. He inhaled, breathing in the smell of rain from her hair. "Leo?" "Mm-hmm." "Let's eat." She tugged away from him with a smile, then grabbed a couple of forks and 2 water bottles. Leo exhaled. "Are you laughing at me?" "Why would I do that?" she asked in an all too innocent voice. "You're more of a romantic than I expected." Leo slapped a hand over his heart. "You know how to kill a guy's ego. I don't think that's possible with you." He wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss her again, but instead he busied himself with opening the containers on the table. General was at their side in an instant. "We should put him in the backyard for a while," Leo said. "Let him get some exercise, and it will teach him not to beg at the table." "Then you take him outside," Felicity said. "I don't want him to be mad at me." Leo laughed, then escorted the dog out the back door. Although the rain had finally let up, the temperature had dropped even more. Back at the table, Leo pointed out the different foods he'd ordered. Felicity tried them all, liking the masaman the best. "This is way better than eating at a restaurant," Felicity said. "No women fawning over you." "What about you?" Leo said. "If we're dating, shouldn't you fawn over me?" "That would make it too easy," she said. "Besides, I don't want your ego to get even bigger." Leo reached for the edge of her chair and slid it over toward him until their legs were touching. "I don't mind if the fawning comes from you." Felicity smirked. "Keep dreaming, then." She popped a piece of chicken into her mouth, but then she slid her hand into his and linked their fingers. Leo was totally fine to eat with his left hand. His phone rang again, and he wished he'd put it on silent. "You can answer your phone," she said. "What if it's an emergency?" "Then they can call 911. The ringing stopped, then started again. "Okay, it's making me anxious." She squeezed his hand, then released it. "Just answer it." So he rose and went into the living room. "It's my mom. I wish she'd just text." He dialed her back, planning on keeping the conversation short and telling her not to keep calling, but his heart immediately sank when she answered. "Dad's fallen again," she said in a tearful voice. "And he won't wake up." "What?" Leo's mind spun. "Did he hit his head?" "I don't know," his mom sobbed. "I went to check on him and found him on the floor." He could barely understand her. "Okay, take a deep breath. I'm gonna call the paramedics, and then I'll meet you at the house. Don't try to move him or anything, okay?" "Okay," she said. "Is Angelo there?" "No, only me." "The paramedics will probably arrive before I do. Don't call anyone else so you can keep the phone line free," Leo said. "I'm hanging up now." He clicked off with his mom, and his gaze connected with Felicity's stunned expression as he dialed 911. Seconds after he hung up with the dispatcher, he barely had the cognizance to tell Felicity goodbye and head out the door. There was never a time when he wished he had his patrol car more than he did right now. As it was, the streets were wet and dark, and speeding through them could lead to another disaster. His heart was pounding with fear. He knew he'd never forgive himself if his father died tonight. When he'd picked up the cell phone from the coffee table, he'd missed 2 calls from his mom. He couldn't be mad at her for not calling the paramedics first, because the mother of a cop should be able to rely on her son. When he turned off the main road into his parents' neighborhood, he heard the sirens. Leo's heart plummeted as it all became too real. He pulled over as the ambulance turned the corner behind him and barreled down the road. Then Leo followed the ambulance. Neighbors had started to come out of their houses wearing jackets and raincoats since the rain had become a steady drizzle again. Leo parked his car on the side of the road, giving the ambulance plenty of space, then raced to the house. He stopped inside the doorway to see his father lying on the living room floor, surrounded by paramedics. He knew the paramedics, but his mind wasn't registering names right now. "Leo," his mother said, crossing to him, her cheeks stained with tears. She wrapped her arms about his torso, and he hugged her back. "Is he breathing?" Leo asked the paramedics. A man with dark hair looked up. David, that was his name. "He's breathing." Leo felt his mother sag against him, and he kept a firm grip on her. Then his father opened his eyes. "Mr. Russo," David said, "can you hear me?" His father blinked, but otherwise he didn't react. "Let's get him to the hospital," David told the other paramedics. He looked over at Leo. "His pulse is slow. He might have had another stroke." Leo nodded, feeling numb all over. His mother was crying, and he felt completely helpless. He watched as the paramedics transferred his father to a gurney and loaded him into the ambulance. "Come on, let's follow them," he said. His mom nodded, but she didn't make a move to join him, so he found her purse and phone and then took her by the hand to lead her to his car. They followed the ambulance to the hospital and went to the waiting room. He found his mom's insurance card in her wallet and began to fill out the paperwork. "Can't you call your siblings?" his mom asked. "Sure, no problem." After he finished the paperwork, he called each of his siblings, giving them what information he could. His sister Maria said she'd come right away, but her kids were asleep and her husband was out of town. Leo told her that if there was a significant change in their dad's diagnosis, he'd call her. His other siblings said they'd be there in the morning. Then he sent a text to Angelo. Angelo replied a few minutes later, "I'm at the movie with Grant. I'll have him drop me off at the hospital." Leo hoped he hadn't made Grant feel like he had to be Angelo's best friend, too. "You don't need to come at this point. I'll let you know if anything changes with Dad." Now that everyone was in the loop, he checked on his mom. One of the nurses must have brought her a blanket, and she was staring blankly across the room. Thankfully, the ER waiting room was empty, so there wasn't any other stressful situation going on. "Do you want a water or coffee?" His mom blinked, then met his gaze with her watery eyes. "Water is fine." When he returned with 2 water cups, he handed one to his mom, then sat beside her. She reached for his hand. "What would I do without you?" Leo gave her a half smile. "Call one of your other kids?" His mom shook her head. "They aren't like you in an emergency. Your sisters would have just bawled their eyes out, and your brothers would have been yelling at the paramedics." "Lucky me." Leo wrapped his arm about his mom's shoulder and kissed her cheek. "Sorry I didn't answer on the first ring." His mom took a sip of her water, and Leo noticed that her hands were shaking. "She must be a special woman." Distraction might be good for his mom at this point while they waited for news on Dad. "Felicity is different from any woman I know," he said, in a good way, I think. "We're opposites in a lot of things, but we also have a lot in common." "Like what?" "Well, we're both stubborn." His mom gave a soft laugh. "You need a stubborn woman to put up with you." "I'll take that as a compliment," he said. "And I think Felicity would too." Surprisingly, his mom didn't pepper him with any more questions. She only patted his hand and said, "I'm happy for you. You need a good woman in your life." Leo was about to protest to say that he was perfectly able to survive life without a girlfriend, but his mom leaned her head against his shoulder and closed her eyes. He closed his eyes too, knowing he wouldn't be able to sleep, but for now, his father was in good hands. 17. Felicity had been staring at her phone for what felt like hours. She didn't know if it was okay to text or call Leo to find out how his dad was doing. What if his dad had died? That would be the worst phone call ever. She couldn't get the expression on Leo's face out of her mind, full of anguish. His actions had been calm, though almost robotic. A man who was no stranger to emergencies. How must it be when it was his own father? So she waited and wondered. The rain started again, and Felicity listened to the drops hitting the windows as she scratched General's head. It was nearly midnight now, and so whatever had gone on with Leo's dad was probably either a lot better or a lot worse. Again, she debated whether or not to reach out to him. They were dating, barely, and really, things were still so new between them. She hadn't even met anyone in his family yet. Well, if she didn't count Angelo. She pictured the hospital waiting room filled with members of the Russo family. They'd all stare at her if she showed up. And if she did go, what would Leo think? Would she be another complication to the night, or would he be glad to see her? Felicity continued to do nothing, but each moment she second-guessed herself. Finally, she couldn't not know anything, so she texted Leo. Checking to see how your dad is doing. Simple. Short. No reply. After another full hour, she texted Livy. If you're up, call me. If not, no worries. She didn't want Livy to wake up to another panicked message. Seconds later, the phone rang. Livy, you're up, Felicity said. Is everything okay? Livy asked, concern in her voice. Can I borrow your car tonight? Felicity said, then went on to explain what had happened with Leo. Livy was silent for a few seconds. First of all, sorry to hear about his dad, but you're dating Leo now? Wow. I'm trying to wrap my head around it. Felicity exhaled. Well, get over it. Yes, he's hot, but I've been told I can be cute under certain circumstances. It's not that, Livy quickly corrected with a laugh. I'm just impressed? That's not much better, Felicity teased. Her tone sobered when she said, I'd have your car back in the morning, promise. Sure, no problem, Livy said. Do you want me to go with you? I mean, maybe Slade is there too. I think it's going to be awkward enough with me showing up and meeting the entire Russo family for the first time, Felicity said. I've been debating all night, and he hasn't replied to my text, so I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, or if he doesn't want to deal with me. Take my car, Libby said, and keep me posted on whatever happens. I'm not going to be able to sleep anyway. Sorry, Felicity said. She heard the smile in Libby's voice. That's what friends are for. We stay up all night worrying together. After hanging up with Livy, Felicity went into her room and changed into something more presentable. Then she brushed her hair and braided it. She pulled on a jacket and hurried over to Livy's house. Livy met her at the door and gave her a quick hug, then handed over the keys. On the drive to the hospital, Felicity grew more and more nervous, but her nerves also wouldn't let her stay at home and stare at her phone. She decided that if the waiting room was full of people, she'd quietly leave. But when she walked into the lobby of the ER, she only saw one person in there. Leo sat on one of the chairs, his elbows propped on his knees, and his face buried in his hands. Felicity froze. Had his father died? Was Leo sitting here alone and grieving? Maybe the rest of his family was in their dad's hospital room. She couldn't move. She wanted to go to him, but she also didn't want to intrude. Taking a step back, she was about to turn around when Leo lifted his head. Her heart pretty much melted right there when she saw his face transform from tired and worried to surprise, then relief. Hi, she said, her voice sounding odd. I wanted to check if you were all right. For some reason, tears stung her eyes when he rose, crossed the room, then pulled her into a hug. He was glad she'd come, she realized. She hugged him back, still not knowing what was going on with his dad. Leo was so sturdy and solid, and holding on to him probably gave her more strength than the other way around. "I texted you," she continued, "but didn't hear from you." He drew away, but kept his hands at her waist.
My phone died a while ago, and one of the nurses was going to round up a charger, but she must have gotten busy with something else.
Felicity kept her hands on his upper arms, glad that she'd come, and that Leo was being so receptive. But
Dad had another stroke,
Leo said, answering her biggest question.
We got to see him about an hour ago, and my mom's still in there, probably asleep in the chair by his bed.
"Oh, I'm so sorry," Felicity said. Leo blinked against the redness in his eyes.
Me too. The doctors won't know the damage until they run more tests in the morning. My mom has had so much on her plate caring for him with his previous limitations, and now we don't know what the future will hold.
"Do your brothers and sisters know?" He nodded.
My siblings will show up sometime in the morning, but I didn't want to leave my mom here alone in case she has another breakdown. I feel bad enough for ignoring her calls.
"Did she try calling your other siblings?" Felicity asked. "Or 911?" she wondered, but she already knew the answer to that.
I'm sort of my mom's go-to person in situations like this,
Leo said,
being a cop and all.
His brow furrowed, and he scanned her hair, her face, her clothing.
Don't tell me you rode your bike here.
Felicity smiled at that. "No, I borrowed Livy's car." Leo nodded.
Sorry I didn't get to look at your car tonight.
Felicity gazed into his warm brown eyes. "Forget my dumb car. What about you, Leo Russo? Who takes care of you?" His mouth twitched.
You sound like my mom.
"I think I like her already," Felicity said. Leo smiled. "Officer Russo?" A woman's voice cut in. "The doctor would like to speak to you and your mother." A woman in scrubs who appeared to be in her 50s walked into the lobby. She gave Felicity a pointed look. In a small town, even the nurse at the hospital knew Felicity wasn't a family member. Leo released her.
All right, he told the nurse. Thank you.
"I'll wait here," Felicity said, moving toward the row of chairs. Leo nodded, then followed the nurse. A few steps down the hall, he turned back around, then strode to Felicity before she could take her seat. He cradled her face in his hands and gave her a gentle kiss.
"Thanks for coming,"
he whispered. He released her before she could respond. She stood in the middle of the floor, watching him walk away, as all kinds of emotions rippled through her. Her eyes started burning with tears again. What was wrong with her? She took a seat, feeling breathless and shaky. She was probably tired, too. Pulling out her cell phone, she sent a quick text to Livy, telling her about Leo's dad and how Leo had hugged her. She'd keep that kiss to herself because, truthfully, she was starting to feel overwhelmed. Leo was the real thing, and Felicity's heart knew it. She'd never been in love before, but things with Leo were different. When she was around him, she felt so much more. She felt everything, and she wanted to be there for him. She didn't want him to have to sit in a hospital waiting room alone. But she wasn't good at relationships. She wasn't good at family life like what Leo had with his family. She was good at being alone and having limited friendships. When Leo returned to the waiting room, there was another woman with him. Felicity knew instantly that the dark-haired, dark-eyed woman was his mother. Her hair had probably once been impeccably coiffed, but the curls now drooped, and the circles under her eyes attested to a difficult night. But when her gaze connected with Felicity, the woman smiled, and Felicity saw the resemblance between mother and son in that smile. Leo's countenance was bright, too, and Felicity hoped that meant they'd had good news from the doctor. Felicity stood as they neared. "You must be Leo's mom," she said, holding out her hand. But instead of taking her hand, Leo's mom pulled Felicity into a hug. She couldn't be more surprised. Her own parents weren't huggers. "Thank you for coming," Mrs. Russo said, drawing away. She clasped Felicity's hands. It means a lot to Leo.
Felicity felt a slow burn start along her neck. What did Leo think of his mom's frankness? She glanced over at him, but he didn't seem bothered in the least. His mom insisted that Felicity sit down with them.
The doctor says my husband suffered another stroke, but it was more mild than his first one. He will still need quite a bit of recovery time. She reached for Leo's hand and squeezed, then grasped Felicity's hand as well. Worst case, we'll need to hire a nurse to come in and help him bathe and things like that. He'll be more dependent now. Felicity's heart expanded in compassion for this woman.
Mrs. Russo stifled a yawn that made her eyes water. I should take you home, Leo said, so you can get sleep in your own bed.
No, that's all right, his mom said. You're the one who needs rest. You have to work tomorrow.
I'm taking the day off.
His gaze connected with Felicity's. Well, I'll leave you two to yourselves, his mom said. I'm going to wait the night out in the hospital room. She rose to her feet, helped by Leo. She didn't need the help, but her son was being courteous. He kissed her cheek before she headed back to her husband. When Leo settled next to Felicity again, he reached for her hand. For several moments, they didn't say anything, and Felicity wondered what it would have been like growing up with a mother like Leo's. I can't believe your mom hugged me. You must have said only nice things about me. Leo rubbed his thumb over her knuckles.
There are only nice things to tell. And besides, my mom's a hugger.
So, I'm not that special after all. Leo's mouth lifted into a smile.
You're definitely special.
You're cheesy when you're tired. Felicity fought back a yawn. Leo lifted his other hand to smooth her braid. The brush of his fingers against her neck sent a warm rush of sensation through her.
You don't need to stay, Leo said, although I'm glad you came.
Felicity smiled and leaned her head against his shoulder. Eventually, she closed her eyes, and somehow she slept for a little while. When she next awoke, the ER was a much busier place. The clock on the wall across from her read 5:30 a.m. Felicity blinked her dried eyes and looked up at Leo. His eyes were closed, and he was leaning his head against the wall, his breathing steady. Their hands were still interlocked, so she slowly disentangled her hand. She needed to shower before work, and it might be good to be gone before Leo's entire family showed up. Meeting his mom had been nice, but it had also made her realize how different her and Leo's lives were. Leo stirred and lifted his head. He looked over at her, and she could see the comprehension dawn in his eyes.
You're leaving?
Yeah, some of us have to work. His smile was soft.
Okay, I'll walk you out.
You don't have to. Even as she said it, she knew he wouldn't be dissuaded. So, in front of everyone who was coming and going from the Pine Valley Hospital at that time in the morning, Leo walked with her hand in hand to Libby's car. Felicity found the keys in her purse. Let me know what the doctor says after the tests.
I will.
Leo leaned down and kissed her forehead. It was a tender gesture, and more than she expected in a very public parking lot. He held the door to Libby's car open as she climbed in. She started the engine, and he shut the door. She pulled out before she would watch him walk back into the hospital alone. 18. 3 days later, Leo watched the early snowflakes drift lazily from the sky as he stood at the window in his parents' living room. Winter had come early to Pine Valley. He could just imagine the buzz at the ski resort. Rumors had already circulated that the slopes would be opening early this year. For Leo, it meant more traffic, more accidents, and more emergency calls. Thanks for helping get Dad home. His mother's voice interrupted his thoughts. Leo turned from the window to see his mom smiling at him. How did she always keep up such a positive attitude? The home health care nurse was with his dad right now. Starting today, she'd be coming every morning for 2 or 3 hours to help with his father and give his mother a break. His mom stepped up to Leo and hugged him. Now, go see that girlfriend of yours, she said. You've been working around the clock or at the hospital helping me with Dad. Maria will be coming this evening, and Angela will be here too.
I know, Mom, Leo said. I just want to make sure you are all right.
I'm all right, she said, then patted his cheek. But you need to take care of you right now. Leo smiled.
Got it. Do you want me to bring dinner over later?
No, Angelo can order something if I'm not up to cooking. Leo nodded. He should be more supportive of Angelo helping out. He was living here rent-free, after all. Leo just hated seeing the circles under his mom's eyes. His phone buzzed with an incoming text, and he waited to check his phone until he got back in his car. He was relieved to see Felicity had finally texted back. He hadn't heard from her all day, even though she'd told him she had the day off. But when he read her text, it wasn't exactly good news. Not feeling too great. Maybe you can look at my car another time. Leo reread the text. Things had been so crazy the past few days, so tonight would be the first chance he'd have to check out her car. But the tone of Felicity's text felt off. Something wasn't right. Not that he didn't believe her, but she'd been quiet since yesterday when she'd met his whole family. She'd come by the hospital to bring him and his mom dinner when apparently the rest of his family had decided to show up too. He hadn't been able to warn her because it had been unexpected. He supposed that a lot of Russos in the same room could be overwhelming, yet Felicity had been gracious to everyone. She'd stayed around for about half an hour, putting up with the banter between siblings and some awkward questions thrown at her. She'd taken everything in stride, and when the doctor delivered the news that his dad could be released the next day and continue his recovery at home, she'd celebrated with the rest of the family. So why was his gut tight and his heart beating too fast? He texted Felicity back.
Can I bring you anything? Chicken soup?
Her reply text came moments later. No, I'm gonna try to sleep it off. He started up his car, but he didn't head home. Instead, he decided to drive by Felicity's just to see if he felt any less worry by doing so. But when he pulled alongside the curb in front of her house, all the curtains were closed. Maybe she was taking a nap. He checked the time to see that it was only 3 o'clock in the afternoon. But if she was sick, that made sense. He called her number, and when she didn't answer, he left a message. Short of knocking on her door and potentially waking her up, there was nothing else he could do. Leo started for home, then detoured to the grocery store. His fridge likely needed restocking since he'd been at the hospital so much that week. But before he could park, he received a call from the department. They were short a deputy that night, and Leo agreed to work the night shift. He doubted he'd be able to sleep much if Felicity had gone dark on him. He might as well keep busy. Changing direction, he realized that today was day 7 since he'd met her. He remembered her telling him that her record for dating a guy was 6 days, and he wondered if that included the first meeting. If so, had Leo already timed out on her clock? Was this what she did when she cut things off with a guy, just faded away? No, he told himself. People got sick all the time. People canceled plans. Still, the knot in his stomach wouldn't loosen. The rest of the night didn't get much easier, and even though he texted her 2 more times, she didn't reply. The next day, Saturday, after he'd crashed for a couple of hours after his shift, he drove to Main Street to see if she was at the bookshop. When he entered, an older man was at the register. Mr. Smithson was speaking to another customer, and Leo took a quick look around to see that Felicity wasn't at work today, or at least yet. So he decided to do the only thing he could think of. He drove back to her house. Everything looked exactly as it had the day before. Leo climbed out of his car and walked up the driveway. He looked over the gate to see that her bike was propped on the side of the house. There was a good chance she was at home. Next, he walked to the front door and knocked a couple of times. Instantly, he heard the dog bark.
"General," Leo said through the door. "It's me."
General stopped barking, and Leo waited a moment, but no one came to answer the door. So he knocked again. General barked once, then went quiet.
"General,"
Leo said.
"go get Felicity."
Maybe she'd been so sick she was dehydrated. Or maybe she was out with her friend Livy and he was overreacting. The minutes ticked by, and Leo tried the front door, which was locked. He called her phone, but she didn't answer. So he did something he hoped he wouldn't regret. Moving off the porch, he crossed the driveway again and went through the gate that connected to the backyard. He walked around the house and tried the back door. It was locked, too. He could guess which window was her bedroom window, since he knew the general layout of the house. The window was blocked by a curtain, and he knocked on it. "Felicity," he called out. General barked somewhere from inside the house. Leo knocked again. Finally, the curtain moved. Leo exhaled with relief. Even if she got mad at him for disturbing her, he wanted to make sure she was all right. The curtain opened, and Felicity peered out, her eyes wide as if he'd scared her half to death. She opened the window so that only the screen was between them. "Hey, are you all right?" Leo asked in a soft voice. She stared at him for a moment with those green eyes, and he could tell she'd been crying recently. "Felicity, what's wrong?" he said. "Are you sick?" "No," she whispered. "I'm here to help you with whatever it is." She looked away, then said in a barely there voice, "I'll unlock the front door." Relief shot through Leo. Whatever was going on, she was at least willing to talk to him about it. He walked around to the front of the house where Felicity waited for him with the door open. Leo stepped inside, finding the place dim with all the curtains closed. General nudged his hand, and Leo bent to scratch the dog's head. Felicity shut the door and locked it without a word. She walked into the living room and sat on the couch. She pulled up her knees and wrapped her arms about her legs, looking small and vulnerable. Leo sat on the couch but gave her plenty of space. A bunch of old file folders were sitting on the coffee table with several mugs that appeared to have had hot chocolate in them at some point. There was also a tissue box, and it looked like she'd gone through several tissues, but she didn't seem to have a cold. Felicity wore an oversized shirt that had slipped off one shoulder, along with dark leggings. Her feet were bare, and her dark hair was loose and tangled, falling down her back. Leo scratched General's head, waiting for Felicity to talk. "How's your dad?" she asked, her voice sounding hoarse. "He's home and getting settled," Leo said. "He hasn't talked much, but he seems to understand everything." Felicity's gaze flitted to him, then away again. "I'm glad. You have a really nice family." Leo didn't miss the catch in her voice. "I've been worried about you." Felicity brushed at her cheek as tears fell. "What's wrong, babe?" he asked, scooting closer and pulling her into his arms. He wondered if she'd let him hold her, but she seemed to melt against him. "Everything's wrong," she whispered. He rubbed her back. She felt so fragile, and her breathing hitched again. He wanted to ask a million questions, but something told him to wait. "Meeting your family was really great," she said. "I mean, they talk to each other, they hug each other, they tell each other they love each other. I never had that growing up, and I just thought the families were all different, you know." Leo had no idea where she was going with this. She'd told him little about her parents. "Families are different." "But when I came home the other night, I realized your family was probably normal," she said. "It was my family who wasn't. And then I thought about you, because, well, you're you." Leo pulled her closer because his heart felt like it was cracking and he didn't know why. "Have you finally figured me out?" She released a half laugh, half sob. "You have everything. You are everything, and I'm a mess." Leo smoothed her hair back. "Hey, why would you say that?" She suddenly pulled away from him and grabbed a tissue. After wiping her eyes, she stood and paced the room. Both Leo and General watched her walking back and forth. "I came home that night after meeting your family and realized my entire life was broken." She picked up one of the folders from the coffee table. "I couldn't figure out why my parents had never, ever told me they loved me. The only person I remember saying that was my grandpa. He was the only one who ever hugged me, too." Leo stared at her. Her parents had never hugged her or told her they loved her? "I told you I'm messed up." "You're not messed up," Leo said. "No matter what your parents did or didn't do, you're still an amazing woman." Felicity didn't seem to be listening because she thrust the folder toward him. "Read it. They're guardianship papers. I started looking through my grandparents' photo albums and found a box of paperwork in the same closet." Leo took the folder and opened to the paper-clipped papers inside. He scanned through the court documents. Mr. and Mrs. Miner had been given full custody of Felicity when she was 18 months old. Leo turned more pages, finding a death certificate of a young woman who appeared to be Felicity's mother. He looked up.
What does this mean? You were adopted?
I called my parents to ask, Felicity said, color staining her cheeks. After I told them about the paperwork I'd found, they told me the truth about my birth, about my real mom. Her voice shook as she continued. My mom was their real daughter, their drug-addicted daughter. She ran away and had me while living in some drug house. When my mom died of an overdose, the state contacted my grandparents. There was no father listed on my birth certificate, so her parents were the only known kin. They took me in, although every day they were reminded of their dead daughter who'd broken their hearts. Felicity looked down at her trembling hands. My mom's name was Rose, so that's where I got my middle name from. But I was a constant reminder of how they'd failed and all they'd lost. They couldn't love me if they'd tried because they'd already been broken. She met Leo's gaze, her green eyes dark with pain. Now I understand why I can't connect with people. I can't fall in love. I can't be there for anyone. I've always been alone and always will be. 19. Felicity was waiting for Leo to leave, to walk out, because over the past 30 hours she had come to the conclusion that Leo deserved someone who didn't have as much baggage as she did. Someone who had more success and achievements in life than helping a customer find a vacation book. Someone who wasn't the kid of a drug addict. Leo saved lives, caught criminals, served and protected, and Felicity existed. But Leo didn't leave. He read through all the paperwork in the folders. At some point, Felicity sat on the couch because she was so exhausted from pacing and crying and having everything she'd believed about her life and family turned completely upside down. Leo continued reading, flipping pages, and going through each folder. When he finished, it felt like days had passed, but it had only been an hour. I'm sorry about all of this, Felicity, he said, looking over at her. That only made her want to cry again. I can't imagine the shock you've gone through, he continued. I'm going to make you something to eat, and you're going to take a shower or a bath. You don't have to do this, Leo, she said. You don't have to be the hero for everyone, especially me. His gaze remained steady, and he didn't flinch at her words. I'm not going anywhere, and I'm not going to push you into anything you're not ready for either. Felicity exhaled. Tears burned her eyes, but she was done crying. What does that mean? She whispered. It means that I'm not going to let you go through this alone, he said. It's not about being a hero. It's about not abandoning a friend. She blinked rapidly, trying not to cry again. I can be your friend if you don't want a boyfriend, he said in a quiet voice. She waited a heartbeat, then two, before asking, Is that possible? One side of his mouth lifted, but his gaze was sober. I guess we'll find out. Okay. Leo stood and held out his hand. Felicity placed hers inside his warm, sturdy grasp and let him draw her to her feet. He didn't hug or kiss her, simply squeezed her hand and then released it. Come on, General, Leo said. Let's make some dinner. She watched her dog trot after Leo. How did he do that? Come into her home and fill it with life and energy and hope. She straightened the folders on the coffee table while listening to Leo move about the kitchen, opening and shutting things and talking to General. She went down the hallway, then took a hot shower, letting the water and steam cleanse the last of her tears. She scrubbed her hair and rinsed it out. After turning off the shower and drying off with a towel, she stared at her face in the bathroom mirror. Her eyes were puffy from crying, her skin was pale, but her heart felt better. Yes, she'd found out devastating news, but the news also explained so much about herself. Things she'd been troubled with for so long. And Leo hadn't left. He was still here, in the kitchen, making her dinner. Felicity left the bathroom and went into her bedroom. She'd kept her cell phone off, and now she looked at it to see several missed calls from her grandparents' phone number. Her throat tightened. What else could they say to her? Anything more would make her feel even worse. 2 of the missed calls were from Livy, along with a handful of texts asking if everything was all right. Multiple calls and texts had come in from Leo, too. The smell of cooking made Felicity's stomach tighten with hunger. She hadn't realized how hungry she'd been until now. So she dressed, then opened her bedroom door. She walked into the kitchen to find Leo sitting at the table, scrolling through his phone. He'd set 2 plates of food on the table, along with glasses of water and forks. Omelets? He looked up, those warm brown eyes taking her in. I'm not too creative. No, I mean, that's great, she said. Smells good, too. Leo watched her sit down. You look better. Felicity touched her damp hair. It was kind of a mess, huh? Leo gave her a half smile. A beautiful mess. No wonder all the ladies like you, Officer Russo. Leo didn't laugh or even smile. His gaze was intense when he reached across the table and grasped her hand. There's a reason I'm here with you, and not with any other woman. Felicity looked down at his hand on hers. Even after what I just told you? Even after that. She swallowed, determined not to cry again. I can't promise anything. All I know is that I don't want to lead you on, and dating isn't the best idea. I'm sort of a basket case. She took a shaky breath. I hope you're not too heartbroken. I can still make a jam once in a while, because we'll be friends, right? We'll always be friends, he said, though his voice sounded sad despite his smile. Maybe we can be foodie friends. I make you stuff, and you make me stuff. It's always more fun to eat with someone else, right? Her heart twisted. Why did he have to be so great? Right. So tell me the omelet is good, and I'll feel like I accomplished something. A smile pushed its way to the surface. She cut off a piece of the omelet and ate it. It's great. She took another bite to prove it. Leo nodded and took a bite of his own omelet. Someday I'll have to make you the Russo special. What's that? I had a few more ingredients, he said with a wink. You were pretty thin in that category. Did you see all the strawberry jam in the pantry? Felicity asked. I did. He smiled. That smile of his reached into her heart and made her feel better than she had in the last few days. Maybe things would be all right. Maybe friendship with Leo was exactly what she needed to become whole. Normal. While you were in the shower, he said, Livy came over. To the house? Leo nodded. She said she'd been trying to get a hold of you too, and when she saw my car in front, she decided to knock on the door. Felicity blinked back a new round of tears. Livy cared too. She had 2 friends. What did you tell her? The truth, Leo said. Felicity stilled. That you were in the shower and I was making dinner. Felicity stared at him, feeling her face warm. She probably thought... She brought her hands to her now hot cheeks. Leo shrugged and took another bite of his omelet. I figured you could call her and set her straight. He gazed at her and raised his eyebrows. If you want. She set her fork down. I need to text her. I don't want her thinking... She couldn't finish. Felicity hurried out of the room to grab her phone. She didn't know if she was ready to spill everything she'd found out, but she didn't want Libby thinking that she and Leo were playing house together. Felicity grabbed her phone. Libby hadn't texted in the last few minutes, so Felicity wrote her own text. Leo said you stopped by. I've been sick, and he's just being nice. It's not what you think. Her phone rang 10 seconds later. He's taking care of you while you're sick? Livy said in an odd tone. Felicity sighed. It was good to hear Livy's voice, but she really didn't want to have this conversation. It's not what you think. Livy laughed. How can you be so calm about this? I mean, Leo Russo is at your house making you food.
I know, Felicity said, her voice cracking. Livy paused. What's wrong? Are you upset? Felicity shook her head, even though Livy couldn't see her. A lump was growing in her throat, and she wanted to get off the phone so she didn't become a blubbering mess again.
Felicity?
She closed her eyes. I found out some things about my past that aren't pretty. I kind of shut down for a couple of days. Leo came over to find out what was going on. She took a shaky breath.
So, I didn't want you to think we were, shacking up together or anything. Oh, I was just being dumb, Livy said. Are you okay? Can I do anything?
Felicity took a breath. I figured out why I can't emotionally connect with guys I'm dating and why you're my first real friend. Her eyes started to burn, but she felt less shaky now. She'd told Leo, and he was still here. Maybe Livy would take it in stride, too. So Felicity explained to Livy what she'd found in her great-grandfather's files. Livy listened to the entire tragic story, asking a question here and there, but not acting like she was mortified or anything. When Felicity finished, she was lying on the bed, propped up by pillows. The snow had stopped, and the clouds had parted enough so that the orange glow of the sunset had turned her walls into a rust color. I can't even imagine what you're going through, Livy said. I had a friend who found out as a teenager that her parents had adopted her, but this is a little more extreme. I mean, I'm sorry about your mom and that you never knew her. Felicity wiped at her cheeks. I've thought about that, and as morbid as it sounds, if she hadn't died, I would have probably ended up one of those little homeless kids. True. And no matter how painful it was for your grandparents to raise you, I'll bet they wouldn't have wanted you on the streets or in foster care. I don't know, Felicity murmured. You know it in your heart, Libby said. They provided for you, and they cared for you in the only way they knew how to. Maybe. Felicity, Livy said, you have to believe they love you, even if they haven't showed it in words or affection. Felicity exhaled. Her throat felt raw, and her stomach was knotting up again. You're probably right. I just have to wrap my mind around it. She gave a half laugh, half sob, and stopped feeling sorry for myself. You have every right to feel sorry for yourself, Livy said. To grieve over losing your mom and a life that every little kid deserves. Livy's words weren't doing much to stem the tears. And don't forget that I love you, Livy said. You're my best friend, and the best thing that ever happened to me is when you moved onto my street. I thought Slade was the best thing that ever happened to you, Felicity said, feeling the weight slowly lifting from her shoulders and heart. Livy laughed. He thinks he's the best thing that's ever happened to me, but we girls have to stick together. Felicity turned onto her side and pulled a pillow against her chest. Thank you, Liv. I would come over, but I don't want to break into your time with Mr. Hottie. Funny, Felicity exhaled. Leo told me that we could be friends since, I pretty much told him that I couldn't be in any relationship when my head is a mess. Well, friend or boyfriend, Livy began. I'd take either, if, Slade wasn't in the picture. I'll be sure to tell Leo that, Felicity teased. If you do, then I have plenty of other secrets I can tell Leo as well. All right, Felicity said. I'll keep your deep, dark secrets to myself, for now. Livy's laugh was soft. Call me anytime, in the middle of the night even. I'll leave my ringer on. Felicity felt like her heart had just expanded. Okay, thanks. Love you. Love you too. Felicity hung up and didn't move for a moment. She watched the changing colors on her walls as the sun sank deeper. The house was so quiet that she heard the patting of General's paws as he walked into her room. Did Leo kick you out of the kitchen? The dog stopped in front of her, looking at her with those soulful eyes. Felicity patted the bed, and the dog climbed up on the covers. She scratched him, and he settled next to her. Felicity realized that Leo must have heard every word she'd said to Livy, but she didn't care. He'd heard most of it before. General closed his eyes as she scratched him. Had Leo left?
Even though Felicity felt like she could fall asleep then and there, she climbed off the bed. General watched her movements but made no effort to follow her. It seemed her bed met the dog's approval. Felicity walked down the hall. The house had grown dim with the fading light outside, and no lights had been turned on. Everything was so silent that she guessed Leo had left and didn't want to interrupt her conversation. So she'd have to lock the front door. She was about to cross to the door when she saw Leo asleep on the couch. He hadn't left, just like he said he wouldn't. Leo lay on his back, his arms folded over his chest. His phone and keys were on the coffee table on top of one of the folders. Felicity gazed at him, unsure what to do. Should she wake him or let him sleep? She locked the front door, and the sound of the lock sliding into place made him stir, but he didn't wake up. So Felicity grabbed a blanket, draped it over him, then went back to her bedroom. Maybe he'd get a phone call and wake up that way. She left her bedroom door open so General could go out if he wanted. Then she pulled a blanket over herself and fell asleep with the dog softly snoring next to her. 20. The ringing of the phone woke Leo, and for a moment he wasn't sure where he was. He sat up and grabbed for the phone, finding it on Felicity's coffee table, which meant that he'd fallen asleep at her place. The bit of light coming in through the curtains was a dull gray, making him guess that it was around 6 in the morning. He answered the phone automatically, not even checking the caller's name. "Hello? Leo?" His mom's voice came through. Immediately, panic shot through him. "What's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong. Sorry to call you so early," she said in an apologetic tone. "The car won't start, so I was wondering if you could take Angelo to work. He doesn't want to be late." Leo moved the cell away for a second to see that it was 6:15 a.m. "Okay, I'm on my way." "Are you sure? You sound tired." Leo wasn't going to tell his mom he'd fallen asleep at Felicity's. "I'm fine. Tell Angelo to be ready." He hung up, then set aside the blanket that had been draped over him. He stretched and wondered how in the world he'd fallen asleep. He'd washed off the plates while Felicity was on the phone with Livy. He could tell she was unloading everything, and it brought him relief that she could do so with her friend. He'd gone into the garage and looked at her car. He wasn't an expert, but he was pretty sure it just needed engine oil. The thing was bone dry. Then he'd come inside to find that Felicity was still on the phone. So he must have lain down on the couch and fallen asleep. Granted, he hadn't slept much the past week. Now he walked into the kitchen to get a drink of water, and General came trotting in. "Want to go out back?" Leo walked down the hall, passing Felicity's room. He paused in the doorway. Her dark hair spilled over a pillow, and she had a blanket pulled up nearly to her chin as she faced away from the door. Leo was glad she was getting some rest. He let General outside, then about 10 minutes later he called for the dog to come back in. Leo didn't want to interfere with Felicity's routine. When he passed by her bedroom, she still hadn't moved. Leo fed the dog, then decided to write a note to Felicity instead of texting her. It would be more personal. He found a pad of paper in one of the kitchen drawers, then sat down to write the note. "Dear Felicity, thanks for the couch. I didn't mean to fall asleep. I guess those omelets were more work than I thought they'd be. I've had General, so don't let him tell you differently. Heading into work soon, and I hope you'll call me if you need anything, and truly, I meant everything I said last night. Leo." There were other things he wanted to say, but he refrained. Today would probably be another hard day for her, but at least she had Libby, and hopefully she'd not hesitate to call him either. Leo left the house and climbed into his car. The drive to his parents didn't take long, and Angela was waiting when Leo pulled up. When Angela climbed in, Leo noticed that his cousin had cut his hair short and looked neater and more put together than usual. "How's Dad doing?" "Pretty good," Angelo said. "The nurse will be here soon, and I made sure to fix breakfast for your mom before I left." "Thanks." Angelo nodded. "I should be thanking you. You and your family have been generous, even during such a hard time for your dad." "Mom says you've been helping her out in the evenings," Leo said. Angelo nodded, and Leo could tell he was pleased with the compliment. "How's the job with Grant going?" Leo asked. "He's working me hard, but I'm learning a lot," Angelo said. "He said he'd write me a letter of reference to include in my file from my court appearance." Grant was a good man, Leo thought.
And that's Monday, right?
Right. The two men fell into silence the rest of the drive.
You know, I'm really sorry about what I did, Angelo said after a while. Your mom told me you're dating the woman who works at the bookstore.
Leo said, yep, even though he had no idea what his status was with Felicity.
So maybe there was one good thing that came out of my screw-up.
Leo threw him a sharp glance.
You're taking credit for me meeting Felicity because I was the officer on call?
Well, Angelo shook his head.
No, of course not.
Leo slowed in front of the house where Grant's company had been working on a renovation.
Let me know if you need a ride back to my parents later. My shift ends about 8 p.m.
Angelo nodded, looking too cowed to say anything more. He climbed out and shut the door. Leo pulled away from the curb. He had time to go run on his treadmill for an hour, then he'd shower and stop in quickly to check on his parents on the way to the police department. He hoped Felicity would reach out to him at some point today. In the meantime, he'd keep as busy as possible. He felt pretty good, considering. His neck was sore from sleeping on the couch, but his mind was clear. He really wished he knew how to help Felicity. He'd never felt so at a loss. The emotion she was dealing with went all the way back to her earliest memories and encompassed her childhood. It turned out that running on his treadmill for a few miles, then lifting weights, was just what he needed. Maybe he should try to get Felicity out of the house, away from all the memories that must be surrounding her at her grandparents', or technically her great-grandparents'. Around 8 a.m., he stopped by his parents after texting back that he'd be to the station by 8:30. His mom greeted him at the door with a hug. "I didn't expect to see you until tonight."
I'm on my way to work right now, so I thought I'd stop in.
Leo walked into the house.
How's Dad?
"He's with the nurse, but you can go in and tell him hello," his mom said. Leo headed down the hallway and walked into the master bedroom. His dad was sitting up in bed as a nurse fed him his breakfast. Her blonde hair was pulled back into a clip and she wore pale pink scrubs. She turned with a smile, and he noted that she was a pretty woman. He guessed her to be a couple of years younger than he. "You're Officer Russo, right?"
Right,
he said. He'd never met her before, but more people knew him in Pine Valley than the other way around. "Your mom has told me all about you." The nurse set down the bowl of oatmeal she was holding and held out her hand. "I'm Brooke."
Nice to meet you.
Leo shook her hand, and it was then he noticed it. Maybe it was because Felicity had teased him so much, but Brooke had that gleam in her eyes, similar to Leslie's and Crystal's. He wanted to groan. Brooke tucked some hair behind her ears, keeping her smile on her face. "It's so great to meet you, finally."
Finally?
"I mean, I'm sorry it has to be because of your dad's stroke." She picked up the bowl and spooned another bite into his dad's mouth, almost missing.
Yeah.
He stepped up to the bed, feeling Brooke's gaze on him. He reached for his dad's hand.
Hi, Dad. It's Leo. I wanted to say hi.
His dad's gaze connected with Leo's, but he didn't say anything. Leo's heart twisted.
So, I'm on my way to the station now, but you're in good hands here.
He squeezed his dad's hand, but got no return squeeze. His throat was feeling tight, and Brooke was again watching him. He'd have to come back when the nurse was gone.
I'll see you soon, Dad.
Leo released his dad's hand and stepped away from the bed.
Thanks for everything, he told Brooke.
His mom was sitting in the living room, flipping through a magazine when he passed by. She rose to her feet, but Leo said,
I can let myself out. Call me on my cell if you need anything.
"Leo," she said, coming toward him, "do you think Felicity would like to come to dinner Sunday night?"
"I think you have enough things going on," Leo said.
"I need something to look forward to." Leo exhaled.
"Angela will be here."
Her eyes rounded. "Yes, I hadn't thought of that."
"Things are kind of complicated with Felicity's family right now," Leo said. "She might not want to be around a whole lot of Russos."
His mom nodded, but her eyes still held questions.
"Gotta run,"
he said, bending to kiss her cheek. Once inside his car, he checked his phone to see that there was nothing from Felicity. Hopefully she was still asleep. 15 minutes after he reached the station, they received a call that was one he always dreaded. Pine Valley was peaceful for the most part, but abusers lived everywhere. When it involved kids, Leo wanted to skip the entire judicial process and book the child abuser straight into jail. When Leo hung up with the dispatcher, he told Beck, "We've got a domestic on Rain Street. There are children involved." Beck was out of his chair in an instant, grabbing his things, and the two of them hurried to the patrol car. "The chief's already on his way," Leo said. "He'll probably get there first." Beck nodded. When it came to these calls, there wasn't much to say between them on the drive over. The neighborhood was in the oldest part of town. A lot of the houses were rentals, and they attracted lower-income families who had a whole host of challenges. The chief's patrol car was parked in front of the house, and as Leo pulled up, Chief Waring climbed out. "Do you know the family?" Leo asked. Chief Waring shook his head. "They've only been in the house for a few weeks, according to the neighbor who called. They moved from Sacramento and have small kids. They haven't paid any rent, so they're being evicted. Child Protective Services is on their way." Leo approached the door and knocked, while Beck and the chief stayed on the porch, keeping a close watch. The door cracked open, and a heavily pregnant woman stood there. She had an old bruise below one of her eyes, but the blood on her cracked lip was fresh. "Mrs. Peters?" Leo said. "I'm Officer Russo, and I'm here to check on your family." The woman started to cry. "Ma'am, is your husband at home?" He's passed out on the bed," she said. "He was drinking, and—" She covered her mouth with her hand and closed her eyes. "Can we come inside?" She nodded and opened the door wider. The smell was awful, and Leo tried not to gag. How some people lived was beyond him, but the pathetic state of the crying woman made him swallow back judgment. The kitchen table was scarred with cigarette burns and filled with containers of old food and empty beer cans. "Do you have kids?" Leo asked as the chief and Beck surveyed the front rooms. "Two, and one on the way," Mrs. Peters said in a quiet voice. "How are they doing?" Leo asked. They're, her voice dropped to a whisper. "They're scared of their daddy." "Did your husband hit you, Mrs. Peters?" Her eyes widened, but Leo kept his gaze on hers and hoped she could see the compassion in his eyes. He wasn't here to make her life worse, only better, if she accepted his help. "Yes," she finally said. "We have a women's shelter here in Pine Valley," Leo said. "You and your children will be safe there until you figure out where you want to go next." She blinked back new tears. "What about Dale?" "He needs to get his life in order," Leo said. "And as awful as it sounds, sometimes pressing charges is the best thing that can ever happen for a man who's in his situation. He'll get the help he needs, and you and your kids will be safe." Mrs. Peters wiped at her face. "I don't know if I can do it. He'll be so angry." "I understand," Leo said, although he didn't want to understand. "Think about what you want for your kids. Do you want them to be scared all of the time? And what about your baby? Do you want your baby to be in danger?" "No." A moment passed. Then two. "I'll press charges." Relief pulsed through Leo. Someone knocked on the door and Beck opened it. Two women stood on the porch, both from Child Protective Services. Things went into full motion from there, and soon Beck and the chief had Dale Peters in handcuffs, going out the door, protesting the whole way. It was over an hour later that Leo and Beck finally left the property. They'd seen Mrs. Peters and her kids on their way to the women's shelter. "I'll see you boys back at the station," the chief told them. Leo and Beck climbed into the car, and Leo took a final look at the sad, lonely house before pulling away from the neighborhood. "I'm starving," Beck said. "Want to swing by the Main Street Cafe? How can you eat after being around that?" Beck exhaled. "I'm a stress eater, I guess. What do you do with stress?" "Good question. Stay busy, lose sleep, run on the treadmill." That pretty much described his entire week. "Well, normal people eat comfort food," Beck said. "Turn here. I'll run in and grab something. You don't have to come in if you don't want." "Maybe you can give me one of those giant muffins? Had a protein shake and a pack of trail mix?" Beck asked. Leo cracked a smile. "Do they have that at the cafe?" "Ha ha. Nope." Beck climbed out of the car and went into the cafe. Leo waited, drumming his fingers on the steering wheel. Then movement in the rearview mirror caught his attention. A woman on a bike. He turned his head to see Felicity riding her bike. At least she was wearing a jacket and gloves. It was warmer today than it had been yesterday with the light snow. He popped open the door of the patrol car, and by the time he climbed out, she'd taken the road that led to the rear parking lot of the bookshop. Leo walked along the sidewalk, and just as he reached the storefront, the open sign flashed on. He could see Felicity moving about inside. It relieved him to see her working. Her hair was pulled into a messy bun, and she wore turquoise-framed glasses, which incidentally matched the turquoise sweater beneath her dark jacket. Leo was about to turn away and not bother her when she looked toward the window. Their gazes connected, and he lifted a hand in a wave. He had to go inside now. 21. Felicity stared at Leo through the window of the bookshop. He'd waved at her, but she couldn't seem to react. She'd thought that after all they'd talked about last night, their relationship would fade into a casual nothingness. Then she'd read his note on the kitchen table that morning. It had made her cry again. But now she'd pulled herself together, and she was returning to her small and quiet life, the one in which she was fine living alone with her dog and having Livy as a best friend. What more did she need? She talked to her parents that morning, again, and she could tell they were relieved they no longer had to carry the secret, but there was no offer of a visit. It was like they wanted to move on, to forget they'd spent years raising her. She watched Leo approach the door. He wore his police uniform, which meant he was on duty. That was both a good thing and a bad thing. Good because he could only talk for a couple of minutes, and bad because he'd have to leave in a couple of minutes. Felicity understood more than ever why Livy had told her every single woman in Pine Valley had her eye on Officer Russo. Not only did he look good in his uniform, or really in whatever he wore, but he was probably the most generous person she knew. Her pulse rate had already doubled just seeing him through the window. She picked up a couple of books from a display table so that her hands would be occupied, and to prevent herself from throwing her arms around his neck and taking back everything she'd said about not wanting a relationship with him. "Hi," he said, coming into the bookshop. His uniform set off the breadth of his shoulders and his trim waist. Look at his face, Felicity. That didn't help keep her thoughts platonic. He hadn't shaved today, and the dark scruff on his face made his jaw more angular. "I'm wondering if you could recommend a book for a friend of mine," Leo said, his warm, deep voice making her want to apologize profusely and go back to dating him. Felicity exhaled and adjusted her glasses. She loved his voice, but she should probably focus on what he was saying. "What kinds of books does your friend like to read?" "All kinds." His brown eyes were dark today, more serious. Maybe he hadn't slept that well on her couch. Who would? Or maybe it was everything going on with his dad. "You should see her home library," he continued. "I'll probably have to get a new release." "Oh, she's a reader, huh?" she asked. Leo smiled. Another thing to love about him, his smile. "She's a huge reader." Leo stepped past her, close enough that she caught his clean spice scent. "How about this one?" He held up an Alana Johnson book. "The Billionaire's Bodyguard." "Oh, that came in this week," Felicity said. "Is it good?" "I haven't read it yet, but it sounds good." Felicity laughed. "I mean, not that I think billionaire stories are in any way connected to my life." "We all need an escape, right?" Leo's gaze scanned her. "And I think my friend needs an escape, so I'll get this one." Felicity raised her brows. "Are cops allowed to shop when they're on duty?" His mouth twitched with the promise of another smile. "Probably not technically, but I'm making an exception today." "Okay." Felicity carried the book to the register and rang up the purchase. He followed her. "How's your dad?" she asked. Leo braced his hands on the counter. "He was being spoon-fed by a nurse when I stopped by this morning." Felicity slipped the book into a paper sack. "Is he talking yet?" "My mom said he spoke a few words last night.
he said, but he didn't say anything to me this morning.
His tone sounded dejected, something she couldn't remember hearing from him before. She tilted her head, studying him. Are you okay, Leo?
Yep, he said.
Something's bothering you. Leo held her gaze, his eyes like deep pools.
Nothing aside from my dad's stroke and the fact that you don't want to date me anymore.
His tone was light, but Felicity wasn't fooled. She wished the timing hadn't been so bad, with his dad's stroke and her meltdown. That's all? Leo shrugged.
There might be some work stuff, too.
Felicity walked to his side of the counter and leaned against it so they were only a few inches apart. I'm a good listener. He rubbed the back of his neck, then looked over at her.
You don't want to hear about it, believe me. I don't usually talk about the bad stuff I see on duty. It makes it easier to separate it from my personal life.
He wanted to drop his guard, she could tell. Wanted to get it out. Leo. She turned toward him and grasped his hand. For a moment, she wondered if he'd pull away, but then he linked their fingers together. Felicity ignored how her pulse jumped. Last night, I spilled my guts to you, she said, and it was ugly. But you can't tell me about one morning of police work? Aren't we friends?
We are friends,
he said in a low voice. Then tell me what's bothering you. Leo leaned in a little and seemed to breathe her in. She didn't move because it would be too easy to step into his arms.
I've had you on my mind this morning, thinking about how your grandparents stepped in and raised you as their own kid, he said. It might not have been ideal, but it likely saved your life.
Felicity stared at him.
This morning, a neighbor reported a domestic violence incident at a house where the father has been abusing his pregnant wife and 2 little kids.
Leo looked down at their linked fingers and rubbed his thumb along her knuckles.
The wife pressed charges, thankfully, but the road to recovery will still be long and painful. Those kids have a tough life ahead of them.
He shook his head as if he was trying to dispel images. Her heart stilled. What are they gonna do? Leo exhaled.
They went to the women's shelter, and hopefully they'll find a new place to live soon and be able to start over.
I'm glad you were able to stop it from getting worse, or continuing, she said in a quiet voice.
I guess that's one way to look at it.
He raised his other hand and brushed a bit of hair from her face. All too soon, he dropped his hand.
Those kinds of situations rip me apart. I don't understand how someone could abuse anyone, let alone a little kid. And all I can do is take down the report and encourage the wife to press charges. Due process of the law takes care of the rest.
It makes me wonder what the police officer who found me went through, Felicity said. I don't think I could do what you do.
Sometimes I don't think so either,
Leo said in a quiet voice.
But then a new day starts, and I find myself driving to the station.
Felicity felt a burn in her eyes. You're an amazing man, Leo Russo. He gave her a faint smile, a sad smile. She closed the distance between them and wrapped her arms around his waist. After a second's pause, he pulled her close, and although she had meant to comfort him, it turned into him comforting her. Being in Leo's arms felt like such a safe place. A place where she didn't have to worry about anything else or what may or may not have happened in her past.
Felicity,
he whispered.
Thank you.
She nodded against his chest but didn't release him. Several more moments passed and his cell phone rang.
It's probably Beck looking for me.
Felicity drew away, not wanting to let him go, but not wanting Officer Beck or some other customer to come into the shop and see them like this. Her emotions were confused enough without creating town gossip. Leo answered the phone, keeping his gaze on her.
I'm on my way.
Then he hung up. I hope the rest of your day gets better.
It already has,
Leo said, his gaze searching hers. She could tell he was refraining from asking her more questions.
If you're going to be home tonight, I'll stop by, he said. I think I figured out what's wrong with your car.
Oh, Felicity exhaled. If you're sure.
I'm sure. What time do you get off?
Mr. Smithson is coming in around 3 o'clock, so it will be around then. She gave him half a smile. So it will be warm enough to ride my bike home.
Leo glanced toward the window. Then he said, all right. If anything changes, I can drive you home.
Okay.
If I don't hear from you, I'll see you about 8:30.
She nodded. He picked up the sack with his purchase. His phone was ringing again by the time he walked through the door. Felicity stood there for a long while after he'd left. She'd never seen Leo act so vulnerable before. He must be carrying so many burdens that he didn't even allude to. Her heart cracked as she thought about the things he witnessed on a regular basis. Even though her parents/grandparents hadn't checked off the boxes of an ideal upbringing, she had to trust that they'd done the best they could under the circumstances. By the time Mr. Smithson showed up, Felicity was feeling tired from such an emotionally wrung-out week. Maybe she'd be able to take a nap before Leo showed up to work on her car. She pulled on her jacket and zipped it up, then climbed on her bike to make the ride. As she rode home, she kept thinking about what Leo had said, about how she'd been fortunate to be taken out of such a terrible situation before it got worse. She tried to imagine what it would have been like to suddenly have a grandchild to raise, and a child of a daughter who was an addict. When she reached home, Felicity called Livy. "Want to order pizza?" "You must have read my mind," Livy said with a laugh. "I'll be there in 10 minutes.
Perfect.
Felicity hung up and looked about her living room. She had some cleaning up to do. She ordered the pizza, then gathered the folders from the coffee table and put them away. She let General into the backyard so he could have some freedom and avoid craving the pizza when it came. Her phone dinged, indicating she'd received an email titled Rose. She glanced at the screen, then sat down on the couch. Her mom, Grandma, had emailed her some photos. With some trepidation, Felicity downloaded the first one. The picture was of a teenage girl whom Felicity had never seen before, but who was familiar nonetheless. Felicity recognized some of her own features in the dark-haired, green-eyed girl. She opened up the rest of the pictures. All of them were of Rose as a teenager. She looked happy, carefree, and Felicity guessed she was 14 or 15. Were these pictures taken before Rose got into drugs? When someone knocked on the door, Felicity realized she had tears on her cheeks. She wiped them away and went to answer. Livy stood on the porch holding a couple of cans of lemonade. "What's wrong?" Livy asked immediately. Felicity waved her in. "I just saw some pictures of my mom for the first time." "Oh, honey," Livy said, setting down the drinks on the coffee table. She pulled Felicity into a hug. "I'm okay," Felicity said, hugging her back. "Surprisingly okay. Leo came by the bookshop today, and he was really sweet, like usual." Livy released her. "Do tell." So Felicity told her what they'd talked about, except for the domestic violence house call. But she told Livy that Leo had helped her understand that she might have actually been lucky. "Imagine that," Felicity said. "Me, lucky." "Well, I'm lucky that you're here and that you're my friend." Felicity smiled. "Because I buy you pizza?" Livy laughed. "That's one reason." She kicked off her shoes. "Let's see those pictures of your mom." They spent the next little while looking through the pictures and talking about them. When the doorbell rang with the pizza, Felicity answered it. She paid for the food, then carried the box to the coffee table. She and Livy sat on the couch together, and Felicity ate 3 slices. "I feel like I stumbled onto an oasis after a week in the desert. Maybe I should have saved more for Leo." Livy's brows shot up. "He's coming over?" "Later tonight," she said. "He said he knows what's wrong with my car." Livy kept staring at her. That's being a very good friend." Felicity felt her cheeks warm. "Yeah, I know." Her friend laughed, then started to clean up their meal. "I'm gonna get out of here before Hottie shows up." "You really don't have to go," Felicity said. "In fact, it might be better if you stay because, well, you know." Livy cocked her head. "I don't know. Explain." I'm sort of... I'm feeling better. Like I might not be such a screw-up after all." Felicity held up her hand before Libby could argue. I know what you're gonna say, but believing I could be the other half of a relationship is kind of terrifying. I know, Libby said. What you're feeling is totally normal. I mean, it's a risk, right? What if you fall for him and he doesn't fall back? Exactly. Welcome to my life. Libby shrugged. Sometimes we've got to put one foot in front of the other and have a little faith in ourselves. 22. It was almost 9:30 before Leo could get over to Felicity's. He texted her to see if it was too late, but she texted right back that it was fine. He stared at her reply for a few seconds, realizing how much it meant to him that she was communicating with him again. Those couple of days when she'd gone dark had really worried him, scared him. Well, it wasn't like they were officially dating anymore. She'd been clear on that. But then at the bookshop, he'd seen the interest in her eyes. And, like usual, she'd noticed the details about him, and she cared. His mom had been the only one who'd ever drilled down on how his day was going, and he gave her as little information as possible. Felicity was different. He saw her as a survivor, as a woman who'd come out on top despite her family situation. And she hadn't even known all the reasons why her life felt so disconnected until recently. Leo pulled up to Felicity's house. A couple of lights were on, and he grabbed the grocery bag containing the 3 quarts of engine oil he'd purchased, along with the bookshop sack, before climbing out of his car. He walked to the front door and knocked. General barked, and Leo smiled. Seconds later, the locks clicked, and Felicity opened the door. She wore an oversized sweater, leggings, and the turquoise-framed glasses. I brought gifts, Leo said, holding up the grocery bag and the bookshop sack. I think I know what one of them is. Felicity smiled, and Leo had to admit it was good to have her smile. She took the bookshop sack, opened the door wider, and stepped aside. If you're hungry, I have some pizza. I'm good, he said, bending to scratch the top of General's head. You look better. Leo looked up to see Felicity's gaze on him. I mean, you always look good. Her cheeks flushed. But you look better than this morning. Leo nodded. I checked in with Child Protective Services about that family I told you about. The mom and kids have a place to go. It's subsidized housing, and the women's shelter is also helping her find a job she can work at from home. That's good news. Felicity touched his arm, and Leo knew he shouldn't react, but his heart was a traitor. She smelled like warm vanilla, and he really hated that he couldn't kiss her right now. She took the billionaire book out of the bookshop sack. Wow, this looks good, she teased. She set the book on the living room coffee table. Then she looked through the grocery bag. So, what's wrong with my car? The oil is really low, Leo said. I'm hoping that's the only problem. Can I help with something? You can turn on the garage light. Okay, I'll try, she teased. He liked seeing the light coming back into her eyes. Lead the way, Ms. Miner. She smiled, and they walked outside together, General coming along. Felicity opened the garage and flipped on the light. There. She put her hands on her hips. Let's see you do your magic. Leo opened the door of the car and popped the hood. It didn't take him long to pour in the oil, and when he checked it again, it had risen to normal level. Okay, try starting the car, he said. Felicity went back into the house and got her keys. When she came out, she climbed into the driver's seat. The engine turned over and started. Leo opened the back door and let General in, and then Leo slipped into the passenger seat. Let's drive it around a little to make sure it's all right. Felicity backed out of the driveway, then pulled onto the street. The oil light says 40%, so I don't get why the oil is so low. Leo reached across and pushed the button to read the mileage. You're over 200,000 miles, so you need to add oil between oil changes. She shook her head. I feel like an idiot. Leo chuckled. Now you won't have to freeze anymore. Felicity flashed him a smile. I thought you liked picking me up. I do. Guess what? I saw a picture of my mom today for the first time. Leo stared at her, gauging her reaction. Really? What does she look like? She shrugged. A little like me, I guess. I'll show you back at the house. Once they pulled into the garage, Felicity turned off the car and took her cell out of her pocket. She showed Leo a series of pictures of a teenage girl. There was definitely a resemblance between Felicity and the girl in the pictures.
I bet it's surreal to see her,
he said in a quiet voice, scrolling through the pictures more than once. From the back seat, General whined.
He wants to see them too,
Leo said. No, I think he likes riding in the car, Felicity said.
You're probably right.
Leo handed the phone back to her.
Are you doing okay?
Better than I thought I'd be, she said. Having you and Livy to talk to has helped a lot. She turned her gaze on him, and he wanted to reach for her hand, but he didn't. Thanks, Leo, for everything, she said. I mean, you're here again tonight, fixing my car. Don't you have a life? He chuckled.
I do have a life. Right here. If you'll let me.
Felicity leaned her head against the headrest, still looking at him. I don't have any answers. I'm still messed up, so I'm afraid I have to plead the fifth, Officer Russo.
That's okay for now, he said. Just remember one thing about relationships. It's between two people, not anyone else. Not my family, not yours, but between us.
He slid his hand over hers, and she turned her palm up so that their fingers interlocked.
This isn't so bad, is it?
She tightened her fingers around his. No. Her voice was a whisper, and he could swear his heartbeat was audible in the small space of the car. He wanted to pull her into his arms and kiss her, but he didn't want to scare her away. He could see the indecision in her eyes, so he gently pulled away his hand, then leaned close to kiss her cheek. He heard her intake of air, but she didn't move.
I'll call you tomorrow, Felicity, he said. Take care.
She nodded, and he wanted to stay longer, but he knew he should go, to give her space.
See you, General.
He stepped out of her car and strolled to his own. On the drive home, he called his sister Maria to see how things with his dad had gone that day. Dad's speaking a little more, Maria said, but he has a long way to go. Leo exhaled.
Yeah, that's what I was afraid of.
When he hung up with his sister, he wished that he could reverse his dad's stroke. He wished his mom could have her husband back, and he wished Felicity could see her worth. When Leo got back to his apartment, he did another run on the treadmill because he knew it was the only way he'd sleep. He took a quick shower, then tumbled into bed. Still, he gazed up at the ceiling, staring at a patch of moonlight. Thoughts of Felicity persisted, and he realized that he hated leaving her. He wanted to be by her side as much as possible, helping her, taking care of her, and talking to her. Truthfully, he missed her. He turned over and closed his eyes. He had finally drifted off when his phone buzzed with a text. He grabbed his phone and squinted to read what had come through. It was from Felicity. Are you at the fire? He moved to a sitting position and called her. Leo, she said when she answered, panic in her voice. Where are you?
I'm home, he said. I'm not on duty. Where's the fire?
The next street over, she said, her tone still breathless. Livy and I went over there when we heard the sirens. Someone in the crowd said a cop was trapped inside the house.
Where are you now?
I came home to get my phone to call you, she said. The smoke is horrible outside, and I can see the flames from here. Leo's mind spun with questions as he wondered whose house it was, and why would a cop go into a burning house, especially if the fire department was there?
I'm coming over.
He was out of bed and dressed in minutes. On the drive over, he called the dispatcher at the station to get more information. What he heard was a relief. The house was a rental, believed to be currently vacant. No reports of people or pets trapped inside, so that was good. He drove to the scene of the fire and parked as close as he dared. The fire seemed well under control, although there was quite the crowd of neighbors watching from across the street. The house looked a total loss, yet it appeared that no other houses had been affected. He crossed to one of the parked police vehicles, which belonged to Chief Waring.
Everyone okay?
Leo asked. The chief turned, clearly surprised to see Leo.
No one was inside. We think there was faulty wiring. Thankfully, a neighbor called it in before the fire could spread to other structures."
Leo nodded.
"Good news."
One of the firefighters approached the chief to talk to him about cordoning off the site to prevent curious neighbors from walking on the property in the morning. Leo headed toward his car. He drove over to Felicity's. No lights were on inside her house, but he could see her sitting on the front porch, General next to her. Leo's heart leapt at the sight of the two of them, and he thought of how she'd called him to make sure he was okay. He pulled into the driveway, then parked and climbed out. He shoved his hands into his pockets and walked up to the porch. Felicity stood, and in the moonlight, he saw the question in her eyes.
"I talked to the chief," he said. "The house was vacant, and there doesn't seem to be damage to any other houses."
Felicity nodded, then stepped off the porch and, in a surprising move, wrapped her arms about his neck. Her skin was cool from the night air, and he could feel her worry as if it was a tangible thing. He rested his hands on her hips, and when she pressed her face against his neck, he moved his arms around her back and pulled her closer. He wasn't going to turn down a hug from her. "Are you okay?" he asked. "I am now." She continued to cling to him, and he closed his eyes, breathing in her vanilla scent. She shivered.
"You're cold."
"I don't care," she said. "I'm glad you're okay. When I saw the cop cars at the burning house, and then I heard—" She cut herself off.
"Cops don't usually run into burning buildings," he said. "Now, if I were a firefighter—"
She didn't laugh.
"Too soon?"
Her arms tightened about his neck. "Way too soon," she whispered, her breath tickling his neck. He rubbed slow circles over her back.
"Let's get you inside and get you warm. Maybe I can make you hot chocolate."
She drew away from him, keeping her arms looped around his neck. "That sounds good, but I'm making it for you since I woke you up in the middle of the night." He smiled, and he wanted to pull her close again, to kiss her. Did she know that staying in his arms made him want to be more than friends with her?
"I didn't mind," he said.
Her mouth twitched, and then she shivered again. "Come on, then." She stepped away from him, but she grasped his hand. It seemed she wasn't going to let him go, after all. He walked with her into the house, General joining them. Once inside, Felicity locked the door, then, keeping a hold of his hand, she led him to the kitchen. He decided not to question her. Besides, he quite enjoyed the hand-holding. "Sit down," she said, practically forcing him into a chair.
"All right,"
he said with a chuckle.
"You make the hot chocolate."
She smirked and turned away. General settled into his dog bed, apparently deciding the excitement of the night was now over. Leo found it quite pleasant sitting in Felicity's warm kitchen while she bustled about. When she set a cup of hot chocolate in front of him, he took a sip of it.
"It's good."
She gave him a faint smile, then sipped her own as her gaze kept returning to him. "Do you think it's okay for a woman to change her mind?"
"Is that a trick question?"
he teased, but she didn't smile. "I was really freaked out tonight. When I heard there might be a cop inside and I didn't see you anywhere, and I wasn't sure if cops get called to fires even if they're off shift."
"Shh, I'm fine."
Leo grabbed the edge of her chair, dragging it closer. Her cheeks flushed and hope flared inside of him. He rested his hand on her shoulder, brushing his thumb over her collarbone. He wanted to press his mouth against her fluttering pulse.
"Tell me what you changed your mind about," he said.
Her green eyes drew him in. "You, Leo," she said. "I want you to forget what I said earlier about only being friends. I want us to be more." The words pierced his heart, and he moved his hand behind her neck, his fingers tangling into her hair. "And I don't want to compare my upbringing to yours or your family to mine," she said, resting her hand on his chest. It felt like her hand had imprinted fire. Her gaze was steady when she said, "I want to find us."
"Finding us. I like it."
"You do?" Felicity's smile was slow, hopeful. She inched closer and brushed her mouth against his, feather-light. Leo didn't mind at all, but he wanted her closer.
"Come here."
He grasped her waist with his free hand and tugged her onto his lap. She settled on his lap and laced her fingers behind his neck. Much better. He cradled her face with both his hands, and when her eyes drifted shut, he kissed her. She was warm and sweet and tasted of chocolate. The questions between them had disappeared, and Felicity seemed to melt into him as she kissed him back. Her hands moved over his shoulders and down his chest. She drew away slightly to look at him. I assume you agree.
I definitely agree.
Even though I called you in the middle of the night? She teased. He grinned.
It was the best thing you've ever done.
23. Felicity watched Leo climb out of his car and walk up her driveway. She probably shouldn't be spying on him, but he was kind of fun to watch when he wasn't aware. He wore a dark green shirt under a black jacket, and his jeans fit him perfectly. He was also carrying some roses. They'd been officially dating for 3 weeks now, if she started counting after the night of the fire. 3 weeks, as in 21 days, and now Felicity could barely remember her existence before Leo had become front and center of her life. She waited until he knocked on the door. The sound sent a thrill through her heart. General was already heading toward the door, and he gave a couple of happy barks on his way. Felicity joined the dog and unlocked the door. The first thing she saw was Leo's grin. Then he held up the roses, red roses, to be exact. Wow, what's the occasion? She asked. He stepped over the threshold and leaned down to kiss her, a way too brief kiss.
You are the occasion.
She leaned in for another kiss, and he obliged. I thought you were trying to butter me up before going to your family dinner tonight.
Maybe that too,
Leo said with a laugh. General nudged against his leg, and he bent to scratch the dog's head. I'm okay with Angelo being there, Felicity said, taking the bouquet of roses. They smelled heavenly. She walked into the kitchen and found a vase in one of her cupboards. I mean, I'll have to meet Angelo sometime.
He won't be there tonight.
Leo leaned against the kitchen counter, watching her fill the vase with water.
He said he had other plans.
She set the roses in the vase of water. Because I'm coming? She looked over at him.
I don't know, Leo said, but he did say he's moving out soon, found an apartment. Now that he's making money, he can be more independent.
Felicity turned toward Leo. Will your mom be okay, alone with your dad?
She's a tough lady,
Leo said, holding her gaze.
Reminds me of another tough lady I know.
He reached for her hand and tugged her close, then ran his hand up her back. Felicity laughed. You're really turning on the charm today.
I hope it's working,
Leo said. She breathed in his spicy scent. He'd shaved, and there was a nick on the edge of his jaw. She raised up on her toes and lightly kissed his jaw. Because, she whispered. Leo kept her close.
Because my entire family in the same house can be really overwhelming. And they all know how long we've been dating, so there will be a lot of questions. Some of them personal.
She looped her arms about his neck. Like what kind of deodorant I use? Leo chuckled.
That would actually be a relief.
He lowered his head and brushed a kiss against her neck. When he lifted his head again, he said,
They'll ask questions such as what you think about me, about how serious we are.
How serious are we? His smile spread.
You tell me.
The brown of his eyes reminded her of melted chocolate, and the feel of his arms around her was like being nestled in the softest blanket. Are you my boyfriend, Officer Russo? His eyes gleamed.
I'd better be, Miss Miner.
Those lips of his were just waiting to be kissed, so she kissed him. When she drew away, she said, I'm not afraid of a few questions, and I'd be happy to tell your siblings what I think of you. Leo's brows shot up.
Should I be worried?
She only laughed. Felicity had been to his parents' house twice in the past 3 weeks. His dad hadn't spoken much, of course, but his mom was friendly, giving her hugs and acting happy to see her. Mrs. Russo was a warm and affectionate woman. Completely opposite of Felicity's mom/grandmother, but Felicity hadn't seen any of Leo's siblings since that brief meeting at the hospital. She liked that she and Leo had agreed on making their relationship about the two of them and not about other people's expectations or traditions.
I do want to make one thing clear before we're bombarded by my family,
Leo said in a low tone. What's that? Felicity said. He leaned his forehead against hers, and his hands slipped lower on her waist.
I've fallen in love with you, Felicity Rose Miner.
The words were like the softest breeze on a warm autumn day, floating around her and lifting her up. That's funny, she whispered.
Why's that funny?
His tone sounded amused. Because every day with you is a new record for me. She moved her hands over his shoulders, then down his arms. And I never want them to end, which tells me one thing. She paused, her heart thumping. I'm in love with you, too. Leo didn't move for a moment. Then he kissed her, lifting her up and holding her against him. She clung to him, marveling that she had this man in her life, that he loved her, and that she loved him, truly and completely. He set her down, and Felicity sighed.
What?
He said, threading his fingers through her hair. Can we stay here tonight? She said. I kind of want you to myself. The edges of his mouth lifted.
If you want to be the one to call my mom and tell her.
Never mind, Felicity said. Your mom's too nice to disappoint, and I don't want to be the reason she doesn't get to see her little boy. Leo drew away and linked their fingers.
I want to stay here too, but that probably means we should go.
He was right. She said goodbye to General, then smelled the roses in the vase one more time. Leo helped her into her jacket, then he opened the front door. Once settled in his car, and with the heater blasting, he reached for her hand. Their fingers linked so naturally that it felt like Felicity had been with him much longer than a few weeks. As they drove through the streets of Pine Valley toward his parents' house, Felicity thought of her own parents. They'd had a few more conversations on the phone, and Felicity had reconciled herself to believing they'd done the best they could. They'd done their duty. Had her birth mom lived, who knew what might have happened in Felicity's life?
We're here,
Leo said, breaking into her thoughts. Felicity looked out the window to see the house lit up, the windows glowing yellow, and Halloween decorations on the porch. Leo squeezed her hand.
Are you okay?
She looked over at him. I'm great. He brought her hand to his lips and kissed it.
Good.
Leo released her hand, then climbed out to walk around the car and open her door. She put her hand in his, and he pulled her to her feet. They were standing toe-to-toe, which made not kissing him impossible, so she stole the smallest of kisses. Thank you, Leo.
For what?
He asked. For including me in your family, she said. And for loving me. He grinned and drew her close. She nestled against him, reveling in the moment. Come inside and get warm, a woman said from the front porch. Felicity knew it was Leo's mom, but Leo kept her close so she couldn't look over at the house.
I think they're warm enough,
another voice said, this one a man's. They're definitely warm, a younger woman said. Are they coming in, Mom? A kid asked. When Leo finally released Felicity, she found they had quite the audience. It appeared that the entire Russo family, kids and all, had gathered onto the front porch. Is that her, Auntie? One of the kids asked. Yes, but it's not polite to point. Felicity found herself smiling back at the curious faces. Most of them had dark hair and olive skin like Leo, but there were variations, too. Did you bring your gun, Uncle Leo? One of the young boys asked. Leo grasped Felicity's hand.
Ready?
He said under his breath. I think so, Felicity said. He squeezed her hand, and they walked toward the porch. Let them through, his mother said, and one person shifted, but the others remained in place, and Leo began introductions to those she hadn't met at the hospital. Felicity had heard their names before and various stories about each, but right now it was all a blur. Leo kept a firm hold of her hand, and soon they were surrounded by questions, laughter, some hugs, a few kisses on the cheek, and Felicity's mind spun in a good way. She didn't feel like an outsider or a stranger. She felt as if she belonged to this large and energetic family. Come see Dad, Leo's mom told him. He's been asking for you. Yes, Leo said. He's had a good day. his mom said, triumph in her voice. So Felicity walked with Leo down the hallway that led to the master bedroom. Inside the room, Leo's dad was sitting up in bed, propped up by several pillows. His mouth lifted into a slight smile when Leo spoke. "Hi, Dad," Leo said. "Mom says you're having a good day." His dad's mouth moved, and then the words came, delayed as they were. "Leo, how are you?" "I'm fine, Dad." Leo grasped his dad's hand. "Remember Felicity? You met her a couple of weeks ago." His dad slowly shifted his eyes, and when his gaze landed on Felicity, she smiled. Uh, Hello," Mr. Russo said. "Welcome." A lump swelled in Felicity's throat. This man had many challenges, yet his inherent nature was kind. "Would you like anything, Dad?" Leo asked. "Are you hungry?" "No," he said. I, I'm not hungry. I want to hear about your girl." Felicity felt her face warm. "Okay," Leo said. "Felicity has talked me into reading more. She's making me broaden my education." "Hardly," Felicity said, nudging him. "You nap while I read." "True." Leo grinned down at her. "Those are the best kinds of naps, though." "You probably shouldn't flirt with me in front of your dad," Felicity whispered. Leo didn't stop smiling. "I can't help it." "Dinner's ready," his mom said, coming into the bedroom. She looked from Leo to Felicity. "Well, don't you two look cozy?" Felicity and Leo were standing close together, and she had one hand on his arm. "She's a special girl," his dad said, and Felicity realized he was talking to Leo. "Don't let her get away," his dad continued. Felicity's eyes widened. Was Mr. Russo rambling, or was he fully lucid? "I'm not planning on it," Leo said. "Good." His dad patted Leo's hand. "It's good to see you happy, son." Leo nodded. Then he drew Felicity to his side and kissed the top of her head. "I am happy, Dad. And it's good to talk to you again." Mr. Russo blinked back tears, and Felicity felt her own tears starting. Leo's mom approached the bed and kissed her husband's cheek. "I'll bring you something to eat in a few minutes. Do you want us to move you to the living room?" No," Mr. Russo said. "I'm feeling tired again." Mrs. Russo nodded. "All right, dear." Felicity leaned against Leo as she watched the loving interaction between Leo's parents. Neither of their lives were easy right now, yet the love and care in this room was tangible. It was what Felicity wanted too. She didn't know how she'd been so lucky to find Leo, or perhaps he'd found her. Whatever the case, however many days they had in their future together, she didn't plan on ever letting him go. She slipped her hand into Leo's as they followed his mom out of the bedroom, feeling her heart overflow with gratitude. Mrs. Russo led the way down the hall toward the kitchen, where conversation and laughter abounded. Leo squeezed Felicity's hand, and that squeeze moved all the way to her heart. She was ready, Felicity decided, to not be alone anymore, to put her hollow past behind her, and to become a full part of Leo's life. This has been Finding Us, Pine Valley Book 5, written by Heather B. Moore, narrated by Exie Sands. Audio produced by ARS Audio. Copyright 2018 by Heather B. Moore. Production copyright 2019 by Heather B. Moore.